Good morning, everyone. A couple of minutes and we will start.
Good morning, everyone. How is everyone doing? Please use the chat box to tell us where you're coming from this morning.
Good morning, Ron.
Good
Hello from
morning.
Egypt. How are you doing today?
Well, it was a long day yesterday, wasn't it, Mo?
Yeah, a long, tiring day, but it's worth it. It's worth every minute.
It is, and I got a lot of feedback even on my social media. So uh, I think that Educast and our second annual Educast, okay, international
Yeah.
conference, yeah, is really reaching a lot of people, and that's great. Um, I look forward to the program today. We've got such a great lineup of people on the program today. And do you want to go over that really quick? Who's going to be on the who's on the lineup today?
Well, we have a lot of great people, great speakers on the lineup today, starting with from Cambridge, Dr. Hisham Fabini, and I think he's already here. In the attendees. He has joined us early, which is very good. And then we'll be moving to Maria Fumaroini from Spain, to Sharia Yusuf from Egypt, Noha Helmi from Egypt, Harry Waters, Vanessa Riley, Anna Makura, Maria Lavu, Nourin Shahid, Antoine Mark, Mohammed Gum'a, Dr. Joe Gakonga, Blanca Polak, and we will end the day with Penelope from Spain. So we have a great and long lineup for today, and we have lots of sessions talking about professional development for teachers from all around the world.
I'd like to add that, for those who are in the room visiting us for the first time, uh, please feel free to add your comments in the chat box. We will get to those. And if you have any questions, please put those in the chat box as well. Mohammed and I will be looking at the chat box, and definitely we'll hand those questions over to our speakers. And we will also review every talk at the end of every talk. And so, Mohammed, I'm going to turn that back over to you now. And let's get started with our first speaker.
Great. So everyone, hello again from Egypt, and welcome to day two of the Educast International Online Conference 2024. After a stimulating day one, filled with inspiring talks and engaging discussions, we're excited to dive deeper into the world of education on day two. Get ready for expanding your teaching toolkit by discovering innovative instructional strategies, technology tools, and assessment methods from renowned educators and thought leaders. Also, get ready for exploring trending topics by delving into discussions on personalized learning, social emotional learning, diversity, equity, and inclusion, and the future of education. Get ready to connect with a global community by networking with fellow educators from around the world. Share best practices and learn from each other's experiences. And let's talk about what's in store for today. Well, we have lots of speakers, as I mentioned a couple of minutes before. We have lots of featured speakers and specific themes. You know, all of them are talking about professional development. You will dive into wonderful sessions covering a diverse range of topics, catering to all educational levels and interests. Participate in interactive workshops designed to equip you with practical skills and strategies for your classroom. Be inspired by keynote presentations from leading experts who will change your thinking and provide new perspectives, and engage in lively discussions and question and answer sessions with presenters and fellow attendees. So, whether you're a seasoned educator or just starting out, day two of the Educast International Online Conference has something for everyone. Don't miss this opportunity to connect, learn, and be inspired. So let's start the second day. So I'd like to take the chance to welcome Dr. Hisham. Dr. Hisham, are you there?
I am. Good morning.
Good morning, and it's always very nice to see you here.
Thank you very much. Pleasure is all mine. Thank you.
Yeah, later. So, are you ready to start today?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, great. So, yes, I think we're about to start a couple of minutes early, but the people are waiting eagerly for that. So, Dr. Hisham, I think you're a co-host. Whenever you're ready to share your screen, the floor is all yours.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Let me just share my screen. Thanks, Mo. Thanks, everybody, for having me today. Like Mo said, my name is Dr. Hisham Al, and I'm really thrilled to share with you some of our insights at Cambridge on what we're doing, as the title of my presentation entails, looking at how AI is shaping the future of assessments in general. It's a pleasure to be here, and I'm really keen to hearing your thoughts and questions as well towards the end of my presentation. So if you do have any questions, please do share them. Without further ado, let me just give you a little bit of background of what I do and what's my area of research. My name is Dr. Hisham Al, and uh, I'm the academic lead for assessment and research for Cambridge University Press and Assessment. My key area of specialization is educational inclusion and assessment, and I spent many years doing a lot of research. Well, I have to admit that the last 3 years or 4 years have been really, really exciting. The work that was basically supposed to take place in 10 years has been expedited and condensed to 2 years or three. So it's really, really exciting to share with you some of these insights. I think I've met a lot of people that are listening to me today in various events, various acquaintances, and those basically that attended some of my previous webinars or read some my previous research realize that one of my key passions is how to use technology, how to use assessment as a learning tool and convert that into an inclusion tool. That's really something that I've been working on for many, many years, and hopefully that's the main theme that I will be discussing today. But I will be more specific today, and I will only talk about AI. I won't include other various elements, but I will basically talk about how we at Cambridge, view the use of AI and how we envision our assessments going to look like in a few years' time. No one can basically predict a timeline to these changes, so I'm just going to share with you some of the existing plans that we have and some of the existing pedagogy behind it. And obviously, I'll go a little bit theoretical here. I will start with some of the key definitions that we have around assessments and what makes good assessments, and then we will talk about the impact of AI on teaching, learning, and assessments. So these are the three things that I will always refer to in terms of the impact: teaching, learning, and assessment. Teaching, learning, and assessment. Each one of them will study its impact. Each one of them is a separate research topic, and obviously we could spend hours talking about the impact on each one of these components. And then we'll look at some of the examples and cases, and then eventually, if you've got any questions or if you've got any points that you would like to add, please feel free to include them in the Q&A section. So I think the key thing in my, in my presentation and my research is really kind of monitoring how assessments are changing or have been changing for the past probably 100 years. If you're looking at these changes and these applications, it's been astonishing. It's been an exciting journey for how assessments started. Those that are basically familiar with what Cambridge does, we do have a big range of assessments and qualifications that basically go back probably more than 100 years of age. And the original, probably you'll be surprised to hear that the original assessment or the first assessment that we did was something like, I don't know, 200 or 600 hours, six hours in duration. And it included different parts. And today, when we are talking about technology, we're talking about assessments, high-stake assessments that probably, probably 1 hour and a half or 2 hours maximum in terms of duration. And it's been a really interesting debate that, I think all practitioners are engaged in, whether it's really the time to move away from the traditional school of thought, for people like us in Cambridge, to something more modern, something more innovative in terms of the use of technology. I've started hearing questions like, do we really need schooling? Do we really need to have formal summative assessments at the end? Do we really, are we going to replace teachers with robots? I was presenting in a conference in Turkey last month, and this is probably one of the key questions that resonated with me. I mean, the job security in education, I think, is also impacting the quality of teaching and learning in the classroom. As a teacher, if I'm worried in the back of my mind that basically I'm going to be replaced by a robot, or obviously I won't be needed anymore, in a few years' time, then obviously that's impacting the work that I do and the quality of the delivery that I present to my students. So what I'm trying to say that there are plenty of debates, plenty of questions around what is going to happen in the near future in such a fast-changing landscape. And I'm sure many people listening to me today realize that basically when the pandemic hit, nobody was, kind of ready for it. Nobody was expecting the impact that it did. But ultimately, I mean, personally, I see some positive in that impact of the pandemic, which is changing the perception of the use of technology in learning and how we're viewing that use of technology in our teaching. I published a paper. I was working on a paper with a couple of colleagues a few months ago, and we were talking about the misuse of technology in the classroom, and that's also something that that I think is kind of in a lot of people's minds these days. How can we counter these misuses and these kind of manipulations of the system. But the conclusion of that paper was that, exactly like we had any new technology that we dealt with, there are things that we need to do as educators, and it mainly comes down to us in the classroom or in the educational landscape to counter those misuses and manipulations. And hopefully in this presentation, I'll try to shed some light on these ideas and these practices. I'm presenting some quotes from different papers that were published in the past 6 months or a year around technology and the changes in technology. And like I said, it's really an endless debate that took a lot of time and energy. And I think it's an excited one to be engaged in. I think now it is really the time when conferences like this one are really key to shedding some light on the importance of improving or adding new skills to our portfolio as educators to deal with technology. In this presentation, I'll share with you some of the things that I would recommend teachers use, and some of the options that we have and some of the research papers that we publish to address some of these issues. And obviously, it's not my job really, or anybody's job, to tell you what you should do as teachers. I think our central role is to, kind of create a motive, an extra reason why you should think about your own practices as a teacher and develop those activities, develop those practices. I think the key thing in most of our activities is becoming more reflective in our practice. And being reflective as educators means that technically I see what I do, I assess whether it's working, I evaluate whether it's working or not, and I improve it. Not because I'm not good enough, but because there's always room for improvement. So hopefully, you will find a lot of interesting ideas that will resonate with your own practice. And I will start with really the first idea in my own specialization, which is assessment. What is assessment? There are plenty of ideas that basically we can throw in here to define it. There are plenty of ways where we can explain it. I'll try to summarize some of the key definitions that are published formally. I think the one that I like most is that its assessment is the wide variety of methods or tools that we use in education to evaluate, measure, and document the academic readiness, progress, skill acquisition, and educational needs of students. I like this definition because it captures most of the things that I personally care about. Inclusion, responding to students' needs, language acquisition, and academic readiness, and checking progress. These are the key things. And obviously from this definition, we can always kind of distinguish between the various types of assessments, whether these types are to be used in the classroom as informal activities, or at the end of the classroom, or something formal that's given to us to present, something that's more competency based, if you like, as opposed to kind of following a textbook or following a certain set of activities in a specific curriculum. The point I'm trying to make is obviously that although this is a standard definition, but obviously we can, like you can tell from the definition itself, we can derive a range of activities. My key area is how can we take this and use it as part of learning, not to assess learning, but to develop learning. And that's really the key and the underpinning concept of my presentation on my research. In the second half of this presentation, you would see when I talk about AI that my aim is to improve the type of assessment that's used within the session, that's used within the learning process, as opposed to focusing ultimately on the summative component at the end of the course. Obviously, it's inevitable. The culture, obviously, I'm based in Dubai and I do a lot of work across the region. And I realize that, this culture is very results oriented. We always want to see the final numerical result. So to evaluate the progress of my child, I need to see the actual score that they get at the end of the course or at the end of an assessment. Whereas what we're calling for is, well, some sort of a transformation in our own mindset, let alone the activities that we do in education, our own mindset of looking at assessments as learning tools, as opposed to assessment for or of learning. Regardless of how we view assessment, regardless of how we see it, it's always central to the educational journey of learners. Whether we are basically going into the transformative journey of assessment and pushing for a more innovative approach, or we're basically following the traditional methods, it is always a central part of the educational process. And for that matter, we have two important components that I think key to the success of this journey. There's always a measurement tool, and there is always a human judgment part. I'm sure a lot of people listening to me today would probably agree that no assessment would be valid unless we humanize it. Unless, there is an element of relating it to our own context. Whether this assessment is in the classroom or summative at the end, I think that judgment is an integral part of it. I'll give you a couple of examples. At the University of Cambridge, the Cambridge University Press and Assessment, we have developed various tools, and over the past 3 or 4 years, we've been working really hard in adding AI as a tool that will help us as educators and practitioners in assessments big time. One of our exams called LinguaSkill. I'm not sure if people are familiar with the term. It's a new exam, and it's basically undergoing some transformation on its own right to develop it even further. But the important element, I think the most interesting element in this exam is the marking, the scoring structure. We're aiming with technology to auto-mark all aspects of language assessment, including speaking. The challenge that we face, and obviously because training technology for auto-marking, for speaking auto-marking is such a challenging task, we're starting with, obviously in the future, you never know what's going to happen or how fast things could develop, but we are basically choosing now hybrid marking, where basically the logarithm and computer and the machine is kind of assessing initially, and it's reviewed by an assessor. So what I'm trying to say, these two components are very important for the success of the learning cycle in general. Measurement, having a clear measurement scale, and judgment, having an obvious, well-informed, skillful human judgment in that process. So in order to do this cycle of assessment completely, there are various roles that need to be connected and linked, because ultimately many of you would probably agree that eventually what we were saying earlier as the various methods of collecting and analyzing and documenting the academic progress and the readiness of candidates is mainly a process of gathering evidence of learning. And for that, we need to have clarity on the role of our assessors. And central to their role is clarity on the purpose of their assessment. Why do you want to assess? I think the starting point of the success of our assessment approach in higher education and in education in general, really, is building the right constructs of assessment. And from the construct, I would be able to devise the best way to elicit evidence in relation to that construct, and the best way to interpret, to provide the right interpretations, and the right processing for the information we gather, whether it's for development purposes, whether it's basically to be converted in a numerical scale. But the most important element is after basically we agreed on the whole journey of assessment, the importance and the central role it plays. Let's take a deeper dive into what the construct of an assessment is. This diagram shows, obviously, a lot of people are familiar with this model of assessment, but I think it's really important to build our the construct of our exams around the learning cycle. And there are three approaches that basically, I'm so keen on presenting. As you can see in the screen, I broke them down into three different colors. You've got the pink, the blue, and the green. And I basically put a straight line to represent the academic cycle, the academic journey of a candidate during a specific course or a specific program or a specific year, whatever the duration of the course of their study is. But we've got a combination of various forms. There are combinations of various forms of assessments that need to be present in any successful learning cycle. As you can tell, we are basically dependent on formative assessment as part of learning. And then we added the interim assessment as the pause in learning to lead eventually to the end of learning cycle for the summative assessment. This is very traditional. And the method that basically we always call for, which is not the topic of this presentation, is to have another component, which is assessment as learning, using transforming formative assessment to a more personalized component that will help students discover learning rather than just absorbing external research. So having all these different things in mind, what is the construct of an exam? What is the construct of an assessment? A construct, by definition, is a proposed attribute of a person that can be measured through accumulation of assessment evidence. So it's technically what I aim to do and what type of assessment I need to include to measure it correctly. Whether it's a direct measure, like measuring a distance between 2 points, or an indirect measure, whether something like language acquisition or mathematical ability or things like that. So the construct is a very important term, and that's basically what we directly link with the purpose of assessment. So in the previous presentation, I asked the audience that were listening to me, and if we had more time, if we had the luxury of time, I would have asked the same to you guys listening to me today. However, just for the sake of time, I kind of summarized the key purposes of assessment that we deal with today. Why do we do assessment? A lot of teachers today use it for formative purposes. You devise your own assessment, or you depend on the assessments. If you're teaching English, for example, through a textbook, you depend on the materials that come with the book. For formative purposes, to make sure that students are learning, to ensure the progress. But some assessments are used for diagnostic purposes. I am a dyslexia specialist. So one of my key areas is obviously I intervene at certain points to see if there are certain impediments to the learning cycle through an assessment. I've got various techniques, various forms of assessments they use. Some of them are physical, some of them are written, some of them are communicative, some of them are perceptive. Whatever the form of assessment that I find suitable for the case, I always do it. A lot of us basically use assessments for progress purposes to check the progress in attainment over a period of time. Very common as well in higher education, we use assessment for placement purposes or for qualification purposes to see if somebody is qualified or not, or to identify kind of preferences or institutional accountability, etc. I mean, there are various reasons why assessments are really important. And for that matter, I think in this diagram, it kind of relates directly to the points I've been talking about for the past probably 15 minutes or so around the various uses of assessments, which are in my book 3. The first one is assessment of learning, which is to demonstrate achievement, and assessment for learning, which is the type of method that we use to give feedback on learning and teaching, and the most innovative of all that basically I think resonates with a lot of people listening to us today is assessment as learning, to self-regulate and to critically evaluate your own learning and to promote self-learning discovery rather than kind of dictation, and to promote also learners' autonomy, to give them more freedom. I was engaged last week. I was in a tour in the Levant last week in different countries, and I was engaged in conversations around the importance of high-stake exams as opposed to low-stake exams. And I was making the point that basically in language acquisition in particular, which is my key area, both of them are very important. And the type of assessment that we use is very much linked with what we're using it for. So an exam like IELTS, for example, which is considered a high stakes exam, which is also an assessment of learning, is crucial for a lot of activities. But at the same time, you won't get a high IELTS score unless you do well in the preparation course. And for that, you need to use a lot of examples and a lot of practices to improve and to develop your own knowledge about the exam and about English language proficiency in general. And for that matter, it's really creating a balance between the different types of assessments and what we do on a daily basis in our classrooms. Some of these tools are low judgment. I don't really use them to, kind of give any scores, or some of them are embedded in the learning, so if you're using a textbook, the activities that are there to support learning, that are not necessarily monitored by a teacher. Some of them are very evaluative, they give you a specific score. So what I'm trying to say is that it's very important for us to think in this simple diagram that I presented here, what type of assessment I'm using at what stage of my learning, of my teaching journey. And for that, we've got 4 key purposes that I think are very important to be remembered all the time before we start talking about other variables that would affect the smooth traditional journey of assessment. There are 4 key components. Please remind yourself of these 4 components of the principles of good assessments. They need to be reliable. They need to be fair. They need to be practical. And they need to be standardized in order for these assessments to be valid. So I can assess the validity of any assessment through its reliability, its fairness, its standardization, and practicality. And practicality would lead to its impact. The point I'm trying to say The point I'm trying to say is that whatever the form of assessment we use, whatever the format that we are basically trying to build, it's very important to bear in mind the validity argument of any assessment tool, whether it's even if it's a small in-class mechanism that we devise. Are we building reliable assessments, practical assessments, fair assessments, and standardized? And do they have an impact on our learners' lives? And obviously, please bear these four elements in mind, because with these, I will basically see how AI is transforming the setup of our construct. Remember, we're dividing the construct of an assessment as a proposed attribute that can be measured, whether it's direct measurement or indirect measurement. So the risks or the threats to the validity is the underrepresentation of the construct, or the construct irrelevance variation. And that includes elements related in not covering enough skills, or these skills are not linked directly with the things that we want to teach. These are the key two threats that we always face when it comes to the validity of our assessments. And I think there isn't, in any day in history, perhaps, kind of a more talked about theme than today's AI. And to talk about AI, and I just basically want to build on what we just said. In the future, in addition to the validity, and in addition to the validity structure around the construct of exams, I would add the 3 A's. Assessments need to be accessible, assessments need to be appropriate, and assessments need to be authentic. Remember the 3 A's, remember the validity argument. So we've got two important things that basically we need to relate our work to. So in the remaining few minutes that I have in my presentation, I would now kind of link everything I just said around the importance and the value of assessments with the theme of this presentation, which is AI and technology. I said at the beginning that obviously I've got 3 blocks that I have to connect together: learning, teaching, and assessment. Assessment is the linkage, and obviously we're hoping that we will use assessment as well to connect learning and teaching through assessment as learning. But today, I think a year ago, we were surprised to see this magnificent tool. I'm not sure if you can see it on the screen. I just managed to have a video recorded of the same topic that I'm presenting today, which is the impact of AI on assessment. And it's astonishing, because technology in this instant, in this situation, this scenario, is able to communicate with us. And as you can see in this video, I'm just simply typing and communicating, but we will see in a minute what's the type of impact AI has on our learning. So this is an AI-generated statement that I gathered from ChatGPT. When I asked the question of how AI is going to affect the assessment structure that I just mentioned, it gave me bluntly: assess AI personalizes learning, automates grading, provides tutoring, recommends content, analyzes data, and enhances teaching while supporting human educators. And I think this statement is really, really important to build on it. Because the key message here is obviously we're not trying to replace educators. I don't think basically it's part of any providers' philosophy to aim for AI to replace human educators. Because, as probably many of my colleagues will be talking about today, there's a very important socio-emotional kind of dimension to learning that I think we cannot exclude from the learning journey. But it's amazing what we can do, what technology can help us to do these days. It's amazing what we have available to us, on demand. But what is the real definition of AI? Obviously, the first thing I looked at is our own dictionary at Cambridge. And I was able to extract few similar definitions. All of them feed into the same thing. But the Cambridge definition of AI is the study of how to produce machines that have some of the qualities that human mind has, such as the ability to understand languages, recognize pictures, solve problems, and learn. And I think it's a very interesting definition because that really kind of summarizes, the key messages associated with it. So the key element here is to use the machine that helps in the first instance. And I'm not talking about the misuses of AI. I'm talking about the standard uses of AI, how technology can be used effectively to assist teachers and educators, whether it's through performing tasks related to speech recognition, decision making, translation between languages, etc., etc. Maybe one of the questions that basically we have to ask ourselves is it really the right time to move away from the traditional ideas of giving a textbook to students to read, or a specific essay to do after class, or to come up with new innovative approaches? Something to think about. What I'm trying to say is that although these things that basically we are mentioning are exciting, and a lot of us are worried about how things are going to look like, but the reality of it, that this is not the first time we go through this major transformation, and it won't be the last. Since the 50s until today, there has been massive kind of changes to how assessment or how education in general is being transformed. From the 50s, with the design of computers and PCs, to the launch of the internet, to generative AI, and how things are progressing to what we see today through ChatGPT. So it's a journey that's been there for around almost 100 years, and it's not going to stop. It's not going to basically end here. This is not the end. This is just basically part of that journey. So what I'm trying to say, that we always have a fear of the unknown as educators and practitioners, because there are plenty of things at stake: our jobs, our kids, our learning, our cultures, etc., etc. But I think we need to be more positive about the use of these technologies in our classes these days. We need to be more open-minded, and we need to be already skill-wise to include them, and not afraid of change, because this change, I see it very positive. And today, really, the reality of it is that we use AI, particularly, I was a big university and awarding body like Cambridge, for example, in various forms. We use AI to generate questions, randomly. We've got a massive piece of adaptive testing that we are working on, like I mentioned at the beginning, through one of our exams called LinguaScale. We create marking schemes. We check responses. We draft tools. We create resources. We provide feedback. Auto marking is a massive thing in the work that we're doing. We have revision packs and preparation packages. So what I'm trying to say is that with these various components in mind. And remember the 3 A's and the validity argument. These are really the key two messages that we always want to maintain, whatever, regardless of the tool that's used. So, in ChatGPT, like I was saying earlier, we can do a lot of things. And I'm not sure if you can hear my audio, but the reason why I included this short video.
Well, Dr. Sham, I think you have to share the audio to reshare and
Oh, really?
and check the
Yeah.
audio. Yeah.
I'm not sure.
So you have to click share screen again and share the same presentation. And there's, some boxes to check below. You have to check on the share
Okay,
sound box.
that's fine. I don't think it's yeah. No, what I was trying to say, really, regardless of the audio of the video that I wanted to share, and I'm just worried about the conscious of the time, really, is that technology is so powerful, and certain things like these little activities can also make our learning journey more exciting, and it's not something that we should be worried about. A few things before kind of I come to the end of my presentation, because I'm looking at the time and I still have probably 5 minutes left. There are plenty of resources that we are so keen on making available to all teachers that are listening to us today. Um, 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 some of these resources will be very helpful to a lot of teachers cope with with the pressure of change, and how technology is affecting the way we design our assessments. And I think it's really critical to be equipped with these tools. Our aspirations is really to have these various uses developed even further, to develop more personalized and trustworthy feedback given to our learners, and obviously be able to embed assessment in the learning cycle to provide a balance between teacher interaction and student independence. I'm so keen on learners' autonomy. I'm a big fan, and I spend a lot of time researching the importance and the impact of students' autonomy on learners' achievement. And obviously, it goes without saying that the result is always favorable to giving learners more freedom in learning, because it allows them more individualization. So I just basically wanted to share that we have lots of resources available to understand more of the impact that AI has on assessment and education. We've got some courses that we devised. One of the key ones that are delivered through one of our networks called Cambridge Assessment Network, Understanding Assessment Practical Course for Teachers, available online. And we've got hundreds of research papers that I would really encourage teachers to explore. And one of the quickest tools that I'm keen on sharing today is something that we are so proud of at Cambridge, called Write and Improve. And Write and Improve is a tool that will help teachers check writing skills and provide feedback. It's AI generated, so the feedback that you receive is based on the CAFR, but it's fully automated. It's writeandimprove.com. But I'm also keen on making sure that teachers have the time really to reflect on their own practices. And for that, we've got an interesting platform called the digitalteacher.com. It's the first tool, perhaps, in your reflective journey. And like I said at the beginning, being a reflective practitioner is a key skill in its own right. being able to reflect on what you know and what you don't know, and identifying your weaknesses as much as identifying your own strength is a key component for your development. So it's free. It's a free tool. So please feel free to have a browse. It's called the digitalteacher.com, powered by Cambridge. It has a big range of resources and tools. And obviously, I would like to invite everybody to take a look at some of the learning resources that we have as part of the learning cycle, and the approach that we developed is exactly the one that I just explained, which is in focusing more on the use of assessment as a learning tool, embedding standardized assessment in the assessment, in the learning journey of a student, particularly when it comes to something important like the language acquisition, is something invaluable. So obviously, what we're trying to connect is create, kind of this dynamics between learning, assessment, and technology, and creating a unit instead of just looking at these items separately. It's something that complement each other. The only part basically that I still have before I stop in the last 2 minutes of my presentation for questions and answers is to invite you to take a look at some of our research papers that are published over the years. I would strongly invite you to take a look at studies in language testing. One of our journals at Cambridge, they provide, and I selected some of the interesting papers that you could find interesting and relevant to the topic of this webinar. Particularly in the 45th edition of Studies in Language Testing. In addition to that, there are 2 more journals that basically have plenty of resources around the use of AI, one through Research Notes and the other is through Research Matters. They're all available on our website. And that really brings me to the last, I think, 1 minute. Is it 1 minute that I still have? If you have any questions, please feel free to ask. I'll take a look at the chat if there are any questions.
Thank you very much, Asim. This was wonderful. And as you were speaking, I want everybody to please look into the chat box because I was adding a lot of the things that are related to the topic that was being covered right now. I also took some screenshots that I added there, which I found wonderful about mapping assessment. So that's there as a screenshot because I think that's important for us to map our assessment, know not only why we're doing it and how we're going to do it and when we're going to do it. That was a very good screenshot. And I put also another screenshot on the purpose of assessment in there because I thought that was really great as well. I'd like to add that if you look into the chat box, there are several other things that are related to this talk, which is, of course, some of the links that I put into the chat box about task-based language assessment. I think that's very important to understand that if we're a teacher, competency-based assessment, some research papers on that, alternative assessment. And of course, if we're doing assessment, we should look into the European Framework of Languages and the can-do statements, which are there. Cambridge also has their set, which I put in there as well. And if we're really going to really get into assessment, we have to understand that Cambridge, as well as all the other testing agencies in Europe, are members of ALTA. And ALTA is the Association of Language Testers in Europe. Please look at that and understand who this group is. Cambridge is a part of that because they do, of course, have an association that gets together every year and plans the future of testing. So thank you very much. Please look into the chat box. There's a lot of resources for you there. And I would like to ask the first question, and that question is, you have been doing research into AI as well as technology into assessment. Can you tell us really maybe an example of what Cambridge is doing? Give us maybe some concrete examples of what Cambridge is doing in the future of assessment. which includes technology, so that teachers here can get maybe ready for that?
Thanks, Ron. I think I touched on this during the webinar around one of probably our biggest pieces of work around summative assessment and high stake assessments. We've got a new test coming up very soon called LinguaSkill, or certificated LinguaSkill. And this is really revolutionary because it's an adaptive assessment. And I spent personally a lot of time collecting responses from institutions across the region, and indeed colleagues of mine are doing the same in different parts of the world, to train the algorithm, to train the machine, particularly for the sake of instant auto marking. I think the most important achievement that we will be able to do to assessment is how quickly can we provide feedback to learners that are reliable and are trustworthy. I think that's really the most important attribute that we're so keen on developing. In addition, of course.
So that's what I understand, that it's being in the form of formative assessment.
No, that's also for the summative assessment, so that's really the interesting part, because what we're trying to do is really kind of create high stakes exams that are able to provide feedback and results instantly. So there are lots of exams. Some of our exams, like IELTS, for example, have been there for years. But now I think with these changes taking place, one of the key issues that we're so keen on is auto marking for high stake exams. And obviously, in terms of English language acquisition, it's a massive task really to auto mark parts, certain parts like speaking, with so many variables, so many different components that need to be included in that, or need to to teach the machine to respond to, and will only work is coming in the form of generating new high-stake exams that are almost responsive immediately to students. The adaptivity in assessment is, I think, another important feature in summative assessment, summative and formative indeed, where we're doing multi-level testing in the same exam. You don't really have to have separate papers for each level. You can technically sit one exam, and then the test itself would decide your level based on your answers. And I think this is also a revolutionary part of what we're doing. In addition to that, Ron, I think it's very important to mention that with all these different things taking place, we're so keen on inclusion as well. We're so keen on using technology to enable personalized learning. So if you're looking at a lot of our resources and the new materials that are coming up, you'll be able to see that the main theme here is to have a pathway tailored to the needs of learners with the help of technology. So you have enough exercises to practice as an individual. You have your own personal assessments, and obviously the materials will be tailored to your own requirements. And like I said during the presentation, we're so keen on learners' autonomy and learners' independence to support the future of learning. So,
but we just have a few more minutes. Just one last question there. Could you quickly just tell us very quickly something about, and I did put a link into Cambridge's Write and Improve internet site. Could you just tell us really quickly the advantages that teachers have of using that internet site, that program?
Instant auto marking. That's really, it will save plenty of time, and it's tailored. Obviously, you've got a section for exam preparations, and also for free writing. And in addition to Write and Improve, I would like to add that there is something else for speaking called Speak and Improve, and it's at the trialing stage. And that's also as powerful as Write and Improve. The key features are instant marking.
Thank you. And I'm going to turn that over now to Mohammed. And you have any questions before we move on to our next speaker?
No more questions. I just would really like to thank Dr. Hisham for this valuable contribution to our conference. And I also would like to thank Cambridge for being supportive in both conferences in the in the previous year and this year too. I just would like to add something here regarding the role of AI in reshaping the future of assessment. because AI has been a very good example of developing assessment, as it can provide a personalized and dynamic assessment for learners, as AI can analyze individual learning styles, strengths, and weaknesses to create personalized assessments that adapt to each student's needs. It can, provide deeper insights into learning, as it can go beyond simple multiple choice questions to assess critical thinking, problem solving, and communication skills. It can also add automated grading and feedback, as it can grade essays, code, and other complex tasks with consistent accuracy, and provide immediate personalized feedback. And this frees up educators' time to focus on providing deeper support and guidance to students. Also, it can offer a continuous and a formative assessment by analyzing daily activities, classroom interactions, and online learning data to provide continuous feedback on progress. It can, offer, yeah, we can have, adaptive learning platforms. We can also, have lots of benefits from AI in the field of education in general, not only in assessment in particular. So by now, I just would like to thank Dr. Hisham for his valuable and wonderful contributions again, and being part of this. Thank you, Dr. Hisham.
Thank you.
And yeah, yeah. And if we're looking at the chat box, the people are happy here. Yeah, so they are thanking you a lot. So this is really amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you. Many thanks. Thank you very much for this first informative and inspiring topic and talking, Dr. Hisham. Thanks a lot. And looking forward to collaborating with you over and over again in our upcoming events. Thank you very
I'd like
much.
to add, yeah, I would like to add that all the links that I provided in the chat box that are related to assessment and all the different kinds of assessment, as well as to Alta and Cambridge, and some of the things that were mentioned in the talk, we'll create a social media post for you with all those links.
Thank you very much
Yeah.
for having me today, and I really look forward to future events coming up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And this leads us to our next presentation for today. And our next speaker has been here since the start of the conference, and she is Maria Pomeroni. She's joining us from Spain. Let me tell you a little bit about our next talk, which is about training in emotional intelligence skills. Well, one of the most significant skills to be aware of, not only in the education field, but in life, is emotional intelligence. Some people believe in being sensitive, having feelings, and being a kind person when thinking about emotional intelligence. Also, it's sometimes said about controlling our inner emotions and not allowing them to drive us. There has been much research about this topic since a long time ago, and it continues to be studied nowadays. So, everyone, let's give a warm welcome to our next speaker, who is certified in teaching English to speakers of other languages with more than 7 years of experience teaching English and business at universities and schools. Poetry lover, she is a poetry lover and truly committed to the SDGs, trained in AFS Global UP Educators, Cultural Management, and Business. Maria, I hope you're doing well today.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mohammed. Hello, everyone.
Yes, hello.
Yeah.
So I think your co-host already. So yes, once you're ready to share your screen, please do.
Yeah, I'm ready. Set one. Yeah. Now I think I can make it. Yes. Here we are. Great. Can you see the screen properly?
Yes, we can see it. If you can just put that on presentation mode.
Sure. I think now it's much better.
Fantastic. Let's get started.
Lovely. Hi, hello everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. Today, as Mohammed introduced the topic, I'm going to talk about the importance of teachers' social and emotional competence. So, can you define social and emotional intelligence or competence? Why do you think this is important in the classroom? So if you have any idea, you can drop your comment in the chat box about what is social and emotional intelligence for you. So when we talk about social and emotional intelligence, some people believe in being sensitive, in having feelings, and being a kind person when thinking about this. Also, sometimes said about controlling our inner emotions and not allowing them to drive us. There has been much research about this topic since a long time, and it's continued to be studied nowadays. So, emotional intelligence could be meaningful. For example, we found this definition that said emotional intelligence consists of adaptive emotional functioning involving interrelated competencies relating to perception, understanding, utilizing, and managing emotions in the self and others. So, according to this author, there is a strong connection between emotions, competencies, and management as well. In addition to this definition, as I mentioned, that a lot of studies had been made, we found another definition that is the ability to understand and feel our own emotions. This is critical for understanding and empathizing with the emotion of others, according to Goleman. So, in connection to this, again, abilities and understanding are taking relevance in this topic. So we could say that it is relevant to understand ourselves in order to know and understand others. And now you will see why it's very important for teachers to have this competence. On one hand, an intelligent concept has to do with emotions. Sample adds meaning to each of the other words that concern is emotions. Refers to the feeling, reactions a person has, often in response to a real or imagined relationship. So, on the other hand, intelligence refers to the ability to reason validity with others, with and about something that is emotional intelligent, as measured by the MSCEIT, that is the Meyer-Salisbury-Caruso Emotional Intelligence Test, refers to the capacity to reason with emotional signals and to the capacity of emotion to engage thoughts. And here I'm going to show you what is worth diving deep in its use and meaning for our lives, which are the competencies or abilities that we are developing with emotional intelligence. Meyer and Salisbury define these specific abilities and the ability to perceive emotions, to access and generate emotions, so as to seek thoughts, to understand emotions and emotional knowledge, and to reflectively regulate emotions and to promote emotional and intellectual growth. And here we can see the charge emotional intelligence. We have perceiving emotions, as I mentioned, facilitating thought, understanding emotion, and managing emotion, our inner emotions, and not let them drive us. And Goleman mentioned that most elements of every emotional intelligent model fit within these four genetic domains: self-awareness, self-management, social awareness, and relationship management. The author cited self and society every moment, so I consider these two words highlighted as inseparable words that we want to refer to emotional intelligence. So here we can see the wheel. We have social and emotional learnings. We have the self-awareness, self-management, social awareness, relationship skill, responsible decision making. And then we have the social and emotional learning instruction and classroom climate that is concerned to us. School-wide culture, practices, and policies, authentic partnership, aligned learning opportunities. And we have from classroom, the school, families, caregivers, and communities. So the main domain that I concern here that I'd like to highlight is social awareness, including its core skill, that is empathy, that Goleman defined as sensing what others are thinking and feeling without them telling us in words. And the author classifies the ability, empathy, in three kinds of empathy. We have cognitive empathy, emotional empathy, and empathic concern. The first one, cognitive empathy, means I know how you see the things. I can see from your perspective. I can see from your point of view. This is the cognitive empathy. The next one, the emotional empathy, is after seeing from your perspective, I can feel with you. This is the basis for rapport and chemistry. People who excel in emotional empathy sense in the moment how others are reacting. So not only I see from your perspective, but also I can feel with you what you are feeling. And the last one, empathic concern, means after seeing from your point of view, after feeling with you, I am ready to give it, to help. I sense you need some help, and I will help you. This is the three kinds of empathy according to the author Goleman. And why we talk about all those kind of stuff? Because we as a teacher, we need to take into account this, and we have some tips that we can put into action. So our teacher training tips is, as a teacher and trainer, it is suitable to learn about emotional intelligence, to have this emotional competence and its outcomes in student learning. It is recommended to introduce the topic as well as activities during the first part of the term and keep them until the end. And here I want to talk and I want to share with you something that's happened to me. For example, that I teach English to adults, and I never finish the term, let's say a year, because we teach different levels, and our program is 14 weeks, so it's more or less 3 weeks and a half, 3 months and a half together. And also always we have new students, newcomers. So may we start in our program and we finish the 14 weeks, but the students change. I mean, we don't have the same student, hopefully, because it means they are moving to a different level. So they don't need to finish the 14 weeks. Sometimes they are moved to upper intermediate or advanced before finishing the 14 weeks because they are ready to do it. And yeah, sometimes when we want to introduce some topics or carry out any kind of plan, it's not the same if you have the opportunity to keep the same group during the whole term, let's say a semester or a year. So it could be the best way. But always we can start, and the most important thing is that the student can pick up something at least. And the next one, some self-care activities. They are adapted from Chicago Public Schools to work with the student in person or online, because nowadays, as we are having this conference online, so many times could be in person, many times could be online, but we can adapt them both perfectly. So what is easier for you to recognize the difference or the similarities with the others? What I usually do with the students in order to approach this topic is talking about the SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, through different short videos, so we can create kind of empathy and we can develop better the topic. So also explain, how do you recognize the other's feelings? This is a good question. What I usually do, or what I started to do it, better said, is ask questions to let the student think about instead of giving the answer, because sometimes I tend to give them the answer or say, well, this is a good way to recognize feelings. What do you think? Do you agree? You don't agree? Done. But then I thought, no, it's better if I just ask an open question and they can discuss in pairs or in groups. So they can bring ideas or experiences that we don't imagine, because every day the students surprise me a lot. And yesterday, when we were talking about teaching and learning, and the students say, you are the teacher, we are the learners, and I say, yeah, you're right, but believe me that many times we as a teacher, we learn more from you, because they teach me a lot about different cultures, because I teach a student from different cultures, different countries, different languages, different point of view. So this is empathy as well. Then before acting, do you think how the other person could feel? So of course that our actions or the result will not depend 100% of our actions, because we have a lot of factors that could be in between. But at least we have to act according to their beliefs, cultures, language, without the intention of offending people. What do you do during the week to nurture your spiritual health? Some people prefer to meditate, to do yoga, to play in sport, to watch series, to read a book, to be in silence for a while, to chat with their family or friends, to cook, to write, to take photograph, to walk in the park. Then how do you make time for exercise, and what kind of exercise do you like to do? Again, according to the culture, to the customs, to the possibilities, could be different. For example, yesterday I realized that people from Mongolia, they are fan of basketball. Like in Argentina, they are fan of football. I didn't know, because they started to say, I played basketball, and I said, wow, but Is so popular basketball in your country? Yes, it is. So then how do you care for yourself when you have had lots of homework to do? This made me think about discipline, about self-discipline, about being organized, how we organize the day, how we schedule our activities. The next one, what strategies do you use to eat healthy? Sometimes we know our weaknesses and we can design kind of strategies. So in order not to be tempted or not to eat what we don't have to do, have to eat, sorry. Then the next one is what morning routine helps you prepare emotionally for the day? Sometimes we wake up and we are grateful for the new day ahead, and we do some prayers, or we have a special ritual, or we have our tea or our coffee, or we do some exercise or meditation or yoga, depend on the person. Then what do you do with your friends or family to re-energize you? It's very important how we spend our time. If you have high vibes, that now is a tendency, high vibes, good vibes. If you have a good energy, if we have fun with our family and friends, then write your favorite self-care activity that has not been mentioned. We can have another activity that maybe is not mentioned here, but all of these kind of tips help us to improve and develop our empathy. As mentioned, that I want to show you this one. We start in the school as a teachers in the classroom. So if you see this wheel, you can see the importance of our work as a teacher, how this is going to impact the other levels, the other environment. We start in the classroom because it's what concerns us, but the children or teenagers or adults start in their houses with their family. But as a teacher, in the classroom, we can develop this empathy and emotional skills, because we are, I always say that I don't teach just English, I teach values, I teach students to be better citizens. So that's why we have to be aware of this emotional competence, not just the field that we are teaching in the classroom, let's say English, philosophy, math, literature, any field that you are teaching. But empathy, for me, is one of the best skills and competence that we have to be aware of, that we have to embrace, because it's going to impact in the whole school. Imagine if every teacher does the same in each classroom, then the whole school, families and communities, and in the end, it's the whole world. Doesn't matter the culture, doesn't matter the language. Is empathy, is respect for the other, is is put in the other shoes. And I remember something that when I was delivering a talk in Qatar last November, and I was talking about citizenship, and one teacher from Egypt, he asked me how can we teach our children, teenagers, to be a global citizenship if we have some things that for us are wrong, or things that we strongly believe. And that question really surprised me. And I say, from my point of view, everything starts with respect. If you respect, doesn't matter the differences, because we respect. I put in your shoes. I can see from your point of view. That is, for me, is the most important thing, because sometimes we tend to judge people, or to stereotype, or to generalize. But if you put in the other shoes, especially when you're teaching people from different countries and cultures, that's happened to me. And when we talk about, for example, celebrations at the end of the end of the year, we all have different events to celebrate. It's not just one. It's not just what I celebrate in my country. It's not just one. For me, I grew up, and my mother, my father, my tutor, my guardian taught me. There are a lot, and it's really nice when we can learn from others. We can understand, for example, tomorrow is, or today, the Lunar New Year. Then we have Ramadan as well. We have Easter as well. So we have a lot of celebrations, and it's nice to be open and to see from others' perspectives, and we can learn from the differences, and we can embrace the differences, and learn from similarities as well, share our similarities, because you see here how this impact in the community. It's not only in the classroom. The classroom is what concerns us, because we are teachers, and we have the power to change, or to at least to plant a seed in the students. So for me, this is a great opportunity. And let's move on, because I came back. Yeah. So here, if you have any other tip that you can feel that's going to help you to develop your empathy, feel free to add it. Which are the takeaways for this session? It's the possibility of increasing the social and emotional intelligence in education fields could be positive for a student community, which can practice empathy with their mates and seek an environment of cooperation, greater understanding of diversity, collaboration, inclusion, sense of belonging, and non-discrimination. Look at the words that I think you already know them, but are very important, especially if you work with teenagers, with children, or with adults that they move to a different country. That happened to me here. They are adults, but they are in a new country, and they behave like teenagers, because they are knowing each other, get to know each other. They are in a new environment, learning a language that they don't manage very well. And it's very important to make the student feel that they are belong. They are part of this society. We don't discriminate. Again, we put in other shoes. We see from their point of view. We feel with them, and we help them. I don't say that it's easy. It's not. Sometimes it's not very easy. But we have to try every day a little bit more, understand that we are one world, and collaborate each other as a teacher, as a colleagues. And I think that is very important to make the other person feel part of the group, of the community. This is a spectrum that runs from total self-absorption to notice them and begin to tune in, to empathize, to understand their needs, to having empathy, concern, and then compassionate actions. And we help them out, and we help us each other practicing empathy. And it's not the same a teacher that practice empathy with their student in the classroom that the teachers don't practice. You can see the difference, and the student also can feel the difference. And I swear, and by my experience, that the students feel the difference, because I have a student that they already had different teachers, and the student always speak. I mean, it's like a children that always say, "Mommy, this happened to me," or this. They always tell the truth, and the students are the same, and they tell us what happened before or what they expect, and from then you can learn if the previous teacher practiced empathy with them or not. And how the students remember, or how the children remember this kind of kindness, or this act of kind from the teacher, concern, if they feel part of the community or not. So that's why it's very relevant, this competence, when we are a teacher. Well, here we can see the work that I use for this presentation. And thank you very much for joining us. And please, I'm here to answer all your questions.
Thank you, Maria, for presenting about social emotional learning. I think that's something that's always a big topic in the world of not just education, but in the world of language learning. I did put, again, some great links for you to get a deeper understanding of social emotional learning. There are some great links to the SEL site, which is sponsored by CASEL. And Maria, I have a couple of questions for you about social emotional learning.
Sure.
And I did also put a link. We do need to see things from different perspectives when it does come to SEL, because there are still a lot of controversies about that in the world of education as well as language learning. So that's why I put a link to the pros and cons of SEL as well. So my first question to you is it the place of a language teacher to integrate SEL into language learning?
It's a very good question. I think it's not something that I compare this to pronunciation. We don't have a special class. Okay, morning everyone. Today we are going to learn from the phonemic chart. This is this sound, the other sound, schwa. So it's something that we develop every day, like pronunciation. Every day that we are learning a new vocabulary, we also write the phonetic of the word. We practice the pronunciation. We drill the pronunciation. So I think this is the same, or at least is what I do. Of course, there are topics that where you can put more emphasize. For example, when you are teaching CLIL, we teach topics, so we can choose a topic, and could be a topic about this, or a topic that the student can reflect about empathy, could be through SDG, Sustainable Development Goals. We have 17 SDGs, and
I did put a
perfectly
link. I did put a link in
yeah,
the chat box for that as
we
well.
can talk about empathy with the 17 SDGs. Also, when we have events or different celebration, through historic circles by UNESCO. For example, how do you celebrate birthday in your country? How do you imagine that you have a monolingual class, all from Egypt, all from the same country? How do you think in, and you choose maybe 5 different countries, I don't know, the US, Australia, South Africa, Japan, celebrate their birthday. Okay, let's Google, because sometimes according to the school or the country or the rules, the use of mobile phone is a big problem in the class, but we can turn this problem into an opportunity. Okay, Google how people in Japan celebrate birthday, how people in Japan celebrate New Year. Do they celebrate New Year? Do they celebrate Christmas? Do they celebrate Ramadan? Do they depend? So this is another way, through short films as well. So we are creating empathy. We are letting we are letting a student know that there are another reality that yeah, so they can understand, because sometimes we need to understand to I would not say respect, but if you understand, sometimes it's easier. We have to respect anyway. But
That's
if we
great.
understand
Yeah, that's
why,
fantastic.
now I got you. Great. Now, yeah, great. Now I understand, and I share mine as well. And yeah, this is the way that we can.
Well,
And
Maria, yeah,
English for me is the great vehicle, because it's a language that we can communicate each other. So using English, we are not only practicing English, but you are learning, we are empathizing. So yeah, it's like the big
Maria, I
combo.
come from a multi-ethnic background. My mother's German. My father is Spanish from Barcelona. I speak fluent Spanish, fluent German, but I'm an American, born and raised there. So, I can talk about different cultures. And I just want to end this by saying it's great when we're, doing social emotional learning to never forget. And I think it's better to start with intercultural awareness and talking about different cultures, how different cultures do things. I will actually make a post on this and your talk on social media about social emotional learning and how to approach that from the cultural aspect. And I did make a screenshot, put it in the chat box of some of the great questions that you can ask to start that conversation. I want to thank you, Maria, for coming today and talking about social and emotional learning. And I'm going to turn that back over to Mo so we can move on to our next speaker.
Thank you very much for having me, and looking forward to seeing you all soon. Thank you. Have a nice day ahead.
Gracias. Mo, we're back to you. Well, as we are getting ready, Mo, there you are.
Yes, I'm here. Yeah. So, hello again, everyone. And I'd like to thank Maria for her contributions to the conference. Thanks, Maria, for being part of this. And everyone, I'd like to say something about social emotional learning to summarize what has been said so far about it. Well, social emotional intelligence plays a really important role in the success of teachers and also the students by building positive relationships, effective communication, conflict resolution and classroom management, stress management and self-care, and fostering empathy. So to put this in, some particular points and summarize points, well, social emotional intelligence has lots of benefits for teachers like reduced stress and burnout, improved job satisfaction, increased sense of efficiency, and stronger working relationships with colleagues and parents. On the other side, for the students, it also has lots of benefits like improved academic performance, increased motivation and engagement, stronger social emotional skills, and better mental health and well-being. And by this, I'd like to thank Maria again once more. And let me tell you that our next talk will be with a speaker from Egypt. Sorry about that. He's a great colleague and friend. He's Shay Abu Yusuf, who is a lead teacher trainer and assessor at different international awarding bodies. He's also the founder of British Training Center, the sponsor of this conference, a validated course provider for Cambridge Assessment English, Trinity College London, and the Training Qualifications UK. Today, Shady is going to talk about Big Smart, Triple I, and AI in English language teaching. So, as a brief about this presentation, let me tell you something about it. Unlock the secrets of effective spoken grammar instruction in English language teaching with our session Speak Smart, explore the dynamic synergy of the Triple I framework and cutting-edge AI technology, empowering educators to elevate language fluency in engaging and innovative ways. So, everyone, let's join Shadi for an enlightening journey into the future of language education. So let me just check whether I've made him a co-host or not. Yes. So he is a co-host now. So hello.
Hi, Mohammed. Thank you so much for introducing me. It's lovely to see you again, and I'm really happy to be part of Educast this year. Such an amazing event. Happy to see the wonderful attendees for this session, and I hope that they can go back home with something that they they, they can put into practice, hopefully. Right, so do we start?
So is this lagging? Yes. So I think our speaker has some kind of connection issues.
Is my voice clear, Mo?
Oh, it's lagging a little bit. So yes, Teddy, are you there? Hello. So everyone, we're still waiting for Shady Abu Yusuf, till the connection is fixed. Yes, good morning. And everyone, I'd like to ask you to type in the chat box where you are joining us today. So we have people from Egypt, Oman, that's very good. Egypt, Georgia, Indonesia, Germany, Saudi Arabia, Saudi Arabia. Yes, that's good. It's always good to see people from different places, gathered to develop professionally and attend conferences and events. Yes, Egypt, India.
Mo, I'd like to ask our people here in the audience today uh, of how they're coming to us. Can we just get some feedback in the chat box? Are you coming to us from a smartphone? Are you on a laptop? Are you on a PC? That's very interesting for us in the age of smartphones. So if you could just answer the question, how are you coming to us today? Mobile phone, smartphone, laptop? Wow, look at all these people coming to us from their phone. Okay, this is great.
I might know why, because it's a day off, and it's a little bit early for them. So yes, I think that most of them are joining us from bed, not from not from yeah.
That's true. This is the one thing. I think, Mo, like when you and I are talking to each other, I'm usually on the sofa with my smartphone and we're chatting and things like that. So, smartphones and learning is really
Yeah.
important, I think. So it's great to know that most of our audience is coming today to us from a phone.
Yeah, mobile phones have made it easier for everyone, to attend even
Somebody
webinars, to
says
develop
learning on the
professionally.
go, learning on the go.
Yeah, learning on the go. Yeah, that's right. So, guys, we're still waiting for our speaker to rejoin us. He's just facing some technical issues. So, everyone, let me tell you a little bit about what we discussed so far in this conference till our speaker rejoins us.
Oh yeah, Mo. You know what?
Well,
I was just going to say, let us remind everybody that the conference is being recorded, and after the conference is finished, we're going to edit the videos. Uh, we're going to post them on YouTube and also on social media, so that you can have access to those videos one more time with some great links to complement what's being talked about. As you can see, we're adding links in the chat box to help you understand a little or go a little bit deeper. And we're talking about learning and deeper learning. That's what this is also about as well. And we're going to have a speaker today who talks about that as well, an expert on deeper learning. Now, that's not her topic today, but Maria Devu is going to be there today. And we
yeah,
know that Maria's topic is about deeper learning. So
exactly.
So, again, take the time to go to Educast YouTube site where we have a lot of great videos already uploaded for you to look at. If you missed something or if there's a talk you want to look at again, there's definitely a place for you to go. But we'll be posting those new videos from the talks that we have here on YouTube. So look out for that on social media and also the Educast LinkedIn site, as well as the Educast Facebook site as well. Oh, somebody's asking about a certificate. That's that question that we always get.
Yeah, everyone, you will get a certificate of participation, after a week. Yeah, in a week, because it takes some time to prepare them. But you have to fill out a form first, okay, in order to get your full names, so that I can use them, in creating the certificates or preparing them. So no worries about that.
I think
Please,
we got Shady
yeah,
back there again, so we can test that one more time. Shady, are you with us?
let's just wait for him. Yeah, he's here. He's here. Let me just make him a co-host because it's a different account.
Somebody's asking for a link
Sure.
to the.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hi, Ron.
Hello, Shady. I was looking forward to your talk. I was getting a little bit scared there.
Happy to see you again.
So let's get started again.
Yeah, sure. Okay, so Again, sorry for the inconvenience and the internet, Malaki. Right. Today, my talk will be about teaching grammar, specifically spoken grammar. So let me share the screen. Just 1 second. Here we are. Okay. And I'll be talking, the title is Triple I and AI. Now, the first question is, what is the Triple I framework? Now, again, we've got different frameworks for teaching language, right? There are frameworks for teaching skills, but the focus today is about frameworks for teaching language. And actually, when we teach courses like CELTA, TEFL, we talk about some basic frameworks. We don't cover everything, but we try to talk about the basic frameworks that will get you inside the classroom to do a good job. And but again, the Triple I framework is one of the frameworks that we don't usually talk about when it comes, to level 5 courses. It's not so common that we talk about this one. So what is the Triple I framework? And I would say it's a framework focusing on teaching spoken grammar. Now, so it's a language framework. What do we mean by a language framework? When we say a language framework, we say that usually this term is used to talk about teaching pronunciation, teaching grammar, teaching functional language, teaching vocabulary. Now, what we're saying here is the Triple I framework is used to teaching spoken grammar. Now, is there a difference between spoken grammar and written grammar? Well, of course, there is a difference, okay? And the main difference is actually inequality. Like grammar is used for everything, and the grammar you use, for example, for writing an academic essay is not the same grammar that you use when you're speaking. So the focus of this framework is for spoken grammar, conversation, okay, which is, again, I mean, usually it's what most students need, because a lot of the students will come to you and they want to be able to speak and have a conversation in a good way with other people. Right, so moving from there, the question is, do we have other language frameworks? Again, yes, famous ones are test, teach, test, present, practice, produce, text-based presentation. So these are 3 frameworks that we talk a lot about when we are delivering CELTA courses and TEFL courses, and we try to make sure that candidates know how to handle these 3. And to talk quickly about them, test, teach, test is about starting, okay, your lesson after the lead-in, of course, with a test, testing how much knowledge your students have. And then you come to present, practice, produce, and this is when you start presenting a language after the leading. And then we come to text-based presentation, and this is when you go after the leading to a text, and from that text you start, focusing on the grammatical items or the lexical items inside the text. Right, so these are, okay, the 3 famous ones that we talk a lot about in teacher training courses at level 5. And again, but today the talk is about the Triple I framework. But the question is, which framework is closer to the Triple I? And is it the TTT framework? Is it the PPP framework? Or is it the text-based presentation framework? And my friends, the answer is, okay, what is so close is actually the text-based presentation framework, okay? And again, why the text-based presentation framework? Okay, so on your left is the text-based presentation framework. On your right is the Triple I framework. And excuse me for the mistake up there. It's not text-based, but it's the Triple I framework on the right. Okay, so we'll fix that later in the presentation. Now let's look at the text-based presentation and the Triple I framework. Why are they so close? Now, in the text-based presentation, you start with a leading, and then you move to exposure. And in the exposure stage, it's about giving your students a reading passage. And they read this passage, answer some questions, and then they come to highlighting and clarification, where you highlight the grammar in the text or the lexis in the text, and then you clarify it, and then practice comes after that. Now, this is very close to the III framework. In the III framework, we have 3 main stages: illustration, interaction, and induction. And actually, the illustration stage is about also exposing students to texts where grammar is spoken and giving that to students so that they can go through it and see how grammar works, okay, in real texts and real context. Right. So the closest framework to the III is text-based presentation. You can say that the III framework is a kind of a text-based presentation. Now let's go through the stages of the III framework. And again, it's very important to understand how every stage works if you want to take that later and use it inside your classroom and teach English with it. Someone might say, Shadi, and what is the advantage of having more than framework to teach the same thing? Well, the advantage is making your classroom interesting, because it's a big sin that your students are bored in your class, right? So, and that's why we have different ways of teaching language, because if it is one way and you use it every time, well, you end up having bored students, and that's not nice. Right, so illustration, what do we mean by this stage? It's actually for the sake of providing students with real data on a spoken grammar. Now let's talk a bit about real data here on a spoken grammar. So the idea here, my friends, is that you are going to show your students real text where grammar is used. Someone might say, Shadi, what do you mean by real texts where grammar is used? What do you mean by that? And I would say, I mean by this is that you are going, for example, to go to a movie script, bring that, and you know that this part of the movie script, for example, contains maybe past simple or present perfect continuous, or maybe used to, or maybe conditionals. And then you bring not only one text, more than a text, and you use these texts to introduce the grammar rules to your students. Well, someone say, but hey, wait a minute, that takes a lot of preparation. You know, I mean, and where are we going to get those real texts from? Well, I mean, before AI, we used to go to websites for corpus data, and I'm going also to share some of these links with you later, where you can go to a film corpus, and you have millions of texts available for you, where you can search and get what you want from there. But again, it will also remain, there will also be another problem, which is the difficulty of the text, which is always a point of discussion between people. And it's, when I bring an authentic text, it will be too difficult for my students. And if I grade it, then it becomes not authentic. So it's just like this game all the time. Well, I mean, if you want to go with the ideal III, then you will bring a real text, and then you can grade the tasks, like make the tasks easier so they can go with lower levels. If you want to go, okay, with a shallow end version of the III, then you can use AI technology in generating conversational texts where the grammar rules you want are used, as examples, and then you can use these texts. Let me show you an example of the illustration stage. Like, for example, look at this. This is something that is a text that is generated by ChatGPT. And it's a conversation between two people, Layla and Sally. And if you read the conversation, okay, let's read part of it. She says, "Hi, Sally, how's your job at the marketing firm? Hey, Layla, it's been crazy lately. I have been working on a new campaign. And actually, this is my target. I have been working on, okay, my plan is to teach present perfect continuous." And then Layla said, "Impressive, any progress?" She said, "Yeah, we finalized the concept and started creating content. Launch is next month, so there is still a lot to do." And then Layla said, "Good luck with that. I have been teaching English at the Language Institute for 5 years now." So we've got a couple of examples. Not only that, I asked for another conversation and I was given this. "How have you been finding teaching at the Language Institute?" "I have been working with my students," you know, and it goes like that. And a third one. So I use ChatGPT to create 3 conversations. And every conversation carries a couple of examples of the present perfect continuous. Now, someone might say, "Shadi, why 3 conversations? Why not 1?" Because one of the features of the III framework that you give your students different texts. And ChatGPT can help you so much with that because you can feed it in. You can say, "I want a conversation about jobs for intermediate students. And I want the present perfect continuous to be used in a natural way in that text." And then boom, you have a text, and then you can have also another text, okay, another conversation and another conversation. Now, someone might say, what do we do with these conversations in classroom? How do we use them? And the simple answer is you give them to your students and you ask them normal questions about these, like, what is Layla doing? I mean, what's her job? What she's been, normal questions that will get your students to read the 3 texts and answer them first. And that would be a very good step at the very beginning. And while they're reading, they can see the present perfect continuous in action there. So it is very close to the exposure stage in a text-based presentation lesson. Right, now, once you're ready, okay, with this part, and you're done with the illustration part, you go to the interaction part. So now students worked with 3 different texts, and they have been exposed heavily, okay, to present perfect continuous in action. Now the interaction part comes in. And the interaction stage is to provide students with opportunities to discuss, share opinions, and observation on spoken grammar in context. So here, the name interaction is a bit tricky because someone might think that, oh, I will get my students now to engage in a freer practice task. No, it's not about engaging in a freer practice task. It's about actually sitting and discussing the use of the present perfect continuous. It's as if students are discussing actually grammar. They will be talking about grammar. Okay, right. So how? Look at this. So here is the same text, but this time I highlighted the present perfect continuous for my students in the 3 conversations. So in every conversation, present perfect continuous is highlighted. Now, what do I say to my students? I would say, now we'll go back to the texts we studied before. What I want you to do, you see the highlighted structures. I want you to talk together about the meaning highlighted sentences. So now students need to read, I have been working on a new campaign, and then they need to talk about the meaning of that. What does that mean in terms of grammar? And they need also to discuss the structure. What is the structure of this? Now, so again, when they start discussing, when they start talking about the structure, someone might say, Shadi, but they can make mistakes. They're students, finally. If they're going to talk about the grammar themselves, you know, and they're going to talk about the structure and the meaning, there might be wrong answers, and they will listen to each other, and that will be bad. I would say, no, discussions are fine, because your role, okay, will come in, and you're going to ask your students about what they have discussed and what they have said, okay, and that kind of thing. So again, your role will come in, but after they finish discussing grammar themselves. So it's a very student-centered approach to teaching grammar, where you're not a presenter anymore. Students are discussing everything. Someone say, Shadi, and will they be able to do so? Remember that you gave them 3 texts and they work through them, and these texts will make the meaning pretty clear. And if there are misconceptions, it will be your role to fix that and to talk about it and to tell the students that no, it doesn't mean this here, it means that. So that's the interaction stage. So we start with the leading, and we know what a leading is for generating, you know, students' interest in the text. And then you move from the leading, you go to the illustration, where you give not only one text, but many texts to your students. And then you move after that from the illustration stage to the interaction stage, where you get your students to talk, but talk about what they talk about. Grammar here is their topic. And then after that, we come, my friends, to the induction stage. Now, what is the induction stage? And I would say the induction stage is the replacement of your teaching. Or as we say, there are 3 ways of teaching grammar, right? Sometimes you teach grammar by explanation, which is kind of direct teaching, the sort of teaching that we don't prefer so much, especially if it is the only way you use all the time. The second thing is guided discovery, which is divided between you and the students, so it's a kind of a discussion. And a third way, which is self-directed discovery, where you give questions to students, and through these questions, they discover the rules, and they discover grammar, and they discover everything you want. And this is what the induction stage is about. So it's about helping learners come up with the targeted grammar rules. So again, that's a very student-centered framework for teaching grammar. So again, quickly, before I talk about the induction. So lead in first. You grabbed your students' attention to the topic. And then after that, illustration. You gave them texts and you asked them about these texts. Not only one, maybe 3 conversations, okay? And they go through them and they answer questions. And all the 3 conversations are carrying the grammar you want to teach. Illustration is over, you go to interaction. The same 3 texts, but with the grammar highlighted. And the students ask each other questions about the grammar, the meaning and the structure. And then you come to the induction part. In the induction part, you will try to consolidate what students discussed in the previous stage. So it is time now to focus on grammar, but in a very student-centered approach. How? By turning all grammar information into questions. So instead of you as the teacher saying, oh, look, my friends, present perfect continuous, it's tense, you know, it's about actions that started in the past and still in the present and maybe will continue into the future. No. You're going to change all that into questions and give these questions to students. Like what? Like this one. If you questions about meaning, like you can take your CCQs and you can write them and get students to answer them. like this one. Ahmed is saying, hey, Layla, it's been quite interesting. I've been working as a computer programmer for a few months now. You can give them this sentence, which is taken from the text, and put these 3 questions. Did Ahmed start his job in the past? Is he still a computer programmer? Are we talking about past, present, or future? Right? And again, you give that, my friends, to your students to answer. And then when you finish, they check in pairs, they work in groups, and then after that, it's your feedback. So your actual teaching will be clear in your feedback, but students will discover everything themselves. And the same thing with form. You can give it in question types like MCQs, for example. What is the correct structure of the present perfect continuous tense? Is it have been plus present participle and plus past participle will be da 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 da? Which sentence is in the present perfect continuous tense? And things will go this way. And again, right, choose the sentence that uses the present perfect continuous. Which option correctly completes the sentence? So you're turning your teaching into questions, and you're giving these questions to students to answer. And of course, when you give feedback, students will be able to know exactly what the form of the present perfect continuous is, what the meaning is, all that stuff. Pronunciation also can be taught the same way. So for example, in present perfect continuous, if you want to teach sentence stress, you might say to your students, listen and underline the stressed words in the following sentences. Because you want to teach, for example, your students that in the present perfect continuous, we do not stress have, we do not stress been, we actually stress the main verb, which is working. For example, so they say, I've been working on a new campaign, and da 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 da, and the students put, the word, the sentence is stress, and then, okay, you talk with them and you give them feedback. So, quickly again. So, illustration, interaction, induction. Illustration, give 3 texts or more, depending on how much time you have. Get the students to work with them and answer questions about them. Then from the illustration, interaction, get them to discuss the highlighted grammatical sentences in your text. And then induction, turn your teaching into questions so that the students discover the target language. And finally, to end a lesson with the III framework, of course, move to usage, get the students to talk about and discuss questions where the target language will be included. For example, you might end a lesson on a present perfect continuous with discussion questions, like how long have you been working in your current job? That's an open question. And then, but again, at the same time, in order for students to answer, they will be using the present perfect continuous, and then they will use other tenses, of course. What tasks have you been focused on recently at work? Have you been enjoying your job lately? Why not? What skills have you been developing? So you will notice that in all questions, the target language is used in order to encourage students to use it when they're practicing their language freely. So my friends, if we are going to compare the III frameworks to other frameworks, we can say that, well, it's different from PPP, of course, because in PPP, you don't have a text. And in TTT, you have a test at the beginning and then you focus. So it's completely different from these two. But we can say that it is a kind of text-based presentation because texts are used, but also in a different way. Like, for example, in the III framework, your teaching has to be self-directed discovery, which is what we call induction. Like, you don't teach directly, you move it to students. There is this interaction stage where students have to discuss the grammatical rules themselves. Right. So, my friends, I came to the end of this presentation, but let me say quickly that two things will help you so much with creating a good IIII lesson. You have two approaches. You can either use authentic texts, and that would be also amazing, but you have to be careful not to give something too difficult for your students, okay? And you will have to either, if you grade the text, it's not authentic anymore, but you can grade the task, make the tasks easier. Or ChatGPT can present an endless source of texts that can be graded at any level in a second and used for the sake of this framework. I hope you enjoyed this presentation. And again, I hope there was a bit more time so that we can, have hands-on practice. But again, it's a 45-minute presentation. I guess I'll leave time for questions. And yeah, is Ron here? Oh, thank you, Myrna.
Yes, we're here. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Ron, are you there?
Here I am. And Shady, I have some questions.
Yes.
But I do want to say one more time for everybody in the audience, please look into the chat box. I did put some links related to what Shady was talking about. And he mentioned guided discussions. And if you're looking at the screen right now, you can see a wonderful example of a guided discussion. By asking questions. And we can also see here with this wonderful example of guided discussion, that it's spoken grammar. And I would say, excuse me, that one of the best ways to do guided discussions, as Shady is doing it here with questions, because that is guided discussion, is to create an interview, have students interview each other, have them formulate the questions and just speak it and create some interaction and collaborative learning as well. But this is such a great example of what we see here on the screen. And if you don't mind, Shady, I'm going to just take a screenshot of that. So if you could leave that up there. But Shady, my question to you about is because I just gave an example of how to kind of do guided discussion. So my question concentrates on guided discussion. Are there any other examples that you can give us of how to do guided discussion in the classroom, of course, emphasizing spoken grammar?
Okay. Well, I would say when it comes to asking students or giving them tasks to do on their own, I would say, again, in the induction part, where you change what would be your direct teaching into questions, there are so many things. It can be, you can, for example, in meaning, it can be true or false. Like, for example, you've got the present perfect continuous, and then you give them, does it mean da 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 da, or it means this or this or that, and then a list of questions, and then you give that to them. Think on your own first. Done. Discuss together. Okay, and then your role will come in. So, what about the first one? What do you think? Is it the first meaning or the second meaning? Is this one or that one? So this way, you're throwing everything at students. They discover themselves, and then they come back to you, and finally you discuss together. You consolidate good answers, and you confirm good answers, and then you discuss the rest. You can even do that with, of course, the structure is the easiest, because in a structure, you can even give them part of the structure, they complete the other part.
Definitely.
Or you get, yeah.
I was just going to add to that by, for me, I think it's really important when we get a little example like we see here on the screen, is for the teacher or even have the students do a true and false little quiz, because if we get especially a lot of emphasis on false, because we get them to negate grammar. And that's really important too, learning not just the positive forms of grammar, but also the negative spoken forms of grammar. So I think that's also a great idea. Well, was the question I had for Shady. I'm going to turn that back over to Mo because we want to keep on time here. Shady, thanks again for taking your time and coming to the conference. So back to you, Mo.
Okay, so thanks a lot, Shady, for this wonderful contribution to the conference and also being willing to be a sponsor for the conference through British Training Center. And before, picking some questions from the chat box, I'd like to ask you to tell the people about the surprises and gifts British, is preparing for the attendee of the conference here.
Oh yes, I mean, I guess we agreed with Educast International Association that there will be free courses, okay, given to people sharing in the conference, and we talked about 5 main programs, haven't we? Right? And again, and these will be completely free programs. I don't know how, of course, it will be Mo's job, okay, to tell you how this is going to happen and how people will be chosen, but we'll be very happy. And these are TEFL courses, and for people who did a TEFL course, then we're ready also to deliver a diploma in TESOL by Training Qualifications UK. So we'll be very happy that these courses will be available for 5 of the conference attendees.
Yeah, that's fantastic indeed. Yeah, and let me tell you, everyone, that we also through Educast offer 25% discount over the courses that we provide, and also there will be some lucky winners who will get a free copy of my recently published book about in the integration of life skills in English language teaching. So let's get some questions from the chat box, and we have a question from Selma Tariq, and she's asking, so we put a text at the beginning to illustrate the rule, then highlight the target language.
Well, I mean, the first text, look, I mean, grammar appears in natural text in reality. And again, it's very healthy that students will see, okay, text, but remember, this framework is for teaching spoken grammar. So these texts have to be spoken texts. That's why dialogues are preferred, conversations, that sort of stuff, movie script, wonderful. And remember, do not jump to grammar immediately in the illustration stage. In the illustration stage, it's just questions about the text, like what is Layla doing? I mean, what's Jean, doing? Where is da 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 da? So just questions to get students to read these texts. But later, these texts will be used to compare grammar, and that's why it's always advisable that there are more than one text, like you have 2 or 3.
Yeah. Another question here from the same person. Is there a difference between the spoken and written grammar?
Of course, yes. I mean, think about the grammar you use when you are writing an essay and the grammar you use when you're speaking, right? Yes, it's not the same grammar. And some grammatical structures, to be honest, appear mostly in written form. You don't even use them when you're speaking. And if you use them when you're speaking, you sound weird. So yes, there is a difference. And also remember, like for example, ellipsis. We use ellipsis a lot when we are speaking. We don't use it when we're writing. So again, that's just one example. Sometimes we use half sentences. I mean, and it's fine when you're speaking, but you can't do that when you're writing. False starts. There are so many differences. Yeah.
Okay, we have another question here from Fiona, and she said, could you please shed some light on any techniques to teach grammar when students are anxious and backward with withdrawing? I can't hear you. I don't know why.
Go on. I don't know.
Yeah. Again, the question is, could you please shed some light on any techniques to teach grammar when students are anxious and they are always trying to withdraw.
Well, can you repeat the question one more time, because part of it was missed again?
Okay, again. What about the techniques of teaching grammar to students who are anxious, who are afraid of
Ah,
grammar?
okay, wonderful. Right. Again, I would say, right, what we talked about today is a wonderful framework. I would say for students who hate grammar, it's very good because, again, look, the first thing they do, they're dealing with text, spoken text. So no anxiety here. You're not, you're not pushing them anywhere. And then in the interaction part, they talk with their partners. It's like they're asking each other, and that's the most comfortable situation for students. That's a very safe environment when they talk to their friends. So they're talking to the friends, they're asking them about, what does this mean? What does that mean? What is the structure here? By the time they even come, to the induction part, they got most of the answers from their friends. So, and when they come to the induction part, you give them that in very simple questions. And again, they're going to talk together with their partners, which is very safe again. So I guess that the triple I framework is very, very good for students who might be anxious, because you're not putting them under any pressure. Because as a teacher, you're out of the discussion most of the time. You just come in when it's feedback time and check in what the students discussed. But there is no confrontation between a teacher, and it's because we know that the level of the students' anxiety goes up when they're talking to their teacher, but it goes down when they're talking to each other. So that's also a plus here.
Yeah, and Shadi, this reminds me of something really important. It always depends on the context. If you're using a compelling context, maybe and this reminds me of the context build framework. If you're using some visuals, then engage the learners from the very beginning and ask them to form a story. Maybe it can be a personalized story. The students can tell stories about themselves, and then you use this context for teaching the grammar lesson, and this should be really useful and helpful for the learners in order not to feel anxious, not to feel worried about learning grammar or anything. Someone also mentioned in the chat box that gamifying grammar lessons would be fine for this for this case. So yes, using games
Yeah,
and all of this stuff might be really useful for this.
of course, yeah, totally agree.
Okay, another question. It's irrelevant, actually. It's about teaching writing. So I think we have the product, the process, and the genre approaches. So they are all different from each other. So yes, what about Oxford Discover Grammar Series? I'm using it to teach different levels.
Well, I mean, I can't judge course books here unless I have a look at them and see them, right? But of course, Oxford series, I mean, written by professional people for sure. But I can't evaluate something that I can't see. So sorry about that.
I'd like to
That
add
is
that
fine.
the example we still see on the screen here does use the present perfect continuous here, and that's a great example. But my suggestion is, keep it as realistic as possible, because in everyday life, people do not go around speaking in the present perfect. Okay, so you might want to use mixed grammar questions, and maybe something with the past, maybe the present, and some future. So and just keep it simple in the beginning, with not too much emphasis on just one form of grammar, because we do know in reality, people do not go around speaking in the present perfect all day long.
Yeah, well, I mean, again, Ron said something very, very important, and I would stress what he said, especially when you are coming up with your own texts. Like, be careful, because sometimes you would feed in AI with information and say, "I want this conversation to have present perfect continuous," and then it is used more than how it should be, and then the whole text would come out unnatural. So be careful of that part. And again, yes, as teachers, we're always in that conflict at the very end of the lesson. We want our students to be using the target language, but at the same time, we want it to happen in a natural way, right? It's just, so yeah, I mean, I totally agree. So do not force your students that your answers have to be in the present perfect continuous, because that would be wrong, right? Maybe if I'm asking someone, how long have you been teaching? The first sentence only will be in the present perfect continuous, but everything would come later would be in other tenses, of course, or it will be unnatural. Yes, thank you so much for the comment, Fran.
Yeah, we have another question here. I think it's the last one because we're running out of time. What can we do with the students who already know the structure, but they don't use it in writing or speaking?
What will we do with, again,
with the structures the students already know, but they don't often use them in writing or speaking?
Okay, well, I mean, yeah, I mean, I see where the problem is, and usually it is faced a lot in some communities where traditional teaching happens in so many schools where students are very strong with grammar in terms of knowledge, but not in terms of practice. And then when they come to take courses and you start teaching them these new structures, they say, no, wait a minute, we know everything, we studied that before. And then it becomes a conflict because you start telling them, but hey, well, I know you studied these before, but you don't use them in speaking. So it's kind of deactivated knowledge. I would say make sure that those students understand that there is a big difference between knowing grammar and using it, because sometimes this causes a lot of conflict, and sometimes parents, you will find parents contacting you and contacting the school and telling people that my son doesn't learn anything new. It's just because they don't differentiate between practice and knowing. There's a big difference between these two. So again, be clear about that, so that makes students understand your strategy and why you're teaching these again. And of course, provide them with a lot of free practice tasks that would make them able to use the language. And if you feel while teaching those students that they know a grammar rule, then don't flog the dead horse. Like, say it quickly and move on to the practice tasks. If students know, and then there is no need to land on grammar for a long time. And usually, I mean, when teaching grammar, we would say in a 45-minute lesson, don't spend more than 5 minutes presenting grammar. Leave the rest of the time for practice.
Yeah. So, Shady, because you're talking about teaching grammar and also AI, and lots of great speakers talked about AI already in this conference. Let me tell the people something in brief about AI and how they can use it in planning grammar lessons or even teaching grammar lessons, because AI can provide personalized lesson plans, as it can analyze student performance data and learning styles to suggest personalized grammar lessons tailored to individual needs. And this could involve, recommending specific exercises, practice problems, and learning resources for each student. It can also provide dynamic curriculum adaptation, as it can continuously monitor student progress and adjust the grammar curriculum in real time, ensuring students are challenged but not overwhelmed. Otherwise, you lose them forever. And it also can help you with content creation. You can use AI to generate grammar exercises, worksheets, quizzes, and also content, that are tailored for the students' levels and their needs. And this saves teachers valuable time and allows them to focus on more creative aspects of lesson planning. Last but not least, regarding planning, finding relevant resources that can provide you with lots of resources that are relevant to your needs and your students' needs. Regarding teaching, they can provide you with interactive grammar practice, automated error correction, differentiated instruction, and this is what you have just been talking about. And last but not least, data-driven insights, as it can analyze student data from grammar exercises and activities to identify areas of strength and weakness, providing valuable insights for teachers to inform their instructional strategies. So by this, I'd like to thank you a lot, Dr. Shady, for being part of this, and of course, thanking British for being a sponsor for this conference with offering the attendees of the conference lots of gifts and surprises at the end of the conference. So everyone, don't go anywhere. Please stay till the end of this conference because I'm sure that lots of you will be winners today, you know, by just taking free courses or taking discounts over some other courses, taking free books, and also learning from experts and their insights from all around the world. Thanks again.
Thanks so much. Thanks. Bye. Thank you.
And I would just like, Shady, please put a link to
Yes.
your internet site here in the chat box
Exactly.
for the audience so they can see who you are and what you do.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
And so that moves us on, Mo, to our next speaker.
So, Ron, our next speaker is a previous colleague of mine, and she used to be a speaker in the previous conference, and she talked about a really important topic. She's Noha Hilmi, and she is the head of the testing unit at Forest University in Alexandria. She taught in different teaching contexts. She trained teachers. She used to be an assessment specialist, and now she is the head of the testing unit at Forest University in Alexandria. And today, Noha is going to talk about something really important, and I think it's about something related to classroom management. So let's listen to what Noha has to say today because we already took some parts of her session today. We're already 8 minutes late. So I hope that she forgives me for that. But we had lots of comments, lots of questions. So Noha, now you are a co-host. Whenever you're ready to share your screen, please do it. The floor is all yours.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Mohammed, for this introduction. It's my pleasure to be with you today. And yes, it's my second time, to participate in your conference. I did a talk last year with you about the WBT, and it's over there on YouTube, of course. And this year, actually, I'm gonna talk about a new technique from the WBT again. It's like a treasure box full of interesting techniques that teachers can use with their students to teach engaging and interesting lessons, and also to minimize their engagement and manage their classrooms. So let me share my screen with you. Yeah. Can you see my screen?
Yeah, it's loading.
Okay, it's loading. Just
now
tell
we
me
can
when
see it. Yeah.
you can
Yeah,
see
just
it. Okay.
go on presenter mode.
Okay, right, perfect. So today I'm going to talk to you about differentiation of learning, but from a totally new angle. Okay, and again, as I said, in the light of the whole brain teaching method, or the WBT. And for those who are not familiar with the whole brain teaching method or the WBT, let me tell you that it's a new trend. Not that new, but it was founded in 1999 by 3 Southern California teachers, and it has proven great success since then, especially in the USA, with all teachers who teach from pre-K to 12. So how amazing is that? And let me also tell you that I use many of their techniques in my teaching context, which is the higher educational context. And my students loved it a lot. I just want to start my slideshow, but for some reason it doesn't start. I'm not sure why.
I think you can use, this button below the screen on the right
Okay,
corner.
yes. I'm trying to do it, the other way. Okay. Yes, great.
So you have to, yes, excellent. That's right. Yes, now it's ready.
Okay, great. So we all have these two students in our classes, correct? The fast rabbit and the slow turtle. So what happens at the end of the day when they race against each other? I want you to share your ideas in the chat box, please. So you can, again, you can share your ideas, okay, in the chat box.
I'd like to add that by looking at the picture, Noah, we can see that we have maybe some presumptions that the rabbit's going to beat the turtle in the race.
Yeah. Okay, that's what would happen, correct? Yeah, but I want the other teachers to share their ideas, but it's okay. We have other common questions. Okay, so let's move on. So what happens when these two race against each other? Of course, the fast rabbit gets an A and the slow turtle gets an F, correct? Mostly. Okay, so next day, same race, same issues. The fast rabbit wins and the slow turtle loses, correct? So what do you think will happen to these two students after a few races? Just, throw me words in the chat box. Yes, I like what Paul said, that the turtle, the turtle, yeah, will always think that he can't do anything in advance, correct? Slow turtle should be given more importance to balance the equation. A frustrated turtle, very good. Okay, maybe both unhappy. The fast finisher is bored, the turtle frustrated, excellent. Arrogant rabbit, yeah, why not? The turtle will not be interesting in learning, excellent, yeah, correct. The turtle will lose confidence, yeah. Okay, very great answers, thank you so much. Yes, okay, so the fast rabbit will start to think that he doesn't really have to run hard because he's still gonna win. And the slow turtle begins to loof, stop working, because he knows he's never gonna win. Okay, so what should I bother? Okay, so this is the race we put our student through every day. Alice, every day we race our students to unattainable goals. And these are our regular classrooms, and these are our systems, correct? So we always write in our lesson plans, by the end of the day, students will be able to okay, all students. We expect this aim to be achieved, okay, by all students by the end of the lesson. But that this match the equity we strive for, because this is not the definition of the equity, okay? So equity is about giving fair chances to all students in regard to their own abilities, okay? So what's the solution to this? Okay, what should we do as teachers to change this? The solution is to start rewarding for improvement and not for ability. So students race against themselves, not against their classmates. So in this case, every racer wins. And by this, we mean that they are racing to beat their own records. So now the slow turtle has to get done with the first race, not to win it, but simply to break his own record, okay? So his curve, the most important thing here in this equation is that the curve of the slow turtle is going up, okay? So as you can see his grades, if in January he was a B minus, then in February now, he started to break the record and now he is B plus and so on. So if we want to compare between what happens in the traditional context and what happens when we use this WBT idea, okay, we'll find that in traditional education, rewarding is for ability, okay? And that results in the same students winning recognition year after year. okay? So our brightest kids skate by with minimum effort, while less talented pupils, of course, bail out of a race that the system has told them they cannot win. But in WBT, okay, the primary goal is to reward students for improvement, not ability. So the teachers praise excellent effort more than excellent work. Teachers nourish growth rather than innate talent. And of course, this would suit every child, even the specially ed children, special needs. To gifted, they can be equally successful. Okay, how are we going to do this in a typical classroom? Okay, in his book, Fast Track 7 Steps to Teaching Heaven, Chris Beffel introduces the super improver wall in his first chapter. Let me introduce this idea for you. And this idea is based on the idea of gamification, okay? It's about transform your class into a living video game by creating a 14-level super improvement ladder in your classroom. So as you can see, you have here a ladder that starts from bottom to top, okay? We have the turtle, then the penguin, kangaroo, panda, wolf, tiger, cheetah, black marlin, red hawk, bronze hawk, silver hawk, gold hawk, peregrine falcon, and then we have something called the alpha hawk. And of course, so we start with the turtle and ends with the peregrine falcon. And each level is a different color showing the level name and a number. And this number represents the number of the stars a student needs to move up to the next level. So we're gonna develop this super improver ladder to what we call a super improver wall. I'll walk you through this step by step. So we created the super improver ladder. Then we're gonna put on the right side of it, for example, the students' names or their numbers in the name list, okay, as you can see. Then you're gonna put the target of the lesson or the target of the day that you want your students to work on. Okay, let's say, for example, here it's rule number 1. This is, you can change this, by the way. So here, to paraphrase more, okay, the blue arrow represents the focus for the day. And the red arrow represents other goals. So you can add actually more than one goal, okay? And during the day, you should be praising for excellent effort more than excellent work and grant stars according to this. You can play the game 3 times a day, okay? You can play it in the morning, after recess, toward the end of the day, okay? That could be the best choice, or less once a day, okay? Or you can choose even not to play today, okay? So you are, as teachers, are in the control of the game. The game does not control you, okay? You decide when to play and when to practice. So you have to let your students understand that, yes, this is a game that we play from now and then, but everything in between is practice. Okay, so this is the view, okay, or the display of one of our super improver walls after a while. So as you can see, students 5, 10, and 12, okay, they moved from the turtle level to the penguin level. And that means that they earned 5 stars in the turtle level. So they succeeded in moving or leveling up from turtle to penguin. In this case, as you can see, their card color changes. Okay, so now it's blue because the penguin level is blue. Okay, what about students 1? He still needs 2 stars to level up to the penguin level. So this is another display to the super improver wall. And as you can see, we can see here students still in the turtle level, students move to the penguin level, and students manage to move to the kangaroo level. Okay? Okay. And as you can see also, the number next to the name, it resembles the number of the stars they earned. And here, the target here is the need capital. So you can change the targets, as we said, as you wish, according to your lesson aims. Sorry. So what happens when we change the cards of students when leveling up from level to level? Actually, when this happens, let's take Jack as an example. Okay, so Jack now is a blue penguin on the ladder. Okay, so when Jack, okay, moved from turtle to penguin, we take off, okay, the card of the turtle level, okay, and we give it to him. He take it back to his home, talks about it to his parents and the people with him at home, okay, talk about his outstanding achievement and communicate with his parents, and then we give him the new card, or put on the new card, the green kangaroo or the blue penguin goes onto the wall in the same place. Okay, so we talked about the pre-K to the 5th grade super improver ladder. What about the upper levels, okay, from 6 to 12, for example? Actually, from 6 to 12, you can use another ladder. So you can change the theme, okay, of the ladder. So from pre-K to 5th grade, the WBT chose the animal theme to be the theme of the ladder. From 6 to 12, okay, they chose the sports theme to be the theme of the ladder. But I would say you as a teacher, use your own creativity, okay? Choose whatever theme you want for your ladder. I wouldn't go as a teacher for any of these 2 ladders, because my students won't be familiar with both themes, especially with some names and expressions in the ladder. Okay, so for example, some animals in the pre to 5th grade level ladder, sorry, some animals are not related to our environment, so we are not familiar with these animals. So why should I put these animals in my ladder? Change, okay? And I'm going to show you 2 videos of 2 teachers who used this idea, but they added their own touches and creativity to their ladders. Okay? Let's watch this teacher.
Hi, 4th graders.
Can you hear the video? Can you hear the voice? Can you write me in the chat box?
Yes, your voice is clear. Yeah,
Okay,
and
great.
but I think the people are still typing.
Okay, right. Okay, great. Okay, I'm gonna turn on the video.
And I'm here today to talk to you about something that we have in our classroom called the Super Improver
Sorry.
Ball. And as you can see behind me, we have a chart. And on this chart, we have cards that have each of our students' names on them. And some of them have already earned stickers on our Super Improver wall. Some of you, if you went to Ellis, might have used this system last year. But for any of you who are not familiar with it, I'll explain how it works. Over on the side here, we have a chart that starts at the beginning level, which we call Caterpillar, and it moves all the way up throughout the year, where students can earn their way all the way up to Eagle, which is our school mascot. So what you want to try to do is you want to try to do wonderful things, working hard on your schoolwork, helping others, showing outstanding character, things like that, making improvements in some of your goals. Maybe you move up a level in extra math or do things like that. you will earn a sticker. And when you get 10 stickers on a card, you will move up to the next level. Your goal is to keep moving up throughout the school year so that you have an opportunity to become one of these people, which are the living legends that we've had in our classroom. We've been using this system in our classroom since 2015, and that year Isabella Winterborough earned her way up to being a living legend. The next year we had Rain Jacob, and both those girls ended up being valedictorians of their class at MG, which means they were the top student at MG, which is pretty cool that they were living legends in 4th grade. And then we have Eric Perschbacher and Kylie Bagby. So we had 2 students that made this in 2017. And then 2019, Abby Bagby. And last year, we had Kylie Oliver who made that recognition. So even though we're doing remote learning this year, we still want to use our Super Improver Wall to be able to give you guys a little bit of recognition for the hard work you're doing. So we hope to have another living legend this year. Maybe it'll be you. Thank you.
Okay, so let me comment quickly on this video.
Hi, 4th grade.
So as you can see, this teacher changes the name of the letter, okay? And she uses stickers instead of stars. And she also changes the number of the stickers that should be earned for each student to level from level to another level. So as I said, it's up to you. You are the one who controls the game. The game does not control you. Okay, let's watch another video.
Hello, and welcome to my class. I'm Mr. Walsh. On my GeoJerry's Adventure channel, of course, because I like this channel, and I want to share stuff about education on this channel. Today, I want to share with you what I call my Super Improvers Wall. It's right here. Because in my classroom, I expect my kids... That's a silly picture. All right, I expect my kids to make progress. It's all about making progress. Little steps, big steps, just as long as they're making progress. And this helps them see that they're making progress. Here's how my Super Improvers Walls work. I have different levels. There's different levels in my Super Improvers Wall. I'm starting off with numbers. And what happens is they'll get a stamp whenever they make progress. It doesn't matter what it is. It could be math, reading, it could be behavior, it could be staying in your seat, whatever, it doesn't matter. It could be anything I want it to be. I don't need this right now. Okay, anything I want. And so when I see him make an improvement or make progress, I give him a little thumbs up. I have an example right here. So I will, boom, give him a thumbs up. When they get 10, count them, 10 thumbs up, they move, well, there's only one there. Let's do this. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 thumbs up. 10 thumbs up. They move to the next level. And then when they will get a brand new piece of paper or a brand new whatever it's going to be, it's something even better than what it was below. Every time they move a level, it gets better. So 10, they get here, then they get 10 stamps, they move here. When they get 10 stamps, they move here, and so forth, up the ladder. I have this Hollywood theme, you see? Mine starts off with an understudy, then it goes to a stage actor, and then it goes to a movie extra, and then it goes to a TV actor, and then a movie actor, and then a movie director, and then a star, superstar, and a living legend. I don't expect students to get to this level quickly. This is a challenge, but I want them to see the progress they make. So, this is it. This is my Super Improvers Wall, so that students can see the improvements they're making, and at every level it goes up, things get better. They get better papers to have their stamps put on. Maybe they get stickers or whatever it is. Maybe they get their picture. Anyway, that's it. Hope you guys like my Super Improvers Wall. Thanks for watching. And I want to say, high five, you out of here.
Okay, so again, I want to comment on this video. Okay, so again, this teacher changed the theme of his ladder, okay, to Hollywood theme. And he used simple materials, sticky notes, a stamp. Okay, he changes the number of the stars to 10, thumbs up. Okay, he even did the super improver wall on, as you can see on the back of I'm not sure what is this. Is this the class door or something like storage or something like this? Yeah. So as you can see, and as I said before, use your own creativity, use your own touches, make something that's related to your culture and to the students' culture. Feel free, sorry, to do so. Okay. So what do I reward students for? As our former teacher says, for anything. You award for academic and behavior as well. So for following classrooms, saying please, thank you, and please, raising their hands for permission to speak, sitting properly, keeping their hands to themselves, not to hit each other, writing, reading, writing with neat capitals, using neat capitals, correct structure, correct punctuation, keep indoor voices, anything, you decide. Okay. Now comes another question. What if you are an administrator or a departmentalized teacher, or meaning subject teacher, a science teacher? Okay, so you are not there in classroom all day long. Can you make use of this? Yes, of course. How? Okay, well, you simply award students stars or stamps or whatever, and students take the star, okay, or the stamp to their homeroom teacher, okay, or self-contained teacher, and the teacher, the homeroom teacher, would put the star on the wall. So simply as this. What about high school students? Can we use this with them? I would say, of course not. Okay, they will make fun of us at times. Okay, so what should we do? We can actually do a little change to our ladder and change it from the old one to what we call the period ladder. And let me explain this. So, for example, you have periods, as you can see. Let's say that period number 1 is a science period, okay? So you start with the white color, okay? And when they earn, okay, 5 stars or stamps or whatever, okay, in this period, you start to level them up and change the period color to blue color. You can also use this, okay, to do competitions between classes. So for example, which class, okay, will manage to change the period color before the other class? As you can see, there are some students' names next to the period. So what's the story of this? Actually, you can use also the improvement, okay, or the progress of some students to award the whole class. And in this case, the students is what we call the class benefactor, okay? So yeah, this is the idea that you can use with the high school students. Okay. So in this level or with high levels, it's about breaking the record for the whole class, okay? It's not for an individual anymore, but for the whole class. So with upper grades or high school students, you can award them, for example, for having their books with them, for having their pens with them. You know, they give us hard time at this stage, bringing their books or pens, and yeah, things get harder. Okay, so this is something you can award them for. Yeah. And actually, you can also engage yourself in this game by putting your name in the super improver wall. So you can ask your students at the end of the day whether you deserve a star or not. So they can also have the chance to rate your improvement. How cool is that? Yeah. Okay, points to consider. No amount of negative behavior can take away the improvements a student's made to earn a star. So never ever take stars away after they are earned. We are not threatening our students, okay? This is not the environment we raise our kids or children in. And you can award stars at the moment, okay, or at the end of the day, whatever works best for you, go for it. And again, you control the game and change the targets, of course, as you change the lessons. Okay. A very important point I'd like also to raise, which is how do students level up so that there is no huge gap between them? This is very important. Well, never allow students to be more than 3 levels ahead of their peers. If students are 3 levels ahead, then we are going back to the starting point. We didn't do nothing. Okay, we did nothing. So they start to get 2 stars, one to keep and the other one to give away to an improving classmate of their choice. They can give also both stars if they want. This way, we teach them how to be team players, how to be passionate about others, okay, and many, many morals that we would like our students to have. A few players would climb to Alpha Hawk. They need maybe more than 240 plus improvement points, okay? When they do that, you display their photo on your classroom or for as long as you teach, and maybe for coming years, also for other students to see. As an example, and as an Alpha Hawks, players give all their points they win, okay, to improving teammates. Some teachers make it hard, and some make it easy for their students. It's up to you. Another idea I found it really useful for teachers to use inside the classroom if they want to keep track of their students' improvement is to use what we call the effort chart. This is a laminated piece of paper, as you can see, that you can paste on their desks, and you can use your whiteboard marker to mark their improvement. And toward the end of the day or by the end of the day, you start to see their improvement and decide whether they should earn a star or maybe they need more practice. That's the end of it. Thank you so much. I'd like to say that my reference to this presentation was Chris Biffle books. This book I noted for you at the very beginning, and also the whole brain teaching for challenging kids. Very amazing books that you can read. Will give you an idea about the whole brain teaching method. And also you can visit their website. It has everything on it. And also, if you keen toward the professional development, your professional development, they provide certification programs from now on. Then they have 3 programs, the silver, the golden, and the platinum. You can go to their website and see if it's open or not, and you can enroll yourself in one of these certification programs. Thank you so much, and I'm available for any of your questions. Thank you, Mohammed, for giving me this chance. Yeah.
No,
Thank you,
Thank you
Noah.
for your
Thank you,
willingness,
Noah.
to be part of this.
I placed the link to whole brain teaching already twice in the chat box. It's there for anybody who has any questions or might be
It's all
a little bit more interested. Everything's there for you. I want to thank you, Noah, for coming today and presenting that. That's very interesting. I never thought about that. That's a great way to work with children in the classroom. Another great way of classroom management as well, too, I have to say. So all the links are there for you about whole brain teaching. And I turn that over to you, Mohammed.
Okay, well, I'd like to say something, to finish this presentation. The people are really glad with it, lots of wonderful comments in the chat box. Glad to have you. Brilliant ideas for motivating the students. Awesome, with an interesting way of assessment. Thanks a lot. A very interesting and inspiring webinar. Everyone is happy with the presentation so far. And let me tell you, everyone, that it's really important to keep talking about managing the classroom because, you know, a good teacher should be a good classroom manager. So this is something that we cannot, argue over, right? So talking about classroom management, yes, it's people keep talking about it, but it's really crucial to keep reminding ourselves every day of its importance because it has lots of impacts on student learning and teachers as well. So some of the impacts on student learning are like, reduced distractions, the reduced disruptive behaviors from the student because it sets clear expectations and proactive management over the students that can minimize disruptions and allows the students to focus on learning effectively. Also, it works on engaging the learners more. It improves student well-being, and it helps with equity and inclusion. That's for the learners. About the teachers, it reduces stress and burnout. It increases efficiency, and it gives the students more time for teaching. And I think we're 3 minutes early, but our next speaker is already here, who is Harry Waters. So everyone, let's give a warm welcome to our next speaker, who is joining us for the second year on row. Yeah, but let me give him, a proper introduction because he's a great speaker, right, Ron? Yeah, yeah, he's a great speaker. He has a good sense of humor, and I love his hats. Yeah. So
And
yeah,
I think he's the tallest teacher in all of Europe.
indeed, you can. I think everyone can see him from a long distance. Now we can see his head. So everyone, let me tell you a little bit about Harry Waters. He is an award-winning ELT professional. He has been a dedicated TEFLer over 16 years. For over 16 years, he is the founder of the FECEI Green Positive award-winning renewable English. Now, in its third series, he is the ambassador for Macmillan's Advanced Learning Changemakers. And talking about Macmillan, they are one of the sponsors of this conference. Yeah, the logo is on this my mug here. Yeah, that's Macmillan. So he was also a lead trainer for two Elton Awards winning projects. His climate activism within education and rightful reform led to invitations to speak at the world's largest climate summit change now in Paris for the past 2 years. He's a big fan of second-hand shirts and wearing as many hats as possible. So today, Harry is going to be talking about big climate emotions in the ELT classroom. So, Harry, you're now a co-host. Whenever you're ready to share your screen, the floor is all yours.
And just want to say that I already put a link to Harry's site of Renewable English in the chat box. So if you want to know more about what Harry's doing, you can go to his internet site and find out more about Renewable English. And we turn that over to Harry now.
Thank you very much. Hello, hello, hello. I've also just dropped my Insta link in there for you as well, just in case you want to see the things that we talk about over there as well. Hello, everybody. Thank you very much. Thanks for the introduction. Thanks, Noah, for your session beforehand. I mean, at the end of that session, actually, when Mo came back in and was talking about it's classroom management is very important to student well-being and so on. Well, I'm just going to put more light on here. Just if my face gets too shiny, just let me know. All about well-being. Well, this session has a huge focus on student well-being. Now, I'm going to open up my PowerPoint and share the screen in just a moment. I've got both of my screens on, so I don't want to confuse myself. I'm very easily confused. Now, it's funny. So as I say, we're talking about big climate emotions and student well-being. And at this exact moment in time, my daughter is upstairs. You'll hear more about her later, I'm sure. She's in a meeting with Kids Against Plastic. And as I walked down the stairs, I heard that they were talking. So these are kids from the age of about 7 to 14. It's a child-led charity. They all empower each other. And as I walked down, I could hear Inaya, one of the older members of the group, saying, "Okay, everybody, so what is mental well-being?" So this is something that our students are speaking to each other about. Oh, thank you very much, Fiona. This is something our students are talking about. This is something that people care about. Gen Z and the Alpha generation are very much focused on mental well-being. So the classroom isn't just a place where we learn grammar and vocabulary. It's a place where we need to foster care for our students. We need to make sure our classroom is a safe space for everyone to come in, whoever they are, however they're feeling, even if they're just a dog, because she's always here in my classroom. So if she disturbs you again, just let me know. So we need to make sure that everybody feels safe and welcome in our classes. So I'm going to try and share my screen with you now. Hopefully you can see it. Everybody's disappeared for me now, so I'm going to have to try and find you all again.
Yep.
You
It's
can
right
see
there.
it. Yes, that's good
Yeah,
news.
sure.
Good news. Now I'll find the chat at some point and I'll be able to see your questions. There we go. So as you can see, this is big climate emotions in the ELT classroom. And just in case you were confused, in the bottom corner there, that is a photo of me. I just have a different hat on. So just to make sure you know, it is me. It's still winter, so I'm not quite back into my summer hats just yet. And I apologize. I'm not wearing a secondhand shirt. It's a secondhand hoodie because it is a little bit cold this morning. Yesterday, we had floods of rain, which was a very strange thing for here in Andalusia because it's raining a lot, but we're also in the middle of a drought. So it brings up a lot of different climate emotions in me, but also in our students. And you can see in the images there are different feelings that everybody is experiencing at the same time. So who is this clown? Mohammed introduced me before. I'll very quickly talk again. I am the chief hat wearer and coffee maker at Renewable English. Here I am with my coffee in my Renewable English mug. It's like I'd planned ahead and everything. I live in Sevilla, or just outside Sevilla. I'm from Northampton. Has anybody ever been to the UK? By the way, the dog is a Labrador Mastiff Cross. There was a question there. If anyone has ever been to the UK, if you've ever been to Northampton, I'm sorry. It's not the nicest place in the world. There are lots of lovely places in the UK. The dog is called Estrella, by the way. There are lots of lovely places in the UK. There's... Oh, wow. Sarita went to Northampton in 2000. Wow. That was about the moment I realized it was time to leave Northampton. So then we can see some of the things I like. I really like flags, secondhand shirts, and my dog, Estrella. Something I don't like is green peppers. I really, really, really dislike green peppers. I don't understand green peppers. Green peppers are red peppers that aren't ripe yet. Green peppers, it's like, would you eat a green orange? Would you eat a green banana? Well, I wouldn't, so I don't eat green peppers. Anyway, moving on from the things that make me angry, I'm going to apologize in advance. There's quite a lot of writing on this PowerPoint. Now, the reason I've done that is because I'm going to make the PowerPoint available afterwards. So I wanted there to be all of the information in there. Usually there would just be a few images and a few words, but because this is quite a complex issue and something that I'm sure you will all be dealing with in the near future, then I just want to let you know that there is quite a lot of writing. So don't worry, you don't have to read it all now. The slides will be available. Ah, Fiona was in Harrow. Harrow's a nice place. Well, the school is nice for sure. So why should we be talking about the climate crisis in our classrooms? You know, should we be talking about grammar? Should we be talking about vocabulary? Well, yes. But I don't know if you've ever looked in a textbook, but in textbooks, there are lots of different units. There are lots of different themes. They are all connected through the climate crisis. This is a global crisis. It is relevant to language. You can learn English through learning about the climate crisis. Something the wonderful Ron has been mentioning recently. He's just here to my left at the moment. And that's planet-based learning. We can learn English while we're learning about the planet. English can be the medium to learn about the planet. The planet can be the medium to learn about English. It encourages global citizenship. So yes, we'll be learning, we'll be working on issues that are close to home. We'll be engaging with issues that are close to home. But look at this wonderful room. We've got people from all across the globe in this one place. And we do, as Marwa says, we do belong to this world and it is ours. And we need a sustainable future. The Earth just eclipsed the 1.5 degree barrier for a year. It's clear that we need to make a change. And what we can do with our students, we can educate them to make a positive change. And in making these changes, they will help themselves, they'll help the planet. And despite what a lot of people say, you can save a lot of money by being more sustainable. People always look at oh, if I want to be vegan, I have to buy Beyond Beef so I can have a burger, but that's really expensive. It's so important that we learn to deal with all of these issues because we can save a lot of money as well. And as you say, we need to learn how to respond to change and to take action. So, how do you feel when you hear these words? Climate emergency. Do you feel motivated? Do you feel guilty? That's me with my guilty pleasure. I call it Nutella fingers. You know the one. Do you feel powerless? Do you feel scared? Oh, or do you feel uninterested? So how do you feel when you hear about the climate emergency? Sarita feels guilty. Sarika feels a sense of gloom. Scared. Mohammed feels scared. But also ready to take action. Good, I like that. Scared. Lots of people feeling scared. Moved, yeah. So there are lots of different feelings. We'll get more into this. There's a lot of people feeling scared. Now, if we're feeling scared, imagine what our students are feeling. Scared but ready to save the planet. Yes, Mohammed. So if we're feeling scared, imagine how you feel you have a role. Brilliant. Our students must be feeling, all sorts of different things. And we will look at these different things in just a moment. But I'd like to know how you feel when you hear these words. Youth empowerment. Very good. It is. It teaches and learners. Yes, we can all make a difference. How do you feel when we say youth empowerment? Action. Motivated. Energy. You see, when it comes to the climate crisis, when it comes to actions for the climate crisis, the way we frame it is the way we will feel. And it's the same for our students. If we frame the climate crisis as, oh, I'm really sorry, your future is going to be terrible, never mind. Now let's look at the present continuous. That's not going to make them feel good. But if you arm them, equip them with the tools for them to make a difference, for them to say, I'm not going to let this happen, then it will make a huge difference. So I don't know if you know this quote. It's a very famous quote from Franklin D. Roosevelt. The only thing we have to fear is fear itself. Frankie, nah, you are wrong. Whoever wrote his speech that day was clearly looking for a soundbite. That is utter nonsense. Fear itself? Come on, mate. What are you talking about? That is garbage. Fear itself. Come on, Franklin. You're better than that, Franklin. You're better than that. For me, the scariest thing isn't fear. For me, the scariest thing is apathy. One of the biggest feelings I've noticed with my students isn't that they're scared or they're motivated or that they're feeling guilty. It's that they don't really care. Now, for me, that's much scarier than a student coming to me saying, Harry, I'm getting really worried about, the extreme temperatures during the summer. What can we do? I'd much rather a student came to me saying, oh, I had a nightmare last night about this, that, and the other. Obviously, I don't want my students to be scared, but I want my students to care. Because if your students care, then they care about making a difference. If they don't care, if they're indifferent, if they're apathetic, then they're never going to want to make a difference. And they'll continue to this endless loop of consumerism and damage to the planet. So we need to understand that we can exactly tackle it with a positive perspective, but we can also use these negative emotions. So this is the Climate Emotions Wheel made by the Climate Health Network. This is a beautiful tool to have. Now, when we go into the classroom at the start of the day, we usually say, hi, how are you? What day is it today? Today is Saturday, the 10th of February. And how's the weather today? It's raining and cloudy. And how do you feel? I am happy. I am sad. We can reframe this and we can say, how do you feel about? Look at maybe, how do you feel about this development with the climate crisis? It could be a good thing. It could be a bad thing. And when I look at this wheel, I like to look at the top half as being action motivators. These are the feelings that make you want to make a difference. If you're feeling angry and frustrated, then you want to change that. If somebody makes you angry, imagine you're at work and you open the fridge and somebody has eaten your favorite yogurt. You've been saving that yogurt all day. You've been looking forward to that yogurt. You're like, it's lunchtime. I'm going to have my yogurt. You open the fridge and there's no yogurt there. You're going to feel outraged. You're going to feel indignant, and you're going to turn around and you're going to say, I'm going to find who stole my yogurt and I'm going to get them to buy me a new yogurt. But you've got that feeling where you want to make a difference. Whereas if you open the fridge and it's gone and you're just like, oh no, there's nothing there. What am I going to do? You won't make a difference. You won't find that yogurt. You won't change. Or if you're suddenly overwhelmed by the fact there's no more yogurt, and what are you going to do? Using these top emotions to spark change is really important. And the bottom emotions, we can show them how this isn't the case, this powerlessness. I feel this a lot of the time when I see governments drilling for oil or trying to find new ways of extracting fossil fuels. What we need to do is look for these emotions, find them, isolate them, and change them into something better. Now, you can see in the corner there, Ideas in Action, Activities for a Greener Mindset. This book will be available, I think it's being published November the 18th. It's a brilliant, wonderful book, all about how you can take actionable changes about the climate crisis in your classroom while still learning about English. I have no idea who wrote it, but it will be available very soon. So the truth about this, the truth about these different climate emotions, well, I'm not sure if that's a good thing, Fiona. I'll take it as a good thing. Now, the truth about these climate emotions is that you can't just isolate on one thing. You can't just be scared. You can't just be anxious about the climate emotion, about the climate change, climate crisis. They change from one day from the next, from 1 minute to the next. And imagine this in our young students, particularly our students who are, let's think about the students who are, they're entering puberty, they're going through puberty. So we're looking at students who are, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 years old. They're feeling things that they don't even know about. They can't control these feelings. So these, on top of all of the regular emotions, I remember being a teenager, 3,000 years ago. I would get angry not only about a yogurt, I'd get angry if I couldn't find my shoes in the morning. So imagine how you feel if you're reading that your planet is on fire. It is a moving spectrum of emotions. And we need to make sure that our classroom is a safe space for them to talk about these emotions. We need to be able to talk about how they're feeling and what they're feeling, and not just about the third conditional. If I had known about the climate emotions wheel when I was a younger teacher, I would have done more to change it. See that? Third conditional. All about climate emotions. Ta-da! So we need to go beyond eco-anxiety. And oh, there we go. We're talking about the action inhibitors. So I want to have a quick look at this word, hope. I like to think of myself as climate hopeful. But if we look very closely, we can't see the word optimism. Now, the reason for that, I would like to thank Daniel Barber for this. He brought this quote to my attention. Now, to be optimistic is to assume things will work out. To be hopeful is to realize that things can work out if you work at them. Hope requires responsibility and agency. Optimism relieves you of both. Ron is amazing, by the way. The link's king, I would have to say. So you don't see optimism there on the climate emotions wheel. It isn't on there because it's more about hope. Because with hope, you do have that responsibility and agency. I am really, really, really hopeful. I know that there are solutions there. I know that, we can do this. We can make these changes. But I'm not optimistic at the moment. I know that there are so many hurdles that we need to get over. But I'm hopeful that we can all come together and we can do that. So I would say I'm hopeful about the climate crisis, but I'm not optimistic at the moment. We can become more optimistic. There are things that bring hope into my day. Every day, I make sure that every day I read a good climate story. Every single day I read something good that is happening on the planet. Every day I look at what my daughter is doing. She is making huge strides. She's 10 years old and she's making a difference with her friends, with her peers, with people across the globe. She's doing really big things to try and make a difference. I'll show you more about that soon and ways you can get involved with that. But she's doing this, and I've noticed in her, because what happened to her one night, she woke up when she'd started learning about the climate crisis, and she was really worried about it. There were things in there that she had seen, that she had read, that made her really scared, and she was only 7 years old. So we've worked with her and we can see with her that this action that she's taking is inspiring optimism. It's inspiring a step away from the fear. Exactly. Even in the gloomiest moments, a smile can make a difference. So I've worked with lots and lots of different with different students, with different teachers, with lots of people within education. And there were probably about 10 main issues that students had. 10 main causes for what is commonly called eco-anxiety. These were the 4 really big ones. And I'm going to talk to you a little bit about how we can look at these 4 different areas and what we can do with our students. Now, this was the basis of a TEDx talk that I did. I didn't give Ron the link, but I will put the link into the chat in a while. Don't worry. If you want to see it, but it's basically this, but shorter. So what can we do? Something Ron will be proud of me with there. I made that image on AI, Ron. Thanks for all your help. Big inspiration, Ron. So yeah, I did use AI to make that image. What can we do? We can see lots of different global educators there thinking, what can we do to help our students? What can we do to help them? Well, the big focus for me is look at their ability and not their responsibility. Something I've really noticed with the way the world is now, and particularly with my daughter, lots of people saying, wow, you're going to change the world. You're going to save the world. You can do this. And people are saying to the younger generations, the people who are, 10 to 20 years old, you're going to change the world. This is up to you. Ron's he's just amazing. Hats off to Ron. I mean, I can't say enough good words about Ron. He has got an amazing ability. So we look at their ability. What can they do to make a change, but not what they have to do. This is one of the really big issues that I've noticed within the climate sphere, is this heaping of responsibility on young people. And suddenly it's up to them to save the world. It's up to them to end fossil fuel extraction. Come on. It's not up to them. But what can they do? What is within their sphere of influence? How can we help our students expand that sphere of influence? Because at first, you know, a 10-year-old student will think, well, I can't really do much. But you know what? They really can. When they find their voice, when they have the power of a teacher behind them, encouraging them all the way, that sphere of influence can grow. And it can start with their family, them going home to their family saying, can we reduce our single-use plastics? And it can grow beyond that. It can become a school-wide initiative. It can become a town-wide initiative. It can become a nationwide initiative. It can become an international initiative. It can become a galactic, okay, maybe not a galactic initiative just yet, but showing our students what they can do and not what they have to do. Focus on the great things our students can do and not the responsibility of what they need to be doing. Yes, localizing and globalizing the issue. Good. Think global, act local. So the way I like to look at this, and this is something that an idea that I developed with a wonderful human called Heidi Penn. She's a 17-year-old high school student who has the 1.5 Degrees podcast. She started this. Well, I started this as the first 3 letters, and she ended it with the last 2. So listen to your students. We've talked about having an open space in our classroom. Well, listen to them. Sit down and listen to how they're feeling and what they're feeling about. Encourage them. What do they want to do? They want to make a difference. And then amplify their message. Take that message and share it on a global scale. There's a piece of artwork from a Gen Z artist and activist called Elijah Mackenzie Jackson. And then these last 2 are what Heidi added to this. Respect your students' opinions and then nurture them. Nurture them, nurture what they feel, nurture all their ideas as well. So as I mentioned, it's part of the 1.5 Degrees podcast. I will make these slides available. I'll give them to the wonderful, who is on this side for me, Mohammed. So we're going to look at those 4 different actions we mentioned before, the government in action, and how we can learn about them. So government in action, what can we do? Listen. Obviously, it's written there. Have an open session in your classroom to talk about what the government is or isn't doing. Again, I'm not saying you need to criticize the government or bring the government down or say awful things about the government. Maybe not, but look at what the government is or isn't doing. And in some countries, it's not just inaction, but it's negative action. In the UK, they're drilling for more oil. Stop Rosebank. So brainstorm these ideas and listen to their concerns and agree and share their concerns. As a teacher, be vulnerable. You need to be strong for them, but you also need to show them that it's okay to not be okay. Encourage them to research different policies and their impacts. Have a look at these different ideas. Go into it. Look for them. If your students care about this, then this will be a great project for them to work on. Planet-based learning. Amplify that message. You know, bring guest speakers in, bring local policy makers in and activists to talk about this, to share that message. Take that message to the local government. This is one where, you know, we'll have to go between both. We'll have to go here between maybe in English and maybe in the mother tongue as well. We'll have to work in English in class, but if we're going to a local government and talking about climate policy, suggesting new climate policy, you know, it could be something as simple as, you know, a local policy to reduce single-use plastic bags in supermarkets. It doesn't have to be a huge thing where you take down the government because they're drilling for oil. Look on a local scale at the different things that they can do and amplify your students' message. Work on a petition, for example. And be respectful. Let them share their different opinions. Let them share their different ideas. Your classroom is a safe space. Again, I'm not saying you need to plot to bring down the government. That's not what we're talking about here. We're not, this isn't Guy Fawkes night. We're not bringing down the government. We're not trying to blow up the Houses of Parliament. What we're doing is thinking about the different things, the small changes that we can all make to make a difference. And then nurture that sense of agency in your students. Once your students are thinking about doing something, help them, encourage them, show them that what they're doing is a good thing and move them on to the next level. So if they're worried about government inaction, that's a way that we can learn. Yes, we can conduct debates. There are so many ways we can learn from our students. We can listen, we can encourage, we can amplify, we can respect, and we can nurture. And I don't know about you, but I love what we call in Spanish a good manifestación. And yeah, it can be a bit of fun. Again, it depends where you are, how possible this is. Some countries it's easier to protest than others. I would never encourage a student to protest if it would put them at risk of imprisonment or danger. I would never encourage a student to do that. But depending where you are, perhaps you have the opportunity to do so. So, as you mentioned, we've got debate activities. You can have letter writing campaigns, or you can, even if you want, you can have a protest. Debate activities are great for sharing these ideas. Letter writing campaigns, you can find them all over the place, and something you need to do in your IELTS, in your first certificate, you have to make sure that students are writing letters. Well, instead of writing a letter to your English friend John has written you a letter, talk to him about what you want to do at the weekend. Students don't care about that. Talk about something they want to talk about. Write a letter to local government about reducing the use of fountains so you can save on water. Kids Against Plastic's a good one to join. Also, when it comes to protests, I've done protest march in a very localized area. So we've worked on the placards, we've worked on the signs, and I've done it in the playground. I've done it in the classroom where we practiced some different chants and stuff like that. And again, they were respectful things. It was all about saving the planet. It wasn't about bringing down the government because, again, that can be pretty dangerous depending where you live. So experiencing an ecological event. Here in Andalusia, we are in the middle of a drought. As I mentioned, it rained very heavily yesterday, so some parts of town are flooded. So it's flooded, but we're in a drought. I never thought that would be possible, but funnily enough, it is. So we're experiencing that now. And you can see a lot of places. There's wildfires. There's all sorts of different events that are happening. And that affects our students. Our students can feel that. Our students know what is happening there. And it can be incredibly worrying. It can be incredibly scary, even if it's something just down the road. I know that Ron lives in Germany. I remember a few years back, there were some very, very serious floods. There were some very serious floods back in Germany. This isn't something now that's happening far away. It's happening absolutely everywhere. Absolutely everywhere. And it's something that all of our students can relate to. And all of our students, it's really scary. So listen to our students and share your own personal experience with that in the classroom. Share your own feelings. Tell your students that it's okay to not be okay. It's natural to be worried about these different things. Thank you very much for your kind words, Fiona. It's so important that we do have that safe space. So encourage your students to explore the science, look at the local, the impact of ecological events and the different things they've learned about. People often talk about green investment is very expensive, but if you look at the big oil companies, they earned their profits last year were in the multi-billions. But just last year, we spent about 301 billion on repairing things from weather events alone. So it's actually cheaper in the long run to not have these things happen. So amplify your students' message. Somebody mentioned creativity before. Yes, our students have a lot of energy. They are so creative. Get your students to use this creative outlet. How much better do you feel when you get your feelings out? Get your students to draw, get your students to paint, get your students to write, use digital storytelling. Give your students, encourage them and amplify that message. So if your student comes in with a painting, put it up on the wall, show other teachers, show other students, let them know the brilliant things that students are creating. I showed you the image of the Eli had created just before. Show your students' work, amplify that message and show it to the world. But respect it. It's so important that we respect everybody. Maybe one person is more affected than another person. It's not okay for the other students in the class to attack that person. And maybe one person doesn't feel bad about it and everyone else in the class does. We need to respect that student who maybe isn't taking everything on board and maybe they're blocking it out. We need to respect that person's feelings. It's so important. We cannot make everybody feel exactly the same thing. And then again, I've said this a few times, so we nurture this resilience and a positive outlook. So maybe things aren't looking great. Maybe there's been a landslide. Maybe there's been a drought. Maybe there's been a flood. We can nurture this positive outlook. And how can we become stronger from this? How can we come out of this feeling? Nobody wants to always feel scared and anxious, but it's okay to recognize that. Again, I'm going to say this a lot. It's okay to not be okay. It's fine to not be okay sometimes. So what can we do? Storytelling, emotional mapping. We can look at how we feel, put down how we feel, how we want to feel. How do I feel right now? How do I want to feel tomorrow? And we can look at how we can go from one place to the other. And this brilliant one, role playing and problem solving. We don't have to role play, I don't know, that we're in the playground and we've just found 50 cents on the floor. That's an interesting role play that might be in your textbook, but we can role play these problem solving activities. We can role play ways around these different ideas. How can we work on these? How can we stop these wildfires? How can we prevent this flooding? What can we do? What can be done? This is a massive one for me. Absolutely enormous. How to spot greenwashing. Yes, Ron. There isn't a lot of climate education. For me, I advocate for it across the board. It should be in history, maths, geography, French, German, science. It should be in every single subject because it is in every single thing we do. Everything we do has an impact on the planet. It's up to us to make sure we're having a good impact on the planet. So a lack of climate education, ta-da! Of course, you can buy this book when it comes out. Sorry, bit of a plug there. Ask your students what they want to learn. Look at the different areas of interest. When you're talking about fashion in your class, talk about the impact of fashion. Uncover the gaps of knowledge because your students don't know everything. You don't know everything, but look for the gaps in their knowledge and see what you can do to try and make a difference there. I always ask my daughter, what would she like to learn about? Is there something that she doesn't know about that she'd like to know about? Find these areas, look at these areas. And it's a great way, again, of flipping the classroom. It's a great way of empowering your learners. It's a wonderful way of letting them take the stage as well. You can listen to them, you can encourage them to research it and come back to you with their ideas. Get them to engage. Oh, I felt the door opening behind me there. Engage on their own research projects on climate-related topics. Look at learner autonomy. Give them a platform to share their findings and their perspectives. again, we need to campaign for a change within our syllabus, within our syllabi. But we can get our students to bring this climate education into the classroom. If the government aren't going to change things, we can change things. We've got the power. Oh, I can't help it, but I've got the power. Sorry, that was one for the 90s folks there. We do have the power. We are the teachers. We are the people that are in there. We can help our students do that. Give them a voice and a choice. Absolutely. Respectful environment. So when our students are contributing to their hello, good morning, we can make sure they feel valued and comfortable. We can help them with whatever they want to do, and then encourage this ongoing curiosity. So if the Ministry of Education aren't going to change things to focus on the climate crisis, then absolutely we can do that. I'll be sharing this. Don't worry, this will 100% be shared. And also, if you have any questions, you can find me on Instagram as well. You can email me. I'll give you all the details afterwards to look at that. Okay, so I'm excellent. We've got 9 minutes. So ideas sharing, flipping the classroom, and campaigning. That's what we can do. We can help our students do that. But remember, not everybody in the classroom is going to want to do it. Not everyone in the classroom is going to want to say, do you know what? I want to be a climate activist. There are other areas they can look at as well. Of course, when the book comes out, you can get that too. And now the last one is this perceived personal responsibility. This is something that I hear all the time. This is something that has been created by huge multinationals. You've all heard of the carbon footprint. You know, we've all thought about, oh no, I do too many things, I'm terrible. We need to get away from that with our students. Get away from this idea that it's their fault. Yes, individual action is vital, but individual action is vital to change our mindset. Reducing our own carbon footprint is vital to making changes in ourselves, but collective action is the most important. Collective action is the way we can all work together. So make sure your students aren't the ones who think that they're doing everything wrong. You know, we cannot change the circumstances of the season, but we can change ourselves. We can make a difference. We can make these changes. But that's a way to help us change our mindset. We need to realize that it isn't just our fault, but that means we can't pass the buck. So there's a fine balance here. Yes, we do have a responsibility to change, but we don't have a responsibility to change the world. Yes, encourage them to adopt sustainable practices, but more importantly, share their voice. You know, their actions are important, but the climate crisis is a bigger thing. So if your student comes in with a plastic bottle, don't say, you've got a plastic bottle, you're awful, you're killing the planet. Rah! They're not. The fact is that plastic bottles are being made on such a huge scale. That's the issue there. So campaigning against that is a big thing. Let them share how they're feeling. Let them share what they want to say to decision makers. I don't know why I wrote dedication makers there. I apologize. Everybody makes mistakes, even me. You know, if someone wants to have a bath, it's not a great use of water, but there you go. We can get around that. Yes. Oh, I've got so many things that we've done with plastic. I do upcycling in my classes all the time. So cultivate respect for different levels of engagement and ability. As it says there, not everyone can go vegan, but everyone can cut back on the amount of meat that they eat. You know, not everybody can walk to school, but maybe they can car share. So everybody has a different level of engagement. You don't all have to be sustainability champions, but you can encourage your students to be more sustainable. So we need to make sure our students have a balanced view. You know, they don't have to stop doing everything. You know, if they go to H&M and buy a pair of trousers, or, you know, they go to C&A and buy a t-shirt, then that's okay, you know, but try and look for options, other ways to do it. We're part of a big picture here. We can do everything we can, but don't kill yourselves in trying to do it. So we can have workshops on eco-friendly lifestyles. We can play carbon literacy games. We can do upcycling projects. Guess what? All of this will be in the book. But again, we can change ourselves. We can't change everything that's happening in the planet. So what now? Here are some very practical strategies. I'm just going to go through quickly. Acknowledge feelings. Make sure you notice how you are feeling. Yes, you must be the change you want to see in the world. Acknowledge feelings in the classroom. Be honest, be open, do not judge. Focus on solutions. Look at the good things that are going to change. Change now, a wonderful thing we're going to soon. All about that. Make changes, not sacrifices. Don't cut everything out of your life. Make small changes, bit by bit by bit by bit. Connect with nature. When you're connecting with nature, you can see what you want to save. Have goals and action plans and try to change people's mindset. So hopefully from today, we've got a different role for educators in the climate crisis, the potential that we can harness these emotions and we can make a change into agency and ensure that your classroom is a safe space. Now, something else here, I'm just going to be one little moment. I'm going to stop sharing for a second so I can share something else with you. I don't know why I'm singing Ladybug. So I'm going to share this with you here. My daughter does have a campaign which is called the 1 Million Litter Pick. I mentioned her a few times. Now, she's also got a campaign to go to Paris. So I've mentioned the Change Now Summit. I'm going to share the screen with you now again. And so she's taking this idea. She's taking this idea to Paris. She's going to be speaking at the Change Now Summit. There's a little image of her there. Her name's Alethea. She's just standing outside the door at the moment, I think. And she had decided, so we're going to Paris to speak at this climate summit. And she said, let's go by electric car. So we're currently planning our route. We've got the car hired. We've found lots of people to collect with along the way. So if you would like to donate, feel free. There's the link to donate. And this is the campaign that she's working on. And she'll be speaking about individual power to collective action. Now, if you have any questions about this or about the one beforehand, feel free to get in touch. You can find me on LinkedIn. You can find me on Instagram. You can find me wherever you want to find me. You can email me. You can find me on Facebook. I'm probably somewhere on TikTok. To be honest, tomorrow morning, you're going to pour your cornflakes out for your breakfast and you're going to be like, what's Harry doing in my cornflakes? That guy's everywhere. What's he doing? Thank you very much, everybody. I'll stop sharing my screen now and I will hand over to these wonderful gentlemen, making me feel jealous that I'm not wearing glasses right now, feeling a bit left out, to be honest. So I'm going to go and find some glasses. And thank you, everybody, for coming.
Thank you, Harry, for that great presentation.
Yeah, thank you.
I'd like to just quickly go over some of the links that I put into the chat box. We started with the link to Harry's site, Renewable English. That's going to be in there. Also, a link to Harry's TED Talk is there. We have the link to the United Nations 17 goals that are sustainable goals are there. The climate emotions wheel, that was new for me, Harry. I have to say, I had to look that up really quick. There's a great link to a worksheet that you could use there. And then we have 30 activities that you can do for climate change in the classroom with kids. Greenwashing, a great way to jump into climate change. There's a link for that as well. Harry mentioned fast fashion. That's another entry point for a great planet-based learning activity. And of course, the great link to the New York Times with over 150 activities that you can do for planet-based learning in the classroom. And Harry, we look forward to that book. It's quite okay to promote yourself. So when that book comes out, we want to know so that we can invite you one more time. And I just want to sort of end there with a couple of things. Planet-based learning has become a genre of itself. And so this is a great way to teach and learn English in the classroom. But we always have to remember that it's not our goal in planet-based learning to form activist to take over the world. But, you know, PBL, planet-based learning, should be about awareness and involvement, and how you make your students aware of planet-based learning and sustainability, the environment, and get them involved in their local community. I think that's really important to remember, that it's not our goal to create a bunch of activists, but to create awareness and involvement. Harry, again, thank you very much. When we edit the video, we're going to add all those wonderful links. And also, as I said, we're looking forward to your book. And on that note, I turn that over back to you, Mo.
Well, that was fantastic, Harry. Thank you. And let me add, a comment before, moving to our next speaker. I just would like to drop a link for a course offered by the British Council. It's a free course. I'm not sure whether it's still available there, but try to save the link and enroll in this course once it's available again. They say on the website that they hope to run the course again in 2024 and 2025, and it's talking about climate action in language education. And as another good solution for the learners in the classroom to feel the awareness of how important it is to care about our planet, we can use stories. Maybe a story of Super Harry is trying to save the planet. Yeah, using his talks about big climate emotions, and global issues, and the problems in our planet, and that's very good. Uh, that's another hat, which is very good. And this leads us to another talk with another speaker about stories, right? Yeah. So the wonderful Vanessa Riley is here again on the second time in our second edition of the conference of Educast's International Online Conference 2024. So let me tell you a little bit about Vanessa before she starts her talk. Vanessa is a primary teacher who is passionate about helping children become confident learners. She's a teacher trainer and author of many books for primary children and teachers for Oxford University Press. Vanessa has a YouTube channel with ideas for busy primary teachers. And, I'm going to drop the link of her YouTube channel so that you can visit it and subscribe it to benefit from the videos she uploads there. Let me drop the link in the chat box. Yeah, that's right. So everyone, let's welcome Vanessa Riley. And again, let me drop another link before she starts. She publishes lots of wonderful stuff on Teachers Pay Teachers website. So you can get lots of good stuff there, about teaching young learners. So Vanessa is going to be talking about simple stories to work on sustainability in the primary ELT classroom. So if you're interested in teaching young learners, this session is the right one for you. So Vanessa, welcome. And whenever you're ready, the floor is all yours.
Great. Thank you, Mo. Right. Yes. Well, I'm Vanessa Riley. Hope you can hear me okay. I'm in the middle of the allergy season has actually started here in Spain. So yeah, we're already seeing climate change because we actually have spring very early and I have hay fever, which is not great for my voice. Okay, so I hope you can hear me. And I'm back to talk to you about sustainability in the primary classroom. And it was so good to hear, Harry, we're both on the same page, and that's great. I teach from much younger children upwards, and I just wanted to talk to you about how I do it, yeah? Because I know that we are English teachers first and foremost, and we're here to teach English. But it doesn't mean that we can't weave something about sustainability and sustainable development goals into our classes, does it? So today I'm going to share some ways that I do that, and using simple stories is the main focus of today. Now, thinking about stories, one of my favorite literary characters was Paddington. Here he is. Okay. And actually, this is my own personal collection of Paddington, which is just over there. I can see it in my cupboard. So one thing that Paddington said was, if we're kind and polite, the world will be all right. Now, that's very naive. And I used that quote last year, but I have been teaching for a very long time. And through my career, I've been trying to instill in the children the importance of kindness. And over the last year and in the very recent months, it's become even more important how we have to stress the importance of kindness and peace in the world. Yeah. And so let me just, all right, I'm going to move on. Okay. Now, in the primary classroom, it's actually kind of simple. Yeah, the way I simplify sustainable development goals for children, it's easily simplified because they need to be kind to other people, they need to be kind to animals, the planet, and the environment. And it literally is that simple. Yeah, that's what we have to do. So I'm going to give you a little bit of background, and I'm sure I don't want to say too much because I'm sure that Harry's already done this. Yeah, so I'll give you a little bit of background, and then I want to move straight on to practical activities that you can use with the children and which I've used with the children in my class. Yeah. Okay. So just a little bit of background. So what is sustainable development? Well, it's development that improves living conditions in the present. Okay. And this is what Harry will have been talking about. Now, teachers often ask me, can I remember? Yeah. So the thing is, when do we do it with the children? Well, the Sustainable Development Goals were published in 2015, and obviously they're hoping that we achieve them by 2030. Yeah. Now, the thing is, okay, maybe we won't get there by 2030, but we're moving in the right direction. And that, for me, is really important to stress the positivity in all of this. Yeah. So, when with the children, well, I would say start as young as possible. Primary age children, they generally have, and they're open-minded, yeah, and they have an idealistic way of seeing things and a can-do attitude. So when I say, let's recycle, they say, yes, let's. They don't go like some of my teenagers, like, oh, what's the point? Yeah, okay. So with primary children, I would say that is the place to start. Now, there's so much talk in the world about, and in the press, about how we're using up the natural resources, and it's all doom and gloom. Yeah, I don't know about you, but it is doom and gloom. But I would say that we're very, very lucky, and I would also say we're very privileged because we work with the world's most valuable resource. I'm with JFK on this one. Children are the world's most valuable resource and its best hope for the future. I don't know about you, but I believe that, and I think I'm very privileged to be able to do that. And something that Robert John Meenan said, he said, we're not just teachers, we're the managers of the world's greatest resource, children. Yeah. So I truly believe that with both of them. So what I want to do is to go straight on to actually doing something. Okay, in the primary classroom, what we're working on is raising awareness. Okay, we're trying to foster empathy, and we're not trying to cause eco-anxiety, which I know that Harry's talked to you about. If you go to the world's largest link now, don't worry, I am going quickly because I've only got 45 minutes in total to do all of this. But everything that you see here is in a handout. I should have said that at the beginning. I'm sorry. And the links are in the handout as well, so you can click straight on them and go straight to them. Now, if you didn't already know the world's largest lesson, it is fabulous. They've got so many materials there for you to use them. They're free, which is great because we're teachers, yeah, and we need things to be free, which is good, a lot of things. So what I want to do now is to talk to you about how I do it, yeah? Now, teachers say to me, can you remember all the 17 goals? And I have to admit that maybe I can't remember them all 17 in order, yeah? But I have a little strategy of how to remember them. I use the 5 P's of SDGs. That's peace, people, planet, prosperity, and partnerships, yeah? And I would usually get you to do this so that you can remember them. But actually, I'm going to just share mine and I'm going to give you some homework. Yeah, okay. So if you notice, for me, there are some of the sustainable development goals that straddle the different categories. So for me, this is for me. This isn't maybe not for you. And that's why you're going to do this for homework. But for me, no poverty is peace and people. Zero hunger is peace and people. Yeah. So have a look at this. Yeah. And then you are going to do this for homework. Okay. Now let me just check. Is everybody okay? Okay. Right. Thanks, Harry, for that one. Right. So now, as I said before, okay, we are English teachers. Yeah. Let me just do this. Okay. We're English teachers and I can't go forward any. Okay. So how to include SDGs in your young learners classes? Well, I'm not asking you to do anything different. You're going to still use puppets, and you're going to use stories, and you're going to use flashcards and role playing and games, songs, creativity, arts and crafts, and above all, fun. Let me just check. Is everybody okay? Yeah? Oh, you can't see what's in the visuals? Oh dear. Any reason for that? Anybody? Can you help? Okay, so I'm sharing my screen, so hopefully. Now, this is Sydney. Can you see him? Okay, I call him SDG Sydney. And, okay, Sydney did he get your attention? Okay, he's a bit frightened at the moment. Sydney gets the children's attention, yeah? And Sydney can mirror the children's feelings. And often he's shy. Can you see he's a bit shy now? Okay, can you come out? It's just teachers. Are you all right? Are you okay? Okay, he's okay now. Now, Sydney only speaks English, yeah? He's their friend and the children happily speak to him in English, yeah? And the children love Sydney and they're interested in what he's interested in. So if he's interested in SDGs, they are too, yeah? They're important to him. So, right, I'm going to sit him in a good place, because you've always got to be careful with your puppets. Don't kind of just throw them down on the seat. The children like to see that they're well looked after. You can see that he has an SDG cape on because he's Super Sydney, and that's just made with an iron-on transfer, okay? So here, can you see these behind me? Okay, this is one of the free resources I told you about on the world's largest lesson. And they are the flashcards. You can see what I've got behind me. You can see here some of them. And the reason I like those as my SDG poster is because they're more transparent to small children. They make the logos, because there are photos, they make the logos a lot more transparent to the children. So as you can see, no poverty. It shows somebody who is obviously on the streets, and the children can see that. Okay, so now I like to use them because of that. Now, is everybody okay?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, okay. No, there's lots of, there was just somebody who said they couldn't see. Okay, no problem. Now, let's admit it. Let's face this, the world is a complicated place, okay? Now, stories are a great place to help students and your children start to make sense of this world. And I love what Kevin Strauss said. He's a storyteller and a scientist. I started following him when I started to do science in English. And he said, once upon a time is more powerful than you really should. Yeah. And so I took that on board, and I use it a lot because I use stories a lot with the children. And I wanted to share some of the stories that I use. Now, when I can't find a story that I need, I just write one. Yeah. Or I borrow a traditional story. Now, this is Ant and Grasshopper, and it's an Aesop's fable. And what I did with it was I changed it slightly. This is just done on Canva. Are you ready? So it's a tale about friendship and preparing for the future. It's a summer's day. Grasshopper is having fun and singing in the sun. Now Grasshopper is eating some long green grass. Yummy! This grass is delicious, he says. How do you think Grasshopper is feeling? Happy? Sad? Okay. Grasshopper sees Ant. What are you doing, Ant? Asks Grasshopper. I'm collecting food. I'm preparing for winter, says Ant. You need to do the same, you know. You'll be sorry when it's winter and there's snow. Ant is carrying some corn. Ant is very small and the corn is very big. The corn is heavy, but Ant is very strong. Ah, says Ant, this is hard. Grasshopper says, relax, don't be silly. Don't work so hard. Sing with me in the sun. Come and eat some long, lovely green grass. It's delicious. How do you think Ant is feeling? Thank you, but I can't, says Ant. Yeah? I need to prepare for the future. Oh, and I don't eat grass, but I love grass seeds. There's a little bit of real information there. Don't be silly, Ant. Don't worry about the winter. We have lots of food now. Relax and have some fun in the sun, says Grasshopper. But Ant is collecting more food for winter, more corn and more seeds. Silly Ant, says Grasshopper. You worry too much. You can worry about winter when winter comes. When winter comes, Grasshopper is hungry. Oh, I'm hungry. I'm so hungry. And can I have some of your food? Asked Grasshopper. You said I was silly, says Ant. You were right, Ant. I'm so sorry, and I'm very hungry. I'm so silly. How do you think Grasshopper is feeling now? Ant is very kind. He helps Grasshopper. Do you like seeds? Asks Ant. Yes, I do, says Grasshopper. Do you like corn? Asks Ant. Yummy. Yes, I do, says Grasshopper. Here, come and share my food, says Ant. Oh, Ant, you aren't silly. You're intelligent and kind. Thank you. Grasshopper learns a very important lesson. I need to be like you, Ant. If I work hard today, tomorrow I can play. Ant says, yes, and just a little bit day by day may change things in a big way. So, what is the message in the story? Well, no hunger is one of them. It's good to be kind and share. Helping others is good for you, so can be a bit selfish as well because it can make you feel happy. And working bit by bit. Now, which of the SDGs are we working on? Well, we're working on obviously zero hunger and responsible consumption. And we also work on climate change because with the children, I make the puppets from recycled egg boxes. And so they can have ant and grasshopper. And we look at life on land and also peace and justice, being kind. Okay. Now, as I said before, we are English teachers. So let's just go back to that one thing. Lynn Cameron found that a new word needs to be met at least 5 or 6 times before it has any chance of being learned. Not before it's learned. So we can't go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, right, now they know it. No, we need to repeat it many times. So in the story, our words are repeated a lot. And I also like to use music. And if you can't find a song, then you need to write one. Now, here is a very simple song. And as I said, my voice isn't good, so I need you to join in with me. Are you ready? So it's the music of She'll Be Coming Round the Mountain. Yeah? Okay. So it goes, do you like seeds? And the children sing, yes, I do. Do you like seeds? I'm listening. Yes, I do. Do you like seeds? Do you like seeds? Do you like seeds? Okay, I hope you're singing along because that's the way you'll remember it. Do you like corn? 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 Okay, so we also need to do no, I don't, don't we? So if you look, the question is repeated 5 times. Do you like grass? No, I don't. Do you like grass? No, I don't. Do you like grass? Do you like grass? Do you like grass? No, I don't. And so as you see, with a song and a story, we are still teaching and weaving in sustainability, but teaching English. Okay. Now, something I like to do is to play games with the children. And this is I'm leaning over and I hope you can see this. This is my favorite game of all time. Okay. The children have to fish my flashcards. Can you see? So what I do is I put a paper clip onto my flashcards so they're not destroyed. Yeah. And the children fish them. Now you can either use a fishing rod like one you get in a children's game, but mine is just a feather duster. So it's quite tough. And I've put a kitchen magnet on the end and some string. And we can fish for pictures, for sounds, for words, for writing. It doesn't really matter. I've actually used this game with first certificate students. So there you go. So now, this is something that is, you most probably know this, and maybe Harry's just told you this, but the Oxford Children's Word of the Year in 2023 was climate change. Now, people often say to me, oh, children are not interested in climate change and they're not worried about the environment. They are, yeah. Now, there's a great report and you can read it. And it says, obviously, that it was evident that students have an idea of how to deal with climate change. And you could actually take quotes from children from the report, yeah, and do them with your children. But I was really pleased to hear that because I had a story on climate change. And so it made it obvious to me that I wasn't just inventing it. It was true. Children are worried about it. Now, this story is The Three Little Pigs with a Difference, okay? And, okay, stories like Little Red Riding Hood, you know, you might think that wolves are dangerous animals, but they're not actually. They're shy and they're quite scared of humans. So, if you know the story of the Three Little Pigs, this is the Three Little Pigs with a difference. Are you ready? 1, 2, 3, story time for you and me. That's my story time rhyme I use all the time with the children. The Three Little Pigs and Wolfie the eco-warrior wolf. These are the three little pigs. This is Poppy, this is Patty, and this little pig is Percy. The three little pigs have a problem, a big problem. Why does the weather keep changing? Sometimes it rains a lot. Yes, and sometimes it's very windy and stormy. Yes, and other times it's sunny and very, very hot. The three little pigs need to build some new houses for the changing weather. I need to build a house. Me too. Me too. I know. Let's build a house together. Great idea, they squeal. We need to build a house, but what can we build it from? Poppy, Patty, and Percy think and think and think. Just then, a wolf comes along. Here he is. Here's my wolf. Can I help? He asks. The three little pigs cry, help! It's the big bad wolf. He wants to eat us. I'm sorry. I hope I didn't scare you. I'm Wolfgang, but you can call me Wolfie. I'm big, but I'm not bad. I don't want to eat you. I'm an eco-warrior and I may be able to help you. An eco-warrior? What's an eco-warrior? Asked the three pigs. An eco-warrior helps save the planet, says Wolfie. Why? Asked Percy. How? Asked Patty. Well, don't you know the planet is in trouble? Have you ever heard of climate change? The weather is changing. I've built my new den from recycled things humans have left in the forest. I know. Let's build our home from recycled things, says Poppy. So Poppy, Patty, Percy, and Wolfie go and collect all the paper and glass and plastic which people have left in the forest, the countryside, picnic areas, and car parks. Oh, sorry, I went back there. Look at all these things we found. Let's sort them into paper and cardboard, glass and plastic. Yes, let's. Wolfie, Poppy, Wolfie, Poppy, and Patty have collected a lot of paper, card, and cardboard. They've found newspapers, magazines, leaflets, pizza boxes, wrapping paper, many more things. Wow, we've collected a lot of paper. Yes, do you know you can make bricks for the walls from paper, card, and cardboard? Yes. So first they make the bricks. Are you ready to join in? We've got a little song. What should we do with all this paper? What should we do with all this paper? What should we do with all this paper? Let's make some bricks. Wow, we've collected a lot of glass. Look at all these jars and bottles. I know. We can make the windows from the glass. So they use the glass to make the windows. What lovely colours. Green, brown, blue, and clear glass. They look really beautiful. Are you ready to sing? What should we do with all this glass? What should we do with all this glass? What should we do with all this glass? Let's make some windows. Wow, we've collected lots of plastic bottles. Yeah, let's make the roof from the bottles. It will be waterproof. Great idea. So they use the bottles to make the roof. Wolfie and the little pigs sing as they work. What shall we do with all this plastic? What shall we do with all this plastic? What shall we do with all this plastic? Let's make a roof. What a lovely house, the little pigs squeal. Wolfie, this is fun. We want to be eco-warriors like you. What else can we do? Well, we are using too much paper. We need to be careful so more trees don't have to be cut down. Everyone needs to use both sides of the paper. And we use too much plastic for packaging and bottles. Everyone needs to use refillable water bottles and take a bag for life when we go to the supermarket. And when we really need to use plastic, we must recycle it. Yes. And did you know that glass can be recycled and reused many, many times? So we must always recycle glass. We need to tell everyone, squeal the little pigs. And that's just what they did. Their animal friends loved the pigs' new home so much, they wanted homes from recycled things too. Poppy, Patty, and Percy becomes pigs for the planet. And with the help of Wolfie, the eco-warrior wolf, they build recycled homes for everyone. We're saving the planet one piece of rubbish at a time, they say. And there we go. Important messages in the story. The climate is changing, as Harry very rightly said. We need to recycle. Yeah. Right, we can make bricks from recycled paper and cardboard. Maybe in very wet countries, it won't work that much. Glass can be used many, many times. Yeah, we are using too much paper. Use both sides. Try and say that to the little ones. Use both sides of the paper. They're like, what? Both sides? Yeah, okay. So let me move on quickly because I can see my time is moving on. Nothing lights up a child's brain like play. That's, yeah, okay. Dr. Stuart Brown said that. And I love that idea, the idea of children's minds lighting up. And I wanted to show you a game that I use with the children, okay? It's like the board slam game. So it's like the one where you can swat it with a fly swat that you've got at the top here, okay? But we use, can you see that? The children stand. So we have two children, they stand with the flashlights by their sides and it's a quick draw. Who can shine the light on the right flashcard? Yeah, I don't know whether you can see that very well. Okay, now, and there are my flashcards. Now, what can we do with children? Well, this is Kofi Annan, or was Kofi Annan, and he said, knowledge is power, information is liberating, education is the premise of progress in every society, in every family. And it's true, if we don't tell children, okay, here are my information cards. Okay, if we don't tell them and they don't know something, how can we expect them to do something about it? How can we expect people to recycle? How can we expect them to think about sustainability if we don't share that information with them? So here's this. Did you know that 75% of rubbish can be recycled? But did you know we only recycle about 30% of our rubbish? Yeah, not good. Now, Aristotle, I love this idea because he said this around 2,400 years ago, and yet it's relevant for the present. Good habits formed at youth make all the difference, yeah? And that is very true. Now, one thing I do with the children, and I'm sure you've heard this idea before, is they investigate about recycling in their area. It might be different, like from one village to the next, which is my case. So it's slightly different. So I send the children on a fact-finding mission to investigate which recyclables go in which bin in their area. And it's different from my village to a village about maybe 10 minutes down the road. And we sort our flashcards out into the different recycling, groups. Now, did you know that you can, if you line up plastic bottles thrown away each year, they can circle the planet 4 times. Now, I'm not going to say that if I encourage the children to use these bottles that we'll get it down to 0, but we might get it down to 3 times around the planet, 3.5 times. So we design a waste-free school snack. I talk to the children about waste-free snacks, and they can have a refillable bottle, or they can use a food container. Now, can you foresee any difficulties here? Okay. I don't want parents to think I'm eco-shaming them. Okay. So I tell them, I send a letter home to say that we're doing a project about being sustainable. Okay. And then we talk with the children. Now, the way that I sell it to parents is having a refillable bottle and decanting biscuits into a small Tupperware thing is actually cheaper in the long run than all these little packets of biscuits. Another thing I wanted to share with you is that we do recyclable art projects. And this was one that was done, it's not one that we would do with the children in class, but the big fishes was done for the Rio summit, in 2012 in Brazil. And so I look at the photographs of these. They were done to raise people's awareness about the amount of plastic that's found in the sea. A lot of it. Now, with the children, we decided that we didn't want to use a plastic bottle to do our project. And so we used glass, because we know that glass can be reused. Okay, now a picture of this is in your handouts, but I do a project with the children, and we talk about the big fishes and we write about them, and then we make one. Now, this could either be a lantern like you can see here, and you can put a tea light in it, or it can be a desk tidy that the children, now this is one that we've made for Valentine's Day. So it's going home to the family for Valentine's Day. We've made it for that. And I just wanted to share an idea which I know now this is a letter. Okay, this is to class 5, and I'll read you out the letter. Are you ready? Do you want to hear it? It says, "Hello, everyone." Actually, I need my hands free. "Hello, everyone. I hope you're being kind. You need to use your mind to be kind. Be smart. Use your heart. Intend to be a friend, and then do it all over again. Use your mind to be kind. Be smart. Use your heart. Intend to be a friend. Kindness never ends. If someone acts mean to me, kindness is my guide on how to be. I can use words that are encouraging and lift someone up who is in need. We all need someone who is listening. We can all be friends and not bully. We can use kind words like thanks and please, and be kind to the animals, stroking plants and trees. Treat others how you want to be treated, and your kindness can be repeated. In a world that you can be many things, be kind. A message from your friends at Wines. I can see you going, oh, what does that mean? Use your mind to be kind. Be smart, use your heart. Intend to be a friend, and then do it all over again. And now I'm going to let you into a secret, because it isn't a story. Okay, Joe Riley, he's no relation, same surname as me. I've been in contact with Joe because I told him that I use this. It's a song Joe is a music teacher and he works at a school called Wines, and that's why he says your friend here at Wines. Are you ready? So,
use your mind to be kind, be smart, use your heart, intend to be a friend.
can you hear this?
Yeah, sure. It's
Okay,
clear.
good. Sorry, my computer was saying, great. My computer was saying you couldn't.
Use your mind to be kind, be smart, use your heart, intend to be a friend. Kindness never ends. Even if someone asks me to be, kindness is my guide on how to be. I can use words that are encouraging and pick someone up who is in need. Use your mind to be kind, be smart, use your heart, intend to be a friend. Let's do it all over again. Use your mind to be kind, be smart, use your heart, intend to be a friend. Kindness never ends. We all need someone who is listening. We can all be friends and not bully. We can use kind words like thanks and please, and be kind to the animals, plants, and trees. Use your mind to be kind, be smart, use your heart, intend to be a friend. Then do it all over again. Use your mind to be kind, be smart, use your heart, intend to be a friend. Kindness never ends. Treat others how you want to be treated, and your kindness can be repeated. In a world where you can be many things, be kind. A message from your friends and why. Use your mind to be kind, be smart, use your heart, intend to be a friend.
Okay, I'm going to stop it there. And I've put the link down, and you've got the link in your handouts, and you can go to Spotify, and Joe has put the song on Spotify. And I just wanted to finish with a young teacher, and I love her message. This is Maddie Richardson, and she, my question is, if you don't already include sustainability in your classes, it doesn't matter, because today is a new day.
With a new opportunity to make your world a better place.
About 15 minutes into class, we take a moment to just be present together. Here we go, breathe in. Breathe out for 5, 4. I try to share with them something useful or some type of information that I wish I would have known.
That's right. And if you've got any stress or suppressors or anxiety, take with you today. I want you to let them know that you'll be with them later and just throw them out the door or throw them out the window. Because all you got to worry about right now is not gonna be that bad.
Okay, I'll stop her there. You have a link to watch Maddie, but great message there. And I wanted to finish with this one poem which I thought you could use with older children. Okay, this is by Topher Kirby. If you don't know Topher, but you don't like poetry, it doesn't matter, because his poetry is fabulous. And he said, I love kindness. When someone goes out of their way to do something nice for you, no matter how big or small, it just makes you feel good, feel better. And when you do the same for others, it makes them feel good too. It's like magic. And it's something we can all do to make the world a little better and a little brighter. So I'm going to finish now. And you've got everything in a handout. So thank you for coming. I think you're going to, I'll leave you with this final thing on screen. Oh, sorry. You've got the links to this, but sustainable development goals are this simple. We need to be kind to other people, to animals, the planet, and the environment. And it literally is that simple. So thank you. Have we got any questions?
Thank you,
thanks a lot for
Vanessa. Yeah, thank you, Vanessa, for that great, motivating, and very engaging presentation. I'd like to remind our audience today to please look into the chat box. We will share those links with you later. But I did post one more time the 17 sustainable goals by the United Nations. That's in there, and a great resource package. I highly recommend it on the human impact of climate change, resources for primary schools. That's in the links. It's a great link to go to. So many activities that you can be using with your primary school students and learners. Again, one more time, 30 fantastic climate change activities for kids is in there too. National Geographic is a great place to go to for some activities. I put a link in there for you as well. We also have a link for the climate change resource package from the World Wildlife Fund. And one more time, that great link to the New York Times for resources about climate change and all the different ideas that you can use. And Vanessa, I did have one question for you.
Yes.
And, you know, teaching sustainable goals can be a very sort of overwhelming thing for children, especially primary school children. So my question to you is, do we really need to tell children that we're really teaching that, or do we just do it?
We just do it. It's like, do you tell them that you're teaching them adjectives? Most probably not. Yeah, we just do them, and they're in our stories, and the message is kind of woven into. And I'm not saying that every story that you do has got to be about SDGs. No, you know, it's maybe one of the many stories that you're doing, or one of the many songs, but it's a good idea for it to be in there. And that's what I'm trying to highlight, that we just need to include it, you know, sometimes. But I'm not saying to the children, now we're working on SDG number 2, no hunger. No, I'm not doing that. I do have the flashcards on my wall as my poster, but all the other teachers have our poster on their wall of SDGs. Mine is just kind of more interactive, so they might come and take them down and have a look at the photograph. But these are all free resources. The world's largest lesson, and it's in your, I've seen that you've got the PDF of my talk there. The reason I did it as a PDF and I saved the links as a link to click on is that you can just go straight to all these materials and get them, and they're out there. So that's the good thing. But no, I don't stress to the children, I'm working on SDG. No.
So in other words, your last line there is keep it simple.
Exactly. That's it. It's literally that simple. And that's what I keep on saying to them. You're doing the same as always. We're English teachers. We're teaching English, yeah? But we can, and we're still using the same activities, as I said before, puppets and songs and stories and fun and games, but we can include it in our sessions. But as I said, not all the time. I'm not going, no.
Thank you, Vanessa.
Anxiety.
Thank you, Vanessa, for answering that question, because I think that's something that we all think about. You know, should we tell students? One more time, just before we turn that over to Mo and move on to our next speaker, please take the time to go to the Human Impact for Climate Change, the resources for primary school teachers, a great package for you to use in the classroom. And with that said, Mo, I turn it over to you, and let's move on to our next speaker.
Thanks a lot, Vanessa, for the second time on the second conference. It was really good. Thanks a lot for your contributions to the conference. And thanks a lot for being part of the Educast International Online Conference 2024. So everyone, we have 2 speakers today who talked about taking care of the planet. But you know what's more important to me in order to start looking after the planet is to look after ourselves. And this leads us to the talk of now with Anna Makura. She will be talking about emotional well-being in ELT, the ABCs of holistic education. Anna is a university language teacher, HE lecturer, teacher trainer, course creator, highly experienced and passionate about ELT. She also works as a neuro language coach, dyslexia tutor, therapist, and educational consultant. So, everyone, let's give a warm welcome to Anna, who is here and join us from Ireland. Right, Anna?
Correct. Thank you so much for the introduction. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me well? Hello?
Yeah, sure. People, just
All
typing in
good?
the chat
Wonderful.
box.
Yes, you can interact. Very good. So, indeed, now I'm actually in Dublin, but I'm normally in Cork, Ireland, and I can get started, I believe. And as you mentioned, Mohammed, it's so important to look after the world, look after each other. And there are different perspectives. Now, in the 21st century, we need more, we need new approaches and strategies. And let me present more things. So I just get going and share my presentation. Here we go. Yes, my main topic is emotional well-being in ELT. At the same time, talking about holistic education, we can spend hours and hours. That would take us so long. So I just put the ABCs, okay? And without further ado, thank you for the introduction. Yes, I will be talking about different areas, so you can have a look a little bit. Thank you for the introduction. Now, you may be wondering why I insert things from neurolinguistics or neuroscience or cognitive behavioral therapy. I'm actually doing therapeutic teaching as well, and I work with different age groups. So primary, secondary school students, university level, or private sessions and group workshops. That gives me that perspective. And when you think about education, now, effective education, what does it mean to you? And when you say students, like what comes to your mind? My students? I always encourage reflection. And our meeting here is like a lesson, isn't it? Because we're learning to lead, to empower. Okay, I just quickly see the chat. Now you can pop in there and give me some of your ideas. My students, what are the individuals? What are the expectations? And what is the reality? What are the goals, the needs they really have? And how do you know that your students are discovering their full potential? How can we measure all that? Now, what 21st century skills are you teaching now? Very important. Self-reflection, going back, okay, to your lesson plans. And the crucial element I'm going to talk about is emotions. Mental health in a broad sense and emotional well-being. Yes, checking the chat as well. So if you have any answers, I will be reading your inputs as well. So I'm really interested in what you think about it. The expectations, very important. Okay, and then the reality. So students, my idea is they are individuals, right? And it's all about how effective the learning is. But there won't be any result, expected, desired result, if students do not feel good or well, do not feel safe. How are you going to measure that happiness in the classroom? We know how to measure tests, different skills, and so on. But even talking about skills, okay, it is always holistic. Please think about it for a second. Reading, writing, productive skills, speaking, writing. Yes, we can see it. Reading, listening, receptive. That's all happening in someone's head, but what we see outside. Now, the classroom is one of the learning environments, right? And we are used to using some measures. We see the progress, we measure that. Now, from CBT, cognitive behavioral therapy, I always use a scale. So 0 and 10. Where are we now? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, where is the progress? The focus is on progress, improvement, and development. Potential, keyword, and skills. But, well, knowledge without using it effectively would mean nothing. So intelligence is using it for change, visible change. So for me, it's results that students can feel. They know what this is about. Possibly something more. Now, visuals are quite powerful. So to me, students, individuals are like seeds, and we do not teach a seed how to become a tree, right? Think of an apple tree and then give fruit. No, we don't do it. What we care about is creating the right conditions for growth. So that's why that garden, okay? And the tools, the strategies, and the diversity as well. There are so many different kinds of fruit or even vegetables if we prefer, but it's the nature. And we are talking a lot about it. So I think that reflects it quite well. I'm checking also the chat there. So yes, holistic sense is a must in the classroom. I'm reading the input here. Thank you so much. It's the sense, absolutely. Now, sometimes I say that teachers are like doctors. Okay, it's the assessment, examination, then the needs and skills, and we're suggesting the way to go forward. So I think you agree with me that we are more than teachers. So again, the foundations of emotional well-being, holistic approach, you may say, why this idea? Is it new? Well, not really, but the crucial elements have always been there with us. Yeah, it's so popular. So the heart, effective teaching, that is at the heart of all subjects. So have a look at the images, and I wonder what ideas are coming to your mind. To me, is focus, okay, concentration, you know where you're going, balance, finding the balance as well. And the steps, yeah, step by step, the importance of little steps, but you know where you're going. It's knowledge and the light there in front of you. Okay, doing things together. Okay, that's why it's wholeness. If you have a student, it's an individual, very good. But at the same time, think about yourself. It's just part of the global community. If you're preparing the learner for the world and to exist there well, it's knowledge and unity, collaboration. I'll tell you a little bit more about it in a second. So not just the academic part. And the last picture there is that if you do not stop, if you do not take time for reflection, everything's going to pass by quickly and you're not there. You're not participating actively. Okay, I move on there. So the ancient wisdom is about growth, wholeness, awareness, consciousness, connection, acceptance, and discovery. Maybe you've heard of Socrates, Plato, or Aristotle. So experiential learning, it's quite well documented. These philosophers were talking about knowing yourself or thyself then. So it should be active, practical, rational, and constructive. Now, what is rational? You may say, like, whatever we cover in the class is rational, right? Yeah, but there is something more. Ask the question why. And from the learner's perspective, it's like, why am I here? Why am I learning that? So it's very much linked to motivation. Okay. There will always be that question. The brain will ask, why am I doing that? Motivational speaker, Simon Sinek, one of my favorite speakers out there. says about that. First, it's why, not what you're doing, not how you're doing, but why you're doing that. Okay. So more dimensions, if you prefer. Psychological one, okay, emotional, cognitive, understanding. You won't be engaging in something if you don't know the basics, the steps, the elements. Okay. So you, as the educator, as the teacher, you have the passion, you should have the knowledge as well, but you're transferring it. So it's everything. It's the communication, body language as well. Okay. It's quite personal for you as a teacher. Okay. If you find a connection to what you're teaching. Okay. The next part is physical. Okay. Now it's online. So yes, you're sitting in front of the computer, but in the classroom, make it more active. So movement, maybe music, and so on. Then spiritual. We always talk about mind, body, and spirit. So again, there is something more to it. And social, pro-social skills. We're preparing our learners to interact with others, okay, to be active citizens. There's a picture. Yeah. What is the right age to start that? Well, any age. I do a lot of projects, and the youngest one was like 5 years old. And I say 5 or 105, it doesn't matter. Any time is good to talk about it because that's real life. This is the mindset and the approach. So indeed, we are learners and we are members of the global society. It's good to have a framework, like what we're following, the steps, right? So communication, of course, collaboration, again, critical thinking, and creative thinking. The teachers are like artists. Would you agree? Okay. At the same time, every person is an artist and is discovering that potential. So a few pictures again, the sky is the limit. There are no barriers at all. And creativity is just connecting the things. So allowing the learners to experiment, enjoy, test, try. Okay. Remember, the classroom is just one of the learning environments. So it's not an empty bucket. Okay. If you have a person in front of you, they have the background knowledge, their needs, okay, their dreams, and they're forming their own connections. So if you think, okay, fair enough, that makes sense, good. But is it just in one country or is it global? Well, is it something that we should think about, or is it an alternative? Well, just have a look. I picked only 3 examples. Like student well-being is sharply declining. So that's from the Irish Times. Or American Psychological Association. Okay, student mental health is in crisis. Campuses are rethinking their approach, rethinking right now. Okay, so it's happening. That's why it's so important to start thinking how you can make those changes as well. Now, the Guardian, experts lament appalling decline in health under fives in the UK. Okay, so the age, if you're wondering, any age, start as early as possible. Theory and practice again. There are some models currently, and you may choose your own strategy. Okay, experiments. Okay, go discover, and you create those opportunities in the class. Okay, experiential learning, self-guided learning. Now, when you have a limited time in the classroom, you can't cover everything, right? But you're giving the direction, you're guiding. Now, different disciplines there, so you're connecting the dots later, okay? Or allowing the teacher and the student to cooperate and talk about different things, but it's not just one subject. Now, when we have the goals and talking about environment, you can mention the needs, the values, so it's always broad. We don't stop on just one topic, right? And those are stepping stones in the development of the child. And again, happiness, joy, passion, okay? And some quotes, famous quotes, covered it quite well. So let me present them. Educating the mind without educating the heart is no education at all. Okay? Opportunities don't happen, you create them. Another very famous one. Don't count the days. Make the days count. So every single lesson, you will have no problem with motivation, or it will increase greatly. Okay? If every single day you will present something valuable in a very interesting way, but you need to know your students very well. Okay? So life experience is the best teacher. When they tell you, you're the best teacher, I love it. Well, it's flattering. That's very good. You're going in the right direction. But at the same time, okay, it's experience. You are preparing them for life. Be the change you wish to see in the world and in your students. Don't just talk about it. I'm very practical. So again, I try to say and show them. And you're the role model for them too. So again, perception, reshaping young minds, yeah, looking at the whole person. Knowledge, as I mentioned before, feelings and emotions, and inception. It's like, what's going on internally? Are they feeling included in your class? They observe all the time and they can pick up more than you think. Your learners, okay, are very, very careful observers. You can turn it into mindfulness and teach them some practices every day, even outside of the class. Okay, positivity every single day. Yeah, I'd love to come to a lesson when the atmosphere is great. There's always fun. There's something new, and I can express what I say, what I see, and how I understand things. So the attitude, okay, your attitude determines your altitude, how far you will go yourself and with your students. Now, habits, of course, you may need to adjust something and change. So Atomic Habits is a great book by James Clear. Gradual changes every single day. And I mean also in your lesson plan. Okay, so every lesson can be a little bit different. So adjust that. Now, talking about emotional well-being, students like to compare each other. And it comes down to self-esteem later on. Okay. Well, there is the element of fear, always. We learn every day. But the key thing is not trying to remove that fear. Actually, what's fear? Fear is false expectations appearing real. So we always imagine things, yeah? But they may not happen. So trying to calm down by deep breathing and again, mindful approach and activities. And it's not without, but with fear. Okay, this is it. And you can share your experiences with your learners as well, that you've been there, you know what you're talking about. Okay, that's normal. So validating their emotions and sometimes their concerns as well, being with them for them. Something different, again, talking about holistic part. It's the whole body. I can't imagine going to a doctor and he would just examine one part without asking me about my lifestyle, about other things. Okay, different parts. That's my organism, my whole body. Apart from that, it's the mind and spirit, as I mentioned. But let's have a look at that. It's the ancient Japanese exercise, a hand to balance your emotions and boost your energy. Sometimes I tell my students, nobody has to know that you're actually self-regulating right now. So there are things you can do yourself, okay? Like closing your eyes and imagining things, then open your eyes if you want. So deep breathing. Or, yeah, the touch. I do multisensory teaching a lot. So we don't use touch enough. Think about it. Worry, fear, anger, sadness, and trying things. So try it at home and nourishing. Okay. Why do we have 4 fingers and a thumb? Why? Every single one has its function. The same for us. Okay. And the self-reflection is also about you. Okay. your emotions, do they take over? Do you know how to calm yourself down, calm your mind? Can. Knowledge, everything goes to the brain. But how about the mind? Strengthen the mind. I talk a lot about memory, and I've written some articles as well on how to improve your memory. How can you remember things? How can you enjoy, yes, all the elements and connect all those dots? So attention, focus on attention. That's why this is all about using your body too. What strategies are you using in class right now? This is my question, and I see the chat, if you don't mind. Just, yeah, why this is important. Questions. Okay, memory lane. Yes, absolutely. Learners, spiritual manner. Yeah, calibrating, building rapport. Great ideas. Thank you so much. Yes, yes. So this is for you now. How effective are they? And are you able to implement some changes? Okay, you may be talking about, but yeah, that sounds good. But how will you find the time? How are you going to link those things? How are you going to introduce something new? Okay, everybody is afraid of change. Like, it's been working for a while. Why should I change it? Okay, to see, to explore, to experiment. Okay, now what age group or groups you're working right now? Adjusting those things. Is there enough training resources for you, or do you need more awareness, like in the community, in the school, or in the classroom? So more workshops or webinars. I'm open to collaboration. And yeah, maybe more self-study time for your learners. Just simple activities in their free time. I prepared a list of some commended literature, and there are other things like TED Talks or projects that you can utilize as well. So just a few books. If it's new, maybe interested, okay, in exploring reading a little bit on mental health and well-being, you can see on the screen. So I don't need to read that. The neuroscience, self-driven child and the whole brain child. That's by Daniel Siegel as well. I had workshops with him. So that is so, so important. Why emotions? It's like the well, okay? And the wheel of emotions, mood swings, that's going to change every single day. And turning the emotional well into emotional wellness, that's the goal. Can you do it verbally? Well, your words have power, but it's nonverbal communication as well. So, yeah, crucial. Always think of the mind, brain, your thoughts, feelings, and behavior. You know, CBT, again, cognitive behavioral therapy, says about that connection quite strongly. So your thoughts affect your mood, your feelings, and then from there you act, your behavior. You cannot expect visible change that someone's gonna go and do it if there isn't that internal force that tells them. And what tells them? Thoughts. So be careful what you're thinking of, right? And you can present whatever you want to cover in class using brain-friendly techniques. So it's wonderful, isn't it? Remember that we have our own meta models. Well, what is it? We communicate in a different way. We have the triggers, okay? Your learners have their triggers. And the map is not the territory, okay? So it's the perception too. If I'm talking to you, you may have a different picture of that. You will remember different things. Different words will stay with you, and you're creating your image. And I try it in class as well. And I tell my students, if we watch something or listen to a piece of something, and I said, okay, take notes, and then we'll talk about it later. And they, without instruction, just try it, okay? And they will have a different version of the same thing. So that's, if you sometimes think that's the same, what you're saying stays in your learner's heads, I don't think so. It may be a totally different thing, different experiences, okay, different ideas. It's a different meta model. And if you want some more information on it, do contact me, because I do a lot. That's NLP, neuro-linguistic programming. Okay, so the next part is the role of hormones, serotonin, dopamine. Now, talking about staying focused and alert, think about noradrenaline or cortisol, that's the stress response that students are getting. Do you think about hormones and the role? Do your learners know about it? Mental health, in a broad sense. Endorphins, better mood. Okay, you can't be happy and unhappy at the same time. So if you focus on creating a great atmosphere there, you're reducing the cortisol level. Again, think about breaks, okay, mental breaks or movement breaks, because the study time has to be optimal. There are different techniques, again, like the Pomodoro techniques that you tell your students, maybe for revision time, okay, study time, and then you take 5-minute breaks, like 25 minutes, enough. In the class, try to break it down into manageable chunks. So I would even say, and I tell my students, okay, guys, short activities, feedback, input, and I change that. So it's always multi-sensory, brain friendly, and it's new. So it's never boring in a way. Or you need to observe them as well. Again, it's the body language, what they say, what they not say. Okay. Well, creating that flow, what I'm getting at is if you're going with that flow, there's no boredom. Okay. So novelty, variety, but most importantly, they need to feel safe in your class. Sometimes we think, okay, let's start, let's move on. And I don't ask them, how are you? I ask them, how are you feeling today? And my second question is, what are your energy levels? Tell me. And the scale from 1 to 10, where are you? Okay. Some may be sleepy, some may be, absent-minded, some are eager, excited. So trying to balance that. And well, why is that so important? It's about the limbic system right now. And maybe you've heard about the amygdala hijack. It's a fight, flight, and freeze response or reaction. And if you know it's coming, okay, you feel you're threatened. Again, it's not that you feel really. It may be imaginary. It's just your thought. I mentioned that before. Your thoughts. It doesn't have to be real, but your feeling comes there, okay? It's very, very overwhelming. And the amygdala hijack means that it's just too late now. You cannot focus. You cannot utilize your other functions like critical thinking, higher order. No, thinking. Emotions, amygdala, number one, opens the door or closes the door to the rest of what's going to happen in the lesson, okay? So think about hippocampus, memory, conversion, thalamus, hypothalamus, but amygdala, number one. And my students know those names because it's my passion. I present complex ideas from neuroscience in simple terms. I have some workbooks, resources on that. If you want to share with your students, please contact me. And yeah, they know it. And I tell them, okay, you feel it's coming. And sometimes I share as well my thoughts and I say, guys, okay, this is internally, you may be feeling the same, or I'm looking at you and some of you probably are feeling this or that. Okay, so you know the techniques, deep breathing. It's like, okay, 7, mentally you're counting, then take a very deep breath, hold on, and exhaling. And it's totally okay in my class to do it. Quite often I start with a mindfulness exercise or mix and mingle. Crucial part, just stand up and I always say, okay, move around, change your partners, 2 minutes. I shorten the time sometimes on purpose, okay? Just to show them, okay, keep your mind active. But if you're so active, there is no time, again, for boredom or fear, but everybody has a chance, okay, to experience something. Because remember, some students are shy, are just introverts. And my job is not turning introverts into extroverts. It's their personality. So I'm not changing them, okay? I'm just giving them the safety, the comfort in the classroom. and teach them how to self-regulate. Ultimately, I'm checking, is my learner's mind full, or are they all in the class mindful of what's going on? Okay, with the fixed mindset, the growth, fixed mindset could be, on we've been doing it, those strategies have been working. They know it, it seems familiar, so they feel kind of safe with that, right? But the growth, I say, okay, if you're not changing anything, this is the enemy of growth, fear. Okay. And your comfort zone, yes, with the fixed mindset, I agree, it has been working, but do you want to grow? Do you want to try something? Please remember, your comfort zone is the opposite of growth. So they grow with me, and I'm trying to encourage them as much as I'm encouraging you as well. So, a few moments for you. So, what strategies are you using regularly right now? Or other things, or maybe a combination of something. Okay. What steps should you take to add something new? And how are you going to present it to your students? That's the thing. Now, the words have power. I'm a linguist, and neurolinguistics is in my heart. So I say, okay, the typical mistake is this is very difficult. Like sometimes teachers say this part is challenging or grammar is boring. Don't say that. Please don't say that, because you're instilling that in the brain, okay, right away. And remember, you're the role model. So if you're saying that, it must be difficult. So, okay, show it with passion, new strategy. Say, hey, let's try it. Okay. It's like a lot of humor. See, I'm full of energy always. And even my colleagues ask me in the morning, like, where'd you get the energy from? It's like, well, I work on it. And I learned how to be happy every single day, because our brain, the default mode is actually worry, okay, danger, what's out there, survival. Okay, so I switch, and authenticity, I believe, is the key. So if your students see you happy in the class and doing those strategies and being authentic every day, okay, and having time for them too, emotional well-being, you don't leave emotions outside of the class, you bring them to the class. So I ask them, what has happened? Okay, share your achievements with me. Do you have your own ideas? I'm always open, and I always agree. Say, okay, let's try your idea. Very good. Grant. Self-awareness. Okay, if they are empowered, they rediscovering those things quicker. Yeah, metacognition. What is it? Knowing how you're learning, how you're thinking. So extra questions like, is this good for me? Now, could I try something else? Why? I encourage asking extra questions, okay, internally. And I say the responsibility is shared, all right? So I'm giving all my heart, all my effort. I'm in the lesson, but you have your responsibility too, to continue, to keep it going outside of the classroom. So come back next time and tell me how you've used your knowledge, okay? Metacognition, know yourself better. Ask those questions every single day. You can have a journal, writing down. That's again CBT, a very popular thing now, being a reflective learner and teacher. Metacognition is with me every day. Empowerment, I'd say. So positive psychology for everyone. I don't separate myself as a teacher, the authority. It's like, okay, we're one. We are one in the class. And remember as well, there might be some neurotypical or neurodivergent learners. Okay, I'm a dyslexia specialist, and I specialize in not just assessing what's wrong. Actually, my therapeutic teaching is fixing as I go. So there are challenges, mental blocks, cognitive behavioral, personal. It's possible if you know the therapeutic language, if you're a therapist. So I'm turning a class whenever I can into kind of a session, but that's embedded right in my language, okay? Because I use other parts too. So neurolinguistics helps me a lot in that. I have separate webinars and things on that, and some articles like in Modern English Teacher in the UK. So it's about you, learners, and the teachers. Positive psychology for both. The next part, removing labels, the power of words. Don't say, okay, I don't know that person quite well. Tomorrow it's going to be a different person. I cannot say you are that. It's like progress, okay? Development. You've done this really well. Or that particular specific thing. If I don't know what I'm supposed to do, if you say, you're great. What do you mean? Today, your performance was great. What do you mean? It's like students say, I'm not good at this, at grammar, at speaking right. Which part? Let's break it down. Okay. The importance of little steps. Yeah, uniqueness. Everybody is unique. And I cherish this and I nature. This is our nature. Okay. The process and the progress go hand in hand. Think about it. If you're adding a new strategy tomorrow, okay, you will discover something else, but you need to be open and willing to change the perspective again and get out of your comfort zone. Our body is made up of about 60% water. If you like experiments, and maybe you've heard of that one, and it will convince you even more. So the words have power. Do you use positive language in the class? I avoid like don't, never, nobody, no. Our brains don't like negativity, number one. But what we say, okay, is the energy, and energy travels and stays in our body. So check it out, please. Famous experiment on water. And by saying thank you, this is the shape that Japanese scientists discovered in his experiment. Anyway, moving on. If you like games, playing activities, please do them. So music, movement, promoting better understanding, okay? Aesthetic, instilling values, resilience, nurturing all that, and the connection to the wider world. Remember, that's just the classroom. They go out there, okay? We're part of it, part of the environment. So ask them personal questions or view in a way that, what do you think about it? How are you going to protect the environment? What can you do? Okay, it's like a chain and you're one part of it. So interconnectedness of all things, holistic, the whole person, the whole world. That's my thing. Now, if they understand that, they want to share how they see the world, it's important to teach about multimodality. And I've picked two great positions there. One by Cambridge, one by Macmillan, are great sponsors. So yeah, understanding and composing multimodal projects. Currently, I'm doing a lot of projects where learners, different age, can express and see their world. So different forms, especially these days with not just the books, not just the words, it's gestures, it's podcasts, images, multimedia. Okay. I always say, be yourself, and be unique, and dream big. That's my motto. And for you as well, reflection, guys, takeaways. I do hope that you will reflect on those things, on your practice as well. And the very last picture that I think represents the wholeness of us as the global community, of us as one person, okay? Feeling, mind, body, and spirit. At the same time, we're working together, okay? And you're together there with your learners, looking after their emotional well-being, following the holistic approach. If you're ready to connect, I'm on LinkedIn and other places, so you can contact me by email.
Thank you, Anna, for your presentation today. And I'd just like to go over some of the links that I put into the chat box. I think the most important one is what is holistic education, understanding what that is and some methods and the benefits of it. Again, another link to what is holistic education and why it's important. We have a great link here of the history of holistic education and how to use that in the early years with primary school students, and also an introduction into holistic education for your classroom, and then 2 great links on 50 simple social emotional learning activities for all ages, and the last one, 60 well-being activities for children, which are related to holistic education. Again, thank you, Anna, for taking the time to present today, and I would like to move that over to Mo, to our next speaker.
Hello,
Thank you
Ron.
so
Hello,
much.
Anna. Thank you. Thanks very much for your contributions to the conference. Yeah. So because it's 1:31, we're 1 minute late. Let's everyone give a warm welcome to our wonderful speaker who was part of our previous one in 2023, and we're very privileged to have her in this conference too in 2024. Everyone, let me introduce you to Maria Devu, who is a teacher trainer, researcher, and school owner. She has a bachelor degree in philosophy, Cambridge Delta, and MA in TESOL from St. Michael's College, Vermont, and has studied for a PhD in applied linguistics in UK. She is now completing her doctorate degree in Athens. She held, lots of researches here and there. She is really into talking about deep learning. And today, everyone, she's talking about inquiring minds, voice, and choice to the learner. So everyone in the chat box, let's give a warm welcome to Dr. Maria Devu.
And I want to take a little second here to welcome Maria again to the conference. Maria, it's great to see you again. And we're still hoping and praying one day that we're going to meet in person, because Maria and I talk a lot on social media about deeper learning and how we both like it. And that really is one of the motivating things that we like to do. So Maria, welcome to the conference, and we look forward to your talk today. Get your voice on.
Thank you, Mo. Thank you, Ron. Thank you, everybody, for being here today. That's who I am, and we're going to explore together a little bit of inquiry-based learning, which to me is what complements deeper learning for younger students. So to begin with, I will start with a story, and I will stop the story at some point, and I will ask you some questions. So once upon a time, there was a mother with 2 children, a boy and a girl, who lived in a small house near the forest. And they had a happy life, but they also had a problem. The mother had a problem. Her children were super smart, and they were asking questions all the time. Mom, how does this work? Mom, who made this? Mom, why is this the way it is? So the mother was fed up with all these questions. And one day she said, if you ask one more question, I'm going to take you to the top of the mountain where the old wise lady lives. So before I go on with the story, I want to ask you, what kind of questions do you think the children were asking? They were 8 years old. To help you, give me in the chat box some questions you think these children were asking. Give me some questions an 8-year-old child would ask. Who created me? Perfect. Anyone else? What's money? How is water made? Lovely questions. Okay. So I was telling this same story, where is God, to a group of first graders, 6-year-old students. Here I am, and here are the students. And I asked them to give me some questions that the children in the story were asking. And this is what they said. If you dig really deep, what will you find? What are some things blue? Why do we have questions? Where is Dad? Where's Dad in the story? How do butterflies fly? Why isn't there a spring in our garden? Why are you so tall and yet have such small ears? I'm not that tall. My ears are relatively small, but that's what impressed them. So see the questions the first graders had. This is what inquiring minds or inquiry-based learning is all about. And I will break it down into pieces to show you a little bit of its background, the theoretical background, but also its implementation. So before that, let's have a look at how the English language teaching ecosystem is today. What teachers do and what teacher training programs also do is focus on teaching. So we, as a teacher trainer, when I do my observations for teacher trainees, I just observe how they teach and I write down how they teach and I give them a pass or a fail or a feedback on how they teach. And this is how all teacher training programs are organized. Also, if you look at how teachers teach and how course books are made, basically you will see that the syllabi are grammar driven. And in a way, I think even if you look at a little bit more modern course books, you'll see that in a way they're glorified grammar books. So you have a little bit of CLIL, a little bit of STEAM, a little bit of communicative approach, a little bit of storytelling, but the syllabus, like the core of the course book, is based on grammar. So you just put some extra bits and pieces to make it look fancier, but it's really what it used to be, just with more sparkle. Another thing is that we assume that learning happens linearly. And I'll stop sharing my screen and I'll share it again because I want to show you an irrelevant, perhaps, video, very short one from YouTube. Okay, let me share my screen again. And it's astronomy. Hold on. I want to show you a little bit of astronomy. And it's about how we believe, how we perceive the universe and how the universe really works. So hold on. Okay. How we think our solar system works. And this is how it actually works. Okay. So I think it's the same thing with learning. We believe that learning happens linearly. We have this, because this helps us understand it better. But in reality, learning happens in unpredictable and non-spatial temporal ways. We believe that that learners learn what we teach them, but this is not the case. Learners learn some of the things we teach them, but they also learn outside the classroom. And if by learning we mean remembering and storing in their long-term memory, then crazy things happen. It's very unpredictable what will stick with each one of us. So if you look at the science of mathematics, which is a field that explores the art of learning, you will get an idea of how I believe we should shift the focus from the teacher to the learner. When we observe teachers teaching, in fact, we should be focusing on what learners do and how they're learning. So, of course, what teachers do is important, but we need to check if it works or not. And I think this is a very important shift towards more learner-centered, but also more learner-led curriculum. But why is there a need to shift our focus towards learning and stop focusing so much on teachers and their teaching? So if you again take a look at what actually happens in the classrooms, everybody's in a hurry. If you ask teachers, what do you need more? They will say, I need more time. Okay, we also say we need more money, but teachers need more time. We're constantly in a hurry. We want to cover the material, the syllabus, the textbook. And we tend to forget what our students actually learn and how they will use it in their own lives for their own purposes. So we sort of marginalize students. They're not part of their own learning. They study just because we tell them to study, sometimes because we threaten them with grades, with assessment. If you don't study, I'm going to take points off. And they don't have a purpose to study. They don't study to learn more. They don't study because they're in a journey seeking out more knowledge. They cannot relate to the subject they study. They just study because their teacher told them, because society tells them this is what you should do, because their parents told them. There is no intrinsic motivation whatsoever. But if we give them more autonomy and more choice, and I will not say if we give them voice, but if we listen to the voice because they have a voice, these are the things that can happen. They will be involved. This will boost their self-esteem because they're part of the process. They will be motivated. They will think critically. Their memory will work better. They will become aware of their learning process, and they will become independent. So how can we reinforce this autonomy? By giving them choice. Also, by focusing on content instead of language points. I mean, there's no thing in life without language. Everything has language. All content is language-based. So if I study astronomy, I do it through language. That's why some scientists say that whatever you study in reality, you study language. You study math, but whatever you interpret in your head as numbers or concepts, spatial concepts, this is language. There's no other way to think. So we need to focus more on content that interests and engages our learners. We should also help them by letting them ask and answer their own questions, like the one you saw at the beginning with the story with the mom and the two children. And involve them in all aspects and steps of a lesson: choice of topic, choice of content, choice of activities, choice of homework, choice of assessment. And you'll see how. Now, this is why we developed this language education framework for children between 6 and 12 years old, which we call Inquiring Minds. This is just a brand name. It basically means inquiry-based learning. And within this framework, language is just a means to explore the world. It's not an end in itself, but by using language to explore the world, you learn more about the world, more about yourself, but also more language. The theoretical background of Inquiring Minds is, first of all, critical pedagogy. So we do not just teach anything, language in our case, to learn the subject matter, but because we want to create a better vision of the world, because we want to emancipate, to help our learners emancipate themselves, but also to have teachers who are emancipated, who can go away from the dictatorship of course books and syllabi and curricula, who can, and in our classrooms, we model a better world, a world that is more fair, that is freer, that is equal, that gives equal opportunities to everyone. So critical pedagogy means we don't just teach one thing, we teach the vision of a better world out there. Inquiring Minds also is based on Montessori pedagogies. I will not say that it's a Montessori framework, but as you will see later when I show you the examples, it involves moving around in the classroom, choosing stations of work, and this is a very Montessori principle. It's also based on cognitive development because learners have different questions as they grow up. So the content of our lesson needs to be age appropriate and question driven, curiosity driven, if you want, based on our learners' cognitive development. And of course, it's also based on John Dewey's experiential learning, experiential education principles in his book, Experience and Education, and in all his books. Now, Ron said something at the end of the previous talk. He talked about holistic learning. One thing we need to be aware of and a bit cautious about is the misuse of words like experiential learning, holistic learning, or even innovation in education. They all seem a little bit like buzzwords that we use to just post on social media. And there's a lot of social engineering around all this. So experiential learning is not, I use a grammar-based course book. I do 100 of grammar vocabulary exercises. And then once a month, we have 10 minutes of making cookies, and I take 100 pictures and I upload them on social media. And I say, this is what we do in our school. So there's a lot of that. I wish it were true. It would be great if we're all doing experiential learning. I'm afraid it's not. And also another thing is not all experiences are good. Some experiences promote education, some others do not promote anything, and some others are negative. So when we talk about experiential learning, we need to discuss very carefully what kind of experiences we organize for our learners. I recently saw, to me, a horrendous example of experiential learning where very young children were playing wedding in the classroom, organized by the teacher. So they were dressed up as a bride and a groom, and they had all the wedding, props. And I found this extremely stereotypical and many other things. I'm not going to say them now, but I don't think it's appropriate. And it might be teaching children the language on weddings, but it also teaches them way more than that. And this is not good experiential learning. Now, Inquiring Minds addresses children between 6 and 12. It is based on their hunger to learn, the constant curiosity they have, and their need to explore the world around them. And it's also based on their need to see and do stuff to understand the world. So we bring the world to them, or we take them outside the classroom for them to explore the world. It's based on choosing topics that are interesting for the learners, not for the teacher, not for the coursebook authors, not for the publishers, but the children, the learners. And of course, it's about communication because it's a language education framework about sharing experiences. And learning, of course, is achieved through communication. Now, the main features Number 1, choice. Learners choose their next question, which corresponds perhaps to a unit in the book. They choose the materials through which they're going to explore the question. They choose the activities. Inquiring Minds is about going outside the classroom. It's not restricted in the 4 walls of the classroom, observing what is happening out there. I mean, it's a very multisensory approach. There is a final project that students do in groups, like project-based learning, right? They have to present their project that answers the big question that guided the whole lesson. There is a science component, or STEAM, if you want. And you can use a STEAM book or a suggested syllabus, and there's tons of things you can find online on STEAM. It's all over the place, experiments you can connect to the big question. It also involves field trips once a month. It ends with a science fair inside the school and a children's summit with all schools that share the same framework. Now, some big questions that students have chosen to explore. What's fun about being outdoors? Where do animals live? Where do we live? Why do people write poems? How do our bodies work? What connects us? And the first step, you ask them, now we have to choose one of these big questions. Which one do you want to learn more about? You give them a choice. How you can do that, you can post the questions in your classroom, on the wall. You can hold an online poll. Sometimes I create mini scavenger hunts with questions, and they find them, and then they vote which question they want to explore. So it's also a very democratic framework. And then you start with choice. I will show you, not yet, but in a while, a little bit of a model Inquiring Minds lesson that I have uploaded on YouTube. And I can send you the link in the chat box, or you can go to my YouTube channel, Maria Davo, and find this and other interesting stuff on deeper learning and Inquiring Minds. So the second step is, a little bit of eliciting schemata and vocabulary, what I know about the topic, what I want to learn about the topic. Here, the teacher helps with giving language, writing language on the board. And this moment when learners ask, how can I say, is important for vocabulary retention, because it's their own need to learn vocabulary. And then, of course, we use a lot of multimodality. So you can use videos, pictures, VR or AR. You can ask them what other questions they have about the big question, what more they want to learn. And step 3, and this is the Montessori thing I was telling you about, is that you have stations around your classroom with different resources. Each team chooses one station. They spend time, they collect information about the big question. The teacher just moves around and monitors, supports, gives language, and so on. The fourth step is sharing. So you have a sharing circle, and each team presents something they found about the big question. And they might have found a story, a folktale, scientific facts. They might have found art. They might have found something no one knows about. So each team contributes with something different. Step 5 is language focus. So now here you can go to your course book, you can go to your workbook, to your supplementary books, and do activities that help students practice the language on the topic. So you always need to have a thematic link. Of course, here the teacher can give vocabulary support because schemata are activated and learners are ready to fill in their heads with new words they will use to explore the topic. And of course, you can also use web tools. There's so many out there to present vocabulary, check vocabulary, help with vocabulary, and so on. Step 6 is the science part of Inquiring Minds, where we do experiments. Like this. Very simple. You'll find them everywhere on Pinterest, on Google, and everywhere. And then step 7 is the answer. So we go back to our KWL, what I know, what I want to know. What did we learn about this big question? And students in groups, again, present their projects, or they might want to present their artwork. So the answer to the big question is not necessarily a factual project. It can be dramatization. It can be a song. It can be a performance. It can be art. It can be anything they want. So again, they have choice. The 8th step is the assessment. So there is self-assessment involved, peer assessment, very important. We do not just assess language, we also assess content. So if our topic was the solar system, the questions we're going to have in the quiz are not just language related, they're also like, which is the largest planet in our solar system? Which one is closer to Earth? And so on. So you might say, do they need to know that? I mean, if they wanted to learn it, then why not help them remember it? And through answering these content-based questions, they learn the language. And here are some assessment ideas. Quizzes, as I said, that test both content and language, rubrics for self and group assessment and peer assessment, reflection journals. I always use the WILT at the end of my lessons, which stands for what I learned today. And at the beginning of your lessons, you can start with Willie, what I learned yesterday. So you connect your lesson to what happened before, and then at the end of the lesson, you go back through this very, very simple metacognitive tool, what I learned today. And then, of course, you can use traditional exams, but with a twist, like take-home exams, open book exams, collaborative exams, research-based exams. So they can assess their group work. They can go back and reflect on their hard work, how they did at different stages of their project exploration. And the 9th step is, where can we go now? So we explored this question about the solar system. Where can we go? Let's organize a field trip. Again, learners are involved. So they will look for information in the mother tongue, like, can we go to the observatory? When is it open? How can we book our field trip? And they can create brochures or leaflets, write an email for parents, create a mini poster with all the information, and invite other students. So here again, you can see examples of how Inquiring Minds works step by step with more details example. I mean, look at this one. This big question here was about music. What is music? And my students came up with these questions. Are all sounds music? Do birds make music? Where does music go when we don't listen to it? Do we all hear the same melody? Do we all like the same music? Why? Why not? Is there good and bad music? So these are their questions. These are their questions about music. And they're so deep and philosophical and existential and amazing. Like, why not take advantage of this curiosity burst and base our syllabi on it instead of course books? Then, I mean, here's an example of how we explored music. I brought musical instruments. We had web quests, course books, storybooks, articles, videos, and we actually listen to music. I'm going to give you like a moment to have a look at it. Then you can see what we did for the focus language work, A and B. So as you can see, at every step of the process, students are given choice. And what I've observed is that this makes them way more responsible when it comes to homework, because everything is their choice. So why not do it? This is how we went outside the four walls, outside the classroom. We sat silently. We collected sounds and we wrote them down. And then we discussed, was this music? Why or why not? Like, is the car sound music? And if not, why isn't it? Then we had the project presentations. Some wrote stories, some wrote poems. Some did science experiments. One thing I want to say here, because I was teaching yesterday, when I ask my students to write, they're always bored. When I ask them to do creative writing, they cannot stop writing. So yesterday I gave them 5 words and I said, write a story with these 5 words. Make sure it doesn't end well. It has an unhappy ending. And at the end, draw a picture of the story, of one instant in the story. You would not believe the wealth of language production I received. And if I ask them, to do an exam prep task, a writing task for an exam, they always count the words because they're never enough and they want to add something more and they're bored and they hate it. I mean, why not give them things that motivate them? This is the metacognitive step we talked about. And then the assessment. So I gave them both summative assessment, but I always gave them a choice, even in the summative assessment part. So for example, they were given the quiz, but at the end, they could add their own question and answer it. Or you can give them a choice of which questions in the quiz they will answer. So again, they co-create the assessment instrument. At the end of all this process, of the inquiring minds process, we have the Children's Summit. And it's something like that. Students, we gather in an outdoor space and they present their work. And, visitors, parents, other teachers, other students move around and they ask them and they present in English, of course. And it might be artwork, it might be, this was optical illusions and body tricks, different things, dioramas. Oh, these guys were dressed up as, it was like a wax museum, as figures they've worked on and researched, and they had to answer questions about their lives. Like here, same experiments and fun, of course. So what do we do in Inquiring Minds? First of all, we break the linear syllabus because learning is not linear, as we said. So we don't follow the order of the units in a course book. We follow students' choice on big questions, and then we match this big question to a unit in our course book. If you use course books, that is. This is another discussion and another talk. We give choice of contents to learners, and we give choice of materials to learners. What has happened with Inquiring Minds so far? We have created a teacher training course at level 5. It's accredited. We have created a research and praxis team by a group of PhD students or holders who observe what happens in Inquiring Minds classrooms. They take lots of notes and they come up with suggestions for possible changes. We do not call homework anymore. We call it dwelling because we want our learners to sit back and think, and we give them like sort of weird homework dwelling tasks, like for example, look outside your window for 15 minutes and write in your journal what you saw. Then make a TikTok out of it. We have created an Inquiring Minds Teachers Day, a mini conference where all teachers who use this method present ideas that worked with their classes. We hold mini events around Greece, and there are more than 100 schools in Greece and Cyprus that work with this framework, inquiry-based learning or Inquiring Minds. And this is just a quote for inspiration. I'll go back to the butterfly story, though, because remember the mother said, if you ask one more question, I'm going to take you to the top of the mountain where the old wise lady lives. And then the girl said, but Mom, why? That's it. Pack your things. We're going to go to the top of the mountain now. So off they went. When they reached the top of the mountain, the old wise lady came out. She was very, very old, like 200 years old. And the mother said, old wise lady, could you please keep my children for 1 month? Because they keep asking me questions I cannot answer. You are wise, you have the answers. The old wise lady happily accepted because she loved company and she loved answering questions. The mother was also very happy because she would be free of questions for a whole month. The children were also happy because it was a month without school. So now the children kept asking the old wise lady questions and she had all the answers. But they got angry. They wanted to find the one question she wouldn't be able to answer. But she could answer everything. So one day, as they were playing in the forest, the girl said, brother, I got her. The girl had caught a beautiful blue butterfly. We'll go to the old wise lady and ask her, is the butterfly dead or alive? If she says it's alive, I will kill it. If she says it's dead, I will let it fly. Yes, said the boy, sister, you got it, let's go. So they went outside the cave. They called the old wise lady out and they asked her, old wise lady, is the butterfly dead or alive? The old wise lady sighed, then she smiled and said, the beautiful blue butterfly is... What did she say? Can you send me your answers in the chat box? What did she say? Okay, maybe she's dead, but then the girl will let the butterfly fly. So the old wise lady will make a mistake. They will trick her. Old wise lady, is the beautiful blue butterfly dead or alive? The old wise lady sighed. Then she smiled and said, the beautiful blue butterfly is in your hands. In your hands, literally, but also her life is in your hands. It depends on you. So I wanted to end with this story just to point out that our learners are full of questions, and it's in our hands not to kill their curiosity, but to help them ask more questions, to provide a space where these questions are valued and they help them learn the language better and deeper. And it's in our hands. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Maria. And, Maria, you brought up so many different things. And I would just like to go over some of the links that I put in the chat box, which of course we will share with all the people. But you started with inquiry-based learning, and I put a link in there about what is inquiry-based learning for people to get an idea of how to start with that by simply understanding the definition of it. And then we, put a link in there about 18 different examples of using inquiry-based learning into the classroom, and then some teaching strategies for inquiry-based learning, and also some more examples of that. I did another one. You brought up experiential learning, and I like that you brought that up, because so many teachers have so many wrong ideas of what experiential learning is. So I put something in there, a couple of links for what is experiential learning, and also you we started and we talk about it, but what about deeper learning? What is that? And I think we as teachers need to understand. I think you might agree with me, Maria. We really need to understand what deeper learning is, because that's very important for us to adopt that and integrate that into our classroom. But Maria, you also brought up something about project-based learning. And if you're doing deeper learning, you're probably going to be doing some project-based learning. So I put a link in there to PBL Works, a great site to go to get some ideas and even rubrics for projects. And you also talked about, well, because that's what we have to do as teachers, assessment. And so some ideas there about how to assess deeper learning and project-based learning. And also the last link that I put in there was some resources for assessing project-based learning. Maria, thank you very much for coming and being part of our conference. I look forward to coming to Greece to meet you personally. I have planned to come to Greece this summer, so hopefully I'll see you there in Athens. Again, thank you, Maria. And everybody, please remember to go to our YouTube channel, Educast International, where you will get the video of this talk with Maria and all the wonderful links related to her talk. And with that said, Mo, I'd like to turn it over to you.
Well, thanks, Maria, for this fantastic talk about inquiry-based learning. And I just want to add another comment on that, if I may. So everyone, inquiry-based learning is really important for any teacher because it helps your learners to move to another level. It helps them by providing deeper understanding and knowledge retention. It helps by offering development of critical thinking and problem-solving skills and developing that for your learners. It helps also in, developing increased engagement and motivation among your students, improved communication and collaboration skills, enhanced creativity and innovation, personalized learning, real-world application of knowledge. But while it requires careful planning and facilitation from educators, the benefits for students are undeniable, as it cultivates not just factual knowledge, but also a set of vital skills and dispositions that empower them to become lifelong learners and active participations in the world. So by that, I want to end this part and thank Maria another time for being a wonderful part of this. And Ron, we have another talk which is about to start in 2 minutes, but I'm thinking of giving the people a 2-minute break. Don't you agree with me?
I think we should give him a 3-minute break. Let's be nice.
Yes, that's right. 3 minutes break, and then we will get back. Don't go anywhere. Just take 3 minutes away from the screen, and then we will get back with our next talk. So, hello again, everyone. I hope that you can hear me clearly. And I'd like to ask you to drop something in the chat box if my voice is clear. Okay, great. So, everyone, yes, that's right, good. Thank you. So, everyone, we have another wonderful talk, and this time our speaker is coming from Egypt, where I'm in. And she is Noreen Al, who is a senior English as a foreign language university instructor. She's an MA holder in applied linguistics from Cairo University and CILTA certified teacher. Over 14 years, Asha'al has the privilege of teaching adult learners in many various English as a foreign language contexts. Her research interests involve CALL tools in EFL teaching and learning. So today, Noreen is talking about using movies and role plays to improve English as a foreign language pragmatic competence. So everyone, let's give a warm welcome to Noreen.
Hello. Hello, Muhammad.
Hello, Noreen. How are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you. What about you?
I'm good. I'm good. Alhamdulillah. Thank you. So
Is my voice
whenever,
clear?
yeah, your voice is clear. So whenever you're ready to share your screen, please do it.
Okay, sure. Okay. So hello, everybody. How are you? It's a privilege for me to be here. I'm really honored to be here with you all and to join the Educast second international conference. I hope you like my presentation. So can you see my screen now?
Yes, looks wonderful.
Thank you. Okay, today I'm going to talk about using movies and role plays to improve EFL pragmatic competence. Okay, Muhammad already introduced me, so no need to reintroduce myself. Okay. For the agenda today, I'm going to talk about what is the pragmatic competence and why it's important, problems that hinder teachers from teaching pragmatic competence, and learners, of course, they are pragmatically poor. Also ways to implement movies in EFL teaching and learning processes using role plays as speaking activities, and some online websites for role plays. So I hope you find this presentation informative and fruitful, inshallah. So let's start with this question. Have you ever had a student look at you like this? Okay, and I need to see your answers in the chat box. And why do you think we have a student like this, who is looking at us like this? What are the reasons for this? Instructions weren't clear. Okay, they are confused. Okay. Yeah, what's causing the confusion here? So you think that, is it the language the teacher is using? Okay, some maybe difficult vocab for them, or the grammatical rules are somehow elevated for their students' levels. Unfamiliarity with the topics, ICQs confused them. Yeah, sure. What about the meaning itself? What about the meaning, or the inner or the intended meaning itself? Do they get the intended meaning of the teacher? They don't understand. Okay. Yeah, they didn't know why they had to do a certain task. Very good. Okay. And So maybe if we're going to talk about vocabulary, maybe the vocabulary are somehow elevated, maybe the grammatical tenses are somehow confused for them, and more or less the meaning itself is not clear. Okay. Yeah, maybe the teacher's accent also. Okay. Thank you. So what is pragmatic competence? It's the ability to use language appropriately in context, according to the situation. So here we've got like 3 premises that determine a pragmatic competence to be successful, or to make our students pragmatically competent. Okay, to use the language according to the situation, according to the relation between the speakers, and how the words are said. Okay, the way the words are said. So these 3 premises are determining to be pragmatically competent or incompetent. It's all about the intended message. Why is it important? Because it revolves around appropriateness, as you can see, okay? And when I get the meaning from the speaker, I will be able to respond directly to his message, and this will make a successful and meaningful communication between us. So there was no communication breakdowns. Otherwise, there will be communication breakdown, or we call it pragmatic failure. So pragmatic failure here, like this picture, okay? Are you even listening to me? And what did you say? Oh, so there is a clash in communication. There is a clash in interaction here. So pragmatic failure is the inability to understand what is meant from what is said. You don't get the message clearly. That's why you cannot respond appropriately to it. We've got some reasons actually related to teaching and to the learners. So the first one is learners' insufficient pragmatic knowledge. It leads to they are very, all the time, my students are comparing Arabic to English all the time, especially when there are some items that are not there in Arabic, like, for example, the present perfect tense is not actually evident in Arabic. That's why they find it so confusing for them to understand it. Also, question tags, somehow they are comparing it. So here the comparison they're making between the 2 languages, their L1 and L2, result in applying the norms of L1 in L2, and this will lead to a communication breakdown. Sometimes they are responding literally to the interlocutor words, okay? They just get the surface meaning, not the intended or the implied meaning. And this also causes a communication breakdown. We've got some problems or factors related to teachers and to learners as well that lead to pragmatic poverty. First of all, and here I'm talking about teachers in Egypt because I'm one of them, okay? And I've been researching this in Egypt. First of all, here, the absence of pragmatic instruction in EFL classrooms. Teachers, maybe they're not exposed to teaching pragmatics, or they are just focusing on teaching the linguistic parts of the language, such as vocabulary and grammar, leaving its cultural norms, which are very important. This is because their lack of training. And when we're talking about pragmatics, we are talking about speaking mainly, okay? How to make like communication interaction between interlocutors. And for their lack of training in teaching speaking, they are, maybe get to use easy topics for their speaking activities, and they are somehow spoiling the language for their learners. spoiling the language. So the learners, yeah, I cannot be exposed to other varieties and other variables for speaking topics. The second one is the scarcity of using interactive teaching methods. They are using teacher-centered classroom. Okay, the teacher is in the front of the classroom. She is dominating the class, and learners become passive listeners. They mainly, rely on textbooks, on outdated activities, not relying on collaborative activities that will show interaction and will appeal to their pragmatic abilities. Of course, this will lead to learners' disengagement and low achievement because there's no room for students to practice the language outside the classroom walls. Students become very confined within the classroom walls to practice the language. And even this, they've got limited opportunities to produce their output. Why? Because there is a discrepancy between the teacher's talking time, teacher is talking all the time, she's dominating the floor, and students' talking time. That's why we need to make a balance between them, or even we need to give our students more time to talk and to express themselves. Also, we've got the dominance of high-skilled students, which discourages the shy ones from talking and speaking up. Also, as I said, because of the lack of training, we've got authentic interactions with authentic audiences are generally missing. Why? Because students don't have any other audiences but their teachers or their peers. A solution for this is using movies. Why movies in specific? Because they are audio-visual tool that is appeal to all students' learning styles. So if we're talking about the learning styles, we'll feel it's an audio and visual tool. We've got a script which appeal to the analytical type, and also we've got some motion in the movies which appeal to the kinesthetic type. The language is used in movies is contextualized. So we're not only get like bits and parcels of the language, okay? No, it's not like this. We've got a situation, we've got characters, we've got a dialogue or conversation between them. So the language is vivid. This will help students not only to depict the general meaning of the utterances, but also the intended meaning of the speakers. And you can, by using movies, you can teach any skill of the language and any aspect of the language. So if I want to talk about, for example, I'm teaching business English, and I will get an interview from a movie, for example. So the interview is vivid, okay? If I want to teach a certain grammatical rule, like the past simple. So I will be able to get a conversation from a movie or a movie clip that will make it vivid for students to understand the past simple tense. So whenever you want to teach anything, you can teach it through movies. And of course, they are enjoyable to all learners at all ages, because they are used as routine breakers. So other than using the textbooks, okay, or the smart board or the whiteboard, okay, we can use movies as routine breakers. How to implement movies? First of all, we can use the movie script, and I use this with my low levels, okay, elementary or pre-elementary levels. Just to get the script, make them read it, okay, highlight any vocabulary that are difficult for them, okay, and this will boost reading and vocabulary. We have to treat movies as if we're treating the listening, as if we are teaching them the listening skill, okay? There has to be some activities related to the movie they're seeing. So we design pre, while, and post activities. Why? Because we are appealing to their critical thinking. We want them to be creative. We can add some reflexive questions, okay, to discuss in pairs or in groups, or even we discuss it as a whole class feedback. And finally, after they see the movie, they can do a role play situation related to the one that is in the movie, because this will be used as their freer practice to improve their speaking skills and to improve fluency as well. Okay, this is one of the movie clips that I use in my classroom and to teach them refusals. Okay, so
it's too late tonight. We can take a plunge in the swimming pool. I have to get used to it all. I must go to bed. All right. Happy to do it. I'm going to call Daisy and invite her to tea. That's all right. What day would suit you? What day would suit you? I don't want to put you in any trouble. Day after tomorrow, all right? Day after tomorrow. Well, I'd want to get the grass cut. Well, look here, Well, you don't make a bunch of money, do you? Not really. If you'll forgive me. You see, I happen to run a little business on the side, a sort of sideline. I mean, you understand what I'm saying, right? You do sell bonds, don't you, Explore? Trying to. Right. Well, it happens to be a rather confidential sort of thing, but you might make a nice bit of money on the side. No, thank you. I have my hands full. Well, you wouldn't have to do any business with Wolfsheim, I assure you. It's a favor, Jay, just a favor. Yes. Happy to do it. Favor? Yes. Well, good night. Good night.
okay, so this is a movie clip from The Great Gatsby. These are some reflective questions that I gave to my students, okay, to discuss in pairs or in groups. And then we make a whole class feedback on them. Okay. And here, this is a role play situation related to the movie. So actually it's different, yeah, but it's because I was focusing on teaching them how to refuse an invitation. This one was formal, but here this one is informal. Look here, student A is the Canadian friend and student B will refuse then reverse the roles. And here I will tell you in a minute why do we have to reverse the roles. These are some movie activities that I myself use with my students. Okay, the one is the prediction game. In groups, they are watching a movie scene or a movie trailer, and they're trying to predict the story and to predict what happens next. Okay, the incident and the finale. The team that comes up with the closest story wins. Okay, so we make it a fun activity, okay, and also in terms of a competition between students, they like it the most. The second one is guess the dialogue. Okay, I play the movie clip but muted, and they are trying to guess the theme first. Okay, what they're talking about. The two characters, what they are talking about. Is it a business conference or a business meeting, or it's a marriage proposal, or what? Okay, and then I play it for the second time, muted also, and they try to guess the dialogue between the characters. On the third time, we try to see who got the closest dialogue related to the movie. Guess My Movie is one of the things that I like the most, because I try to insert writing to make them write. Okay, I divide in the class in pairs, and each student choose a movie he likes the most. Okay, and they write like an outline for the characters, the main plot, and the setting, and then they are describing it in front of the class or to their partner. Then the partner or the rest of the class, they are trying to guess which movie is this, which is really, really funny. And and here we've got the movie review, which is also writing a movie critique or a movie review, okay, for this can be done by asking students, okay, to write a review about the best movie. And for higher levels, I believe that we try to make it more challenging by adding the points of strength and the points of weakness inside the movie. Role plays. Role plays are the second item that I really like the most. Okay. Why? Because they are a natural way to practice the English outside the classroom, and they allow students, especially the shy ones, to speak up. They also give the teacher the opportunity to correct their students' mistakes, and they boost creativity as the movies, okay? And they also make them speak a lot. They try to control the language, so it boosts fluency. It appeals to all learning styles and ages also, and they're good means to grasp the vocabulary, especially for higher levels, okay? But to implement role plays correctly in your classrooms, you need to have clear instructions and clear communicative outcome, why they are doing the role plays. Involve students in designing the materials, okay? Like, for example, it's not only me who is getting the materials for the role plays. I can ask my students to get their materials, their favorite books, okay? Favorite magazines, stories, okay? And they can do it in a form of a role play. Like, for example, a dialogue between a journalist and a writer, or two actors speaking together, or a presenter and a singer. Okay. The idea of reversing the roles. Why? Because I appeal to my students' creative abilities. I want them to make critical thinking when they are using the language. So I encourage them to reverse the roles and to get other ideas and different ideas from what is being said. This is a role play for a job interview for elementary students. So here, as you can see, this is the situation itself. And here, these are the tips because they are elementary students. So I give them start by introducing yourself, ask blah, 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 promise a pleasant job. So I give them steps, but they are free to do whatever they want after that. So I just need like a design, a frame for the role play, and they're free to do whatever they want. Another one here is the situational talk. Okay, and here is the script. And here we've got what the role plays they're doing. Okay, and then reverse the roles. These are some online websites for role plays. The word wall is one of the most interesting websites used for anything. Okay, if you want to teach anything, you can use the word wall. And here we've got scenarios for role plays for students to do in classroom. So I use it online and face-to-face classrooms. Also, the Flipgrid here, if you want to make your role plays outside the classroom, okay, or as a homework or as an assignment, they can do this by recording their role plays and they upload it on Flipgrid. Thank you so much. I hope you find this presentation fruitful and it adds to your expertise. Thank you so much. And I'd like to hear if you like this presentation or not, okay, your feedback. So this is my email. And also this is like a small questionnaire, okay, related to my presentation. Thank you so much.
So that was a wonderful talk, Noreen. Thanks a lot for your valuable contributions to the conference. So everyone, if you have any questions, please drop them um, in the chat box. In the meantime, Noreen, I've just had a question regarding using movies or films in the EFL
Yes.
classroom. You said that movies are very good in order to expose the learners um, and teach them language, in meaningful contexts. But I have a question regarding that. Don't you think that sometimes it's not, um, a trusted resource, especially if you're teaching, from a movie that there is a language where the language is not 100% correct. I mean, for example, she do, you is, and so on. So don't you think that they can't be, 100% trusted for doing this?
First of all, there is a certain criteria when you are using movies, okay? So it has to be, you have to be very selective to use the script, okay, or to use the dialogue related to your students' levels. So I can't, for example, get like a very slang when I teach elementary students or when I teach a specific course, okay? No, it has to be related to the course and the language of the language the students are using in classroom. This is one thing. The second thing is that you need to understand that, yeah, if I'm doing like the past simple tense or the present simple tense, so I had to know that this will serve my purpose. So movies here are serving the purpose of teaching, okay? They are using as a teaching methods, not any movie, not any dialogue, okay? So you need to be somehow selective.
Yeah, so the good piece of advice here is trying to be selective when using the materials or the resources you depend on in your classes. So that was very good, Noreen, and it was a good answer. So there's a question here in the chat box by Fiona. She says, "How do you make a selection criteria for different learning styles in the context of role plays, please?"
For role plays?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. For role plays, I believe you can design your own criteria, okay, based on the purpose. So, for example, for me, if I'm when I was teaching them how to refuse an invitation, because I found it they've got like stereotyped answers for refusing all invitations by all people, formally and informally. They got just one answer: no, I'm sick. No, I'm ill. So I don't know what happened, okay? But when I researched for this, I found that there is a communication breakdown because they were pragmatically poor. That's why I designed role play for this related to the movie they've seen. These role plays I can as you can see, okay, I put the criteria, specific criteria. I put just the description and what they will be doing. Okay, speaker A will be the inviter, speaking B will be the invited. Okay, and then they are reversing the roles. I used the audio. Okay, I made them because I got like large number of students, so I asked them to record their role plays, and they were moving around. Okay, so I divided the class into parts. Okay, the first part they were just recording, and the second part were outside. Okay, it was outside the classroom. They found it really interesting for them, and it appeals to their learning styles by, of course, we cannot, okay, so it for the audio, yeah, audio, the audio style, they like it so much, the analytical style, because they try to, at first, they try to write the script themselves or the role play, then act it, okay, because they were pre-intermediate. But later on, when they got accustomed to it, they didn't write anything at the beginning. It was just popping out without any efforts. For the kinesthetic style, yeah, they like it so much also because they were moving around. And they want to make other pairs listen to their conversations and role plays. So it appeals to all learning styles. The visual one, maybe I don't think it will really appeal to the visual one because, but it's okay. Maybe the movies are appealing to the visual ones, not role plays.
I'd like to add something. I put a link there in the chat box about 80 great ideas for creating some role plays in English that everybody can go to. Gives you some great ideas. And also would like to just add my personal experience in using role plays in the classroom. We can take different, angles to integrating role plays into the classroom. But I think for low-level language learners, according to the European Framework of Languages, which would be A1, A2, we got to be careful because a lot of times that is very, it's situational learning where we put the learner into situations like at the doctor, at the post office. So I think it's really great to use situations when we're creating role plays and let them think it out. Well, what would be some of the problems and integrate maybe a problem like, how much does it cost to mail a letter to the United States and create a dialogue, let them create that, like you said. So yeah, situations are great for low-level learners. And then also create scenarios for higher level learners where there really is a problem that needs to be solved. Because integrating problem-based learning and scenarios where there's a problem for them to solve in the role play is more of a challenge, but it creates also good collaborative learning. And of course, they do have to create the script themselves. So we're integrating critical thinking, writing, speaking, and listening things, all of those into it. And then, of course, we've got to give them the opportunity to act it out, of course, in the classroom. But sometimes I like to have them create a video. So add some technology to it as well, too. So there's a lot of things we can do with role plays and add, different skills to it as well, and not just language and grammar. And that's what I do with my B1 and higher level. I always use problem-based learning integrated into the role play, let them write the dialogue, and then let them film themselves and then show us in the classroom so they can do it outside the classroom. So I flipped the classroom and in turn, we just give feedback to them because if, they do something, they do need some feedback in, aspects of language, creativity, and other things, and problem solving too. Noreen, I want to thank you very much for coming to the conference today. That was great. And look forward to seeing you in our next conferences. So saying that, Mo, I think we got to move on to our next speaker.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm really honored to be part of this. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Noreen. So everyone, Noreen talked about a very important topic in English as a foreign language teacher. She talked about the importance of movies, or films, and including role plays in English as a foreign language classes. So this is really important because it has lots of benefits for the learners because it can provide them with authentic language exposure, cultural insights, motivation and engagement, discussion and critical thinking. Also, role plays can offer more opportunities for speaking practice, vocabulary and grammar reinforcement, collaboration and teamwork, and developing creativity and empathy. Everyone, they are good, but remember to be selective and bear in mind your students' needs, their levels, and the content of the movie or the activity you are carrying out in your classes. And this leads us to the next presentation and the next talk. But before this, I'd like to thank Noreen for another time for her valuable contributions to the conference. Our next speaker is Antoine Marc, but he hasn't arrived yet, so we're waiting for him. So I think we're gonna have another short break till he arrives, right?
Muhammad, I just need
Yeah,
to add something, okay?
sure. Yeah.
Yeah. For lower levels, I believe that we need to pre-teach some vocabulary before they're doing the role plays. Yeah, just to make them familiar with the topic itself, okay, and to facilitate the role play for them. For higher levels, I believe that we can use flipped classroom, okay, uh, as you said, and to integrate other skills and other technology like applications or things like that, like videos, like the audios, okay, and this will be for higher levels more than the low levels.
Definitely. I used to be against pre-teaching vocabulary. But when I'm working with lower level learners, they need it. They need, and there's nothing wrong with translating it to their mother language, explaining it to them in their mother language. I think that's important. They need to know what it is, and we don't want to frustrate them and stress them out. So yes, we can create a list of vocabulary and give it to them. We can work it out, talk about it, translate it, explain it. And then, that will help them to, concentrate more on either creating the script or working on the role play instead of being frustrated and stumbling and fumbling through the vocabulary. And I don't think there's anything wrong with teaching a little bit of grammar.
Sure. Yeah, I agree with this too.
It's okay, I think. But once they reach B1, they should have already reached some, understanding of grammar. And we definitely want to challenge them once they get to B1 with more complicated vocabulary and grammar. So, even if they're at B1, B2, we can still be throwing them some free teaching vocabulary, definitely. And I think that, I like role plays. It's sort of hard to do it online. That's why I have to flip the classroom and have them do the videos and then show us the videos online. It was necessity that made that happen during Corona, and I had to learn how to use role plays in a different way. But my students liked it. So, I think the talk about role plays and how we need to do it, everybody's going to have a different idea. But again, go to that link that I put in the chat box and get some ideas of how to use role plays for language learning, because I think it's an important part of language learning. Again, thank you, Noreen.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Have a nice day.
Thank you. So, talking about English language teaching, you have to be, a little bit of confidence in the classroom, and you have to persuade or convince the learners that you're good enough, to be in the classroom. And this leads us to the next talk about the art of persuasion. And with Antoine Mark, our next speaker, where he's about to join us in a minute. So I think we'll go, for a break, for a minute till he arrives and joins us. Right, Ron?
Sure. Well, I think we could just chat with some of the people here in the room today, and just get some. We talk about assessment, and we talk about different kinds of assessment. Well, let's do some formative assessment. Let's do it live. And I would just like to ask people here to write in the chat box, how are we doing? How are you feeling? Are you learning something? Anything new for you? So give us some feedback and tell us about what you think about the conference. And we'd like to hear that. So use this time to give us some feedback. We need the formative feedback as well. So definitely, just chat with us a little bit and tell us how you're feeling, what's going on.
So everyone, please drop your feedback in the chat box. Your feedback matters. And I'm also gonna share the link for the feedback form, and I want you to fill it out in order to get your certificate of participation.
Well, Mohammed, that's what I was wanting you to do.
Yeah.
And so, I want to add something to that, to the certificate and the feedback. We think it's just fair that we can't give you a certificate if you don't give us some feedback. That's just normal. but also for those of you who have been asking for a PDF of the links to all the talks you hear, you are going to get some links to the talks and the edited YouTube videos that we're going to post on social media on the YouTube channel, but also that the PD you will only get the PDF links when you give us the feedback, okay? Because it is a lot of work for us to put that together, and we feel that if you want a certificate and the PDF, you also have to give us some feedback.
Indeed, Ron. So everyone, again, I'm reminding you that you need to fill out the form in order to get your certificates of attendance and the PDF with all the important links that were dropped in the chat box. So now let's everyone give a warm welcome to our next speaker who has just arrived here. He is Antoine Mark, who is a coach in multicultural communication and entrepreneur in education. He set up a very successful language center and a teacher training program tailored to teachers, coaches, and educators in soft skills, critical thinking, and multicultural communication. He is now based in Paris, France, embarked on a new professional journey. Antoine will be talking about the science of persuasion, becoming and helping others become better communicators through the science of persuasion by Dr. Robert Cialdini. Yeah. So, Antoine, are you there?
Absolutely, absolutely. I'm here.
Nice to see you
Hello,
again.
Antoine. Hello from Germany.
Thank you for the welcome. Hi, Ron. I didn't know. Well, I must have not read the documentation well enough. I didn't know it was you were so actively participant as well. It's awesome.
Mohammed and I have known each other now for some time, and I'm always the glad moderator for the Educast online conference.
Absolutely. When Mohammed asked me as well, like it was an obvious yes.
So, Ron is an essential part of Educast international events, So, and
you've got
yeah,
a brilliant partner with you then.
And mentor, Yeah. So, Antoine, it's a real pleasure to be having you for the second year in a row. And I'd like to give you the opportunity to share your screen whenever you are ready to start.
Absolutely, absolutely. We're going to start right away.
Okay, great.
For greeting me again. And what an introduction. It almost sounded a bit like poetry when you were reading it. I was like, is he talking about me? Okay. So thank you for the warm welcome. I'll share screen for the presentation. Oh, sorry, we're ahead here. All right, everybody can see my screen?
Yes.
Yes, perfect, perfect. So thank you, Mohammed. Thank you, Ron, for the very warm greeting. We're here today. We're going to talk a bit about soft skills and particularly about Robert Cialdini's science of influence and persuasion. So you'll notice the persuasion becomes a persuasion, and we're gonna dive into that together. I already see questions, but Mohammed, I'll deal with questions at the end, right? Oh no, not questions, just comments. Okay.
Yeah, of course, yeah. At the end of the presentation.
Exactly. We'll have time to deal with questions at the end. What we're going to do today together, we're going to embark on a very short reflection and self-reflection on education, where learners are at today. And then we're going to take a look at a soft skill that I really like because I am an engineer, and it's got a formula, or at least it has formulas. It's things that we can directly apply. It's a soft skill that is not just something that is, well, too soft that we can't touch it, that we can't feel it. So that's why I'm a big fan of this, the science of influence and persuasion. For a bit of background, this is Dr. Robert Cialdini, a huge influencer. He wrote this first book, Influence, The Psychology of Persuasion a while back, and he's modernized it. He's updated it quite a bit since then. It's a brilliant book that will... It's very interesting. It's very interesting because it delves into communication beyond language. Robert Cialdini decided to explore how we humans communicate beyond words, the actions that we do for each other, the promises that we make, maybe the little manipulations that we use to try to influence each other's opinions and decision-making. And that's really where we dive into useful soft skills that we can touch, that we can feel, that we can see in action around us in so many different spheres, and that are really going to help us become more effective communicators. Because if we notice them, if we know them, we can identify them when they're used on us, and we can use them ethically. I always love that about Cialdini. We can use them ethically to influence each other towards the right decisions. I dove into Cialdini after, well, of course, I'm an English teacher, so I love language. I am obsessed with language, and whenever I'm preparing lessons, preparing workshops, training sessions, things like that, there's always a part of me that is looking for some element of language to teach, to pass on, to work on. It's always about the language. But recently, going to a lot of conferences, listening to a lot of modern speakers talk about really communication and where people are at in the workplace today, the skills that they're going to need tomorrow. None of them really touch the language as we language teachers look at language, in terms of constructions, in terms of vocabulary, in terms of grammar, things like that. Everybody's talking about soft skills, about communication skills, because robots, computers are going to automate everything. All the processes and things like that are going to be handled by robots, blah, 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 blah. And the future belongs to the humans who can communicate, who can manage themselves, manage each other, and communicate effectively. That led me to thinking about, well, what kind of new tools I could bring to the classroom, what kind of new helpful content would be influential to my students, to the learners that come in my sessions. And Robert Cialdini, I came across this book. Robert Cialdini's reflection work made me realize that actually, while this modern picture is perfect, is beautiful, and it makes us feel like we're on the cutting edge and we're moving forward, etc., we are still basically humans. And the way our communication works in society, the heritage we have still comes from the very basic communication that happened at the very beginning of the Stone Ages, when we needed to survive and we needed to have very effective communication, effective social constructs that made us into a successful species. That is where the science of influence is really interesting, because what you're going to see in the science of influence and persuasion, you're going to see there are 7 shortcuts, 7 influence points, 7 manipulation techniques that are deeply ingrained in the human being, that have nothing to do with English, German, whatever language we speak, whatever our L1 is. This is just human language. I like to portray it as human language. How do we interact socially to understand each other and to come together to the right conclusion, the right decision, the better one for the group? Very, very interesting. So let's start off with these 7 shortcuts, and let's see how we can incorporate them in our language lessons to help our students become better communicators. So these 7 shortcuts, we're going to divide them. We're going to not divide them, we're going to put them in 3 different categories of influence. The first one is building on a relationship or building a relationship. I hope everybody's on well, the idea of building a relationship is really the cornerstone, the beginning, the foundation. Building on a relationship is the relationship is already established, and we're nurturing that relationship. We're trying to develop it, bring it to new levels. So 3 factors in the building on a relationship, and you're going to see they're pretty obvious once you know them. Reciprocity. What is reciprocity? Very quickly in the chat to you, what could reciprocity evoke in you in social interactions, in human communication? Mutual, not one-sided. Do unto others as they do to you. Nice one, nice one. And you're absolutely right. Going back, we can find principles like this. It exists in our religious values as well. The question again, please. The question is, what could reciprocity evoke in human interactions, in human language, between 2? I treat someone the way I want to be treated. Very, very good. Absolutely, absolutely. We often talk about favors, for example, to illustrate reciprocity. The idea is that, well, yeah, when someone does something for you, you're much more likely to do someone a favor in the future. We treat someone based on our biases. Social emotional learning. Well, reciprocity is very specifically that aspect of that social interaction. The fact that, you know what, if I invite you to my birthday, when it will come time for your birthday and planning your birthday party, there's a good chance you're going to remember, you know what, Antoine invited me to his. I'll invite Antoine to my birthday party. What goes around comes around. Generosity, very nice. You're absolutely right. So this reciprocity factor, you'll pay attention to it and I invite you. What's great about this science of influence is you should totally get into brainstorming sessions with your students, with your learners on each of these principles, because you can go very far. The reciprocity principle, we're here talking about, so I like the fact that you brought up a lot of, yes, moral values, religious values, things like that. Absolutely. For these social interactions, you talk about generosity, what goes around comes around. Now, the next step, what can be very interesting, I work with a lot of entrepreneurs and startups. How is the reciprocity factor used by businesses? Do you see anything on social media, in advertising maybe? How do companies use reciprocity? Any ideas in the chat? How do companies use reciprocity? Discount membership cards, bargain offers. So you'll see that membership cards play on another factor of the science influence, but I see, yes, coupons, bargain offers.
I'd like to just jump in and add that we see reciprocity working here because we're asking people for feedback and we're asking them to give us feedback, but in return, we're going to give them a certificate. And that's reciprocity, yeah.
Reciprocity.
Yeah, and action.
I noticed when I logged in, yes, you were talking about exactly that. And it's a normal social interaction. This thing, I do something for you, you do something for me. It is really ingrained in us. It is part of what I like to call the human language. You can go anywhere in the world anywhere, not speaking at all the same language, through actions, you can give something to someone and that other human will understand and will probably want to give you something. Quid pro quo, absolutely. Barter, coupons, classical conditioning, the sales get benefited. Yeah, absolutely. I put here, next to party invitation, you see tips. It's very, very interesting. There have been a lot of social studies conducted on waiters, waitresses, and how they give tips in restaurants, and to see the effect. Does it really have, how do they not give tips? How do they react at the end, and how they get bigger tips? You've probably all noticed in restaurants the mint or the little gum at the end. When they give you the bill, there's a gum or there's a candy, a mint, something like that. When it's not done personally, when it's not done as a service, basically, we take it for granted. So we don't see reciprocity when a waiter just comes and gives us the bill with a mint inside, without any specific introduction or personalization. That just seems like something standard that the restaurant does. But, and there are a lot of studies done on that. It's really interesting. If the waiter in any way makes it personal, comes to the table and says, "Oh, for you nice people, here's a mint," it has a huge influence actually on the tips that they're going to get. It's really interesting. The favor, the reciprocity, has to be a human interaction. If you expect that just by putting a mint with each bill that you give, that all your clients are going to give a lot bigger tips, it's not going to work. It has to be a human interaction. Reciprocity, is it bargaining, give and take? It doesn't have to be an official give and take. It's more something that we tend to do quite naturally as human beings. So it's not always to get something. As I said, the party invitation, here, if I invite you to my party, I didn't especially intend it as a barter, but just, you're very likely to invite me to your birthday party after me inviting you to mine. It's just a normal human need. We need to respond to those. I know we're all different human beings. Not everybody is as, let's say, well, yes, as Fiona is right, you reap what you sow. All right, continuing on, building on our relationship, you see that this reciprocity factor, it doesn't surprise you. The moment I introduced it, you already have so many different ideas, because this is human language. It really is quite obvious. But you can't really introduce it and do something with it until you have it written down like Cialdini does. So the second factor, liking, well, that's pretty obvious. But basically, we tend to want to interact with people that we like or that like us. It's that simple. And I don't know about you guys, but I was teaching for a long time in Eastern Europe and in Russia. And the number of times I had to try to persuade my students that small talk is not ridiculous. I know that it can seem so. A lot of students are like, "Oh my gosh, do we have to do this small talk? Hi, how are you? How are you?" It's just the obvious. Nobody cares. We're all going through the motions. No, you should not be going through your motions. If you're going through the motions, you're not doing proper small talk. You're not building on relationships where you could, because it is human. We bond with people who like the things that we like, or who dislike the things that we dislike. And when we're doing small talk, we bond. We get to connect. We share things, and this is, you can take a look at the relationships at work, for example, the coffee cooler, the water cooler, or the coffee machine area, even the smoking area. Smoking is bad, yes. But you know what? When smokers are outside having a cigarette and in the process of small talk, there's a lot of bonding that goes on. There's a lot of relationship building. It is only natural. It is part of the human language. I'll very quickly check in the chat. Birds, absolutely. Small talk is the most important communication tool used in all cultures. Glad we agree. Small talk is really this time in the conversation that, yes, we think we're not handling the issue. We think we might be wasting time, but we're not. We're building on our human relations. We're building on relationships. Birds of the same feather flock together via healthy reciprocation. Fiona, that's poetry. I hope they keep the chat. Ron Mohammed, you could make a few screenshots and post that online. Third factor in building relationships. Sorry.
No, it's fine.
Third shortcut, unity. Now, that seems quite close to liking, but, well, before I give you examples, what do you think this unity factor might be about in the human language? All right. First word in the chat, trust. Very, very, yeah, very smart. Very good reaction. We, us, care. There's a very good aspect, and I love that in the chat. I mostly see all the positive aspects and the good sides of these words that are coming, of these factors. So unity, yes. Understanding, us, the sense of belonging, things like that. Care, trust. There's also, we want to be with other people who feel are like us. Absolutely, absolutely. Now, there is a downside to this unity factor. Look at how social media clumps us together. There's a lot of talk about that right now, about the fact that we're dividing our societies because the social networks tend to clump us into groups of liking and unity. And do we interact less between those groups, those very different ideological groups? According to a lot of people, that is a problem. Social media are clumping us in wrong groups. Rapport is key while in collaboration. Exactly, Ron. There are bad sides to unity. Mobbing, bullying. Unity is a very, very powerful factor in the human language, but it can lead us to very bad behavior and to very unfortunate conclusions. Individuality lost, collaboration. So yeah, you see, we have both sides to it. When we were talking about reciprocity, I asked you how businesses use reciprocity. I remember somebody put discount cards, membership cards. So very different. Basically, discount cards are mostly about just giving you that financial reward, but it's developed into things like membership cards, where very good promoters, very good influencers and things like this will develop a huge a community around a product or around a service, and it goes beyond just discount cards. Here's a membership card. Do you even hear the word? You're member. But it's just a business. It's just a product you're buying or a service you're buying. But you're a member of that community. Oh, you feel so good about it. So yes, it's building on what we have in common for this strength of the relationship. You see that these three factors are really basic when you think about it, but until you map it out, you're still dealing with the abstract. These three factors are what influencers and promoters, bear in mind as well, politicians, salespeople, they know all this. These are the three factors that they always keep in mind when they're trying to build a relationship with you in order to get you to vote for them, to buy their product, etc. So it's good to be aware, to identify when it's used against you. And it's really good to be aware as well, because you want to be able to use this ethically when you're trying to guide towards the right conclusion. I don't know, you might be trying to convince someone to give money to a charity, to a good cause, things like that. In this case, these manipulation techniques are, you can use them ethically without lying. You use them ethically to direct the other person towards the right decision. Oh, nice, Ron. List of cognitive biases. Haste can make waste. Money could be a blessing if invested in a dignified manner, but also can be a bane if invested for others. Absolutely. Absolutely. Money is not the evil, it's what we do with it. Absolutely, I fully agree. All right, let's dive into the second category of these factors in the human language, dealing with uncertainty. And that is, I know it might seem very specific, but actually it pertains to an immense amount of situations we go through as humans every day. We need, and we always try to get rid of any uncertainty that we have. The brain is looking for uncertainty. It's looking for certainty. The brain is looking for comfort, for reassurance. So we naturally tend to try to get away with any uncertainty. Fear, fear, and more fear. Absolutely. How do we deal with this uncertainty? It's very interesting. Here we're going to assume that we're dealing with uncertainty without the ability to deal with it on our own. So in terms of social interactions, in terms of yes, society, social interactions, if we're in an uncertainty, what are we going to look for in others? Any idea? If I'm unsure what to do, what to say, how to behave in this situation, what do I do? Oh, yes, absolutely. I look for support. Absolutely, Sarita. Where do you look for support? Search for stability in others. Very good, Evgenia. Trustworthy person. Google for support. Okay, yes. Okay, Ron, you definitely should email Robert Cialdini and suggest that he adapt his science of influence and add a third factor, Google, for support for the modern human. But yes, you're absolutely on the right track. Absolutely, everybody. Search for stability in others. Trustworthy person. So it's all about looking at the behavior of others, basically, right? So this is called social proof. First of all, the first principle, the first shortcut. We tend to look at what others do. If you're unsure, the normal human reaction, and you can go to any place, just I don't know, a strange announcement, all of a sudden, an unexpected announcement in a shopping center. You'll see that people are unsure what to do, how to react. What do? They look at other people around them to see how they are reacting. It is completely natural. That's what all humans do. A bit like sheep. It's always a bit of a joke, but we shouldn't take it badly because it's absolutely natural. It's absolutely natural. If I am unsure how to react, what to do in this situation, the safest bet for me is to look at another human because, well, you know what? They have the same needs, the same surviving factors. Might as well look to another human to know how to react. And the second one is very interesting because you brought it up as well. Trustworthy person, Sarita. Well, when we're looking at others for support in how to react, what to do, so dealing with this uncertainty, naturally, we trust what experts say or do more than others. This is only human. There's, again, a lot of social studies, very interesting social studies done on this aspect of human communication. The fact that they can put, for example, a person in uniform in the street and getting people to pay for parking without checking whatsoever, just the person has a uniform, we trust them. Think of, and that's why, by the way, you all need to give feedback to Mohammed and Ron. Why? To get your certificate. But why do you need a certificate? Why do you need a certificate? For your authority. Teachers do exactly as doctors do. You know, in the doctor, at your doctors, you know that wall with plenty of certificates? Do you have any idea what those certificates are? Have you ever checked which university, what title they got? Maybe if they were top of the class or bottom of the class for that particular certificate or diploma they have? No. We humans have a natural tendency to trust authority, expertise, and the doctors have these walls. It's become a tradition for doctors. They don't especially question it, or they might not all realize why they're doing it, but it's exactly that. It's for the authority. And that is why you need a nice certificate from Mohammed and Ron. And to do that, reciprocity, they asked you for feedback. Putting those certificates on your social media, on your Instagram, things like that. That's how we teachers build on authority as well, right? So dealing with uncertainty, social proof, and authority. Oh, thank you, Fiona. I do my best. I try to. But yeah, that's the it's just this human factor, this human language. I find it fascinating. And we are going to see very shortly what we can do with it in the classroom, in lessons, because really what I love about this is you can apply it to English lessons, you can apply it to communication skills, you can apply it to mentoring, less with coaching, because coaching is really about opening up the other person. And if you'd bring up the science of influence or persuasion in a coaching session, you'd be transforming it back into a mentoring session. But anyways, we're gonna have a look at that after. Ooh, sorry. Third and last category of these factors, motivating to act. And that is, it's very important. You'll notice that this politicians, salespeople, they really studied this to motivate us to act, to manipulate us, to buy something, to vote for them, things like that. But hey, we need it as well. We need it to motivate our students to do the homework, to take it seriously, things like that. Even in our personal lives, in your couple, with your children, with your parents, you'll see that motivating to act is a huge, huge, very important social interaction. Oh, all right. Perfect. So motivating to act, the first one, and that one is used everywhere in sales, consistency. This is a very, very, very modern aspect to sales, to how Yeah, businesses behave differently with their clients nowadays, today. Consistency, or maybe you've heard of the small yes. Has anybody ever heard of the small yes or the consistency factor? And how is it used? What does it do in social interactions? How does it motivate us to act? Anybody? The small yes? Yeah. We begin to engage. Hesitation. Well, it's very nice, Asma. Very nice. It's to avoid that hesitation, to break that hesitation. I see what you mean. Okay, yes, it's true that this first step works like this. It can lead to big results. But the idea of the small step or the small action is actually to lead to the next big one. Let me give you a very interesting example from a social study. In different neighborhoods, they were trying to put campaigns in place to get people to drive safely, not to drive so fast. And I mean, it's a noble cause. Who wouldn't want? Most people are parents in neighborhoods, want their kids to be in safety and not to worry about them crossing the street, things like that. They want to be They want to be sure that drivers are careful in their area. One group went for an immediate big yes. The idea of the big yes is what? They were asking people in the neighborhood to put up huge signs on their windows or in their gardens and things like that, but really big billboard kind of things, pushing people to drive safely, to slow down, to things like that. It was huge. It was a very, very big yes. And despite the fact that most were obviously parents and obviously wanted people to drive safely, it was too big a commitment. Very few people said yes. Now, not changing that that end goal of getting these huge billboards in a lot of different places in this neighborhood, in other neighborhoods, they tried a different tactic. Instead of going directly in with the big guns, please put these huge signs where you live, they first went door to door in the neighborhood and first asked everybody to put in a tiny little sticker. I support the Drive Safely campaign, something like that, in their window. So here they were going for a small yes. And then a week or two later, I don't remember exactly the timeline. I don't think it's shouldn't be too late. But then in a second step, they came up to these families, neighbors, and asked to put on the big sign. That was much more successful in the second run. Why? Because consistency means that we humans want to be true to our words. We want to be true to our actions. So if you get someone to do this small yes, they're much more likely to commit to the big yes later on. We want to commit. We want to be consistent with our actions, with our words. And that is why it's very important as well. Important factor should be public. That is why you want to try to get students, learners, parents to make small commitments first before getting them to make big commitments. You'll be much more successful in your dealing with parents and your students in that way. Oh, and Ron, excellent point. Students don't like teachers who are inconsistent. That's an excellent point, Ron, actually. You're absolutely right that I'm focusing on, yes, using these, but it's important to point out that failing on these things is a huge, it sets off a huge alert in other humans. You're absolutely right, Ron. If you are inconsistent once or twice, you are really losing trust. If you lie about your authority in the previous ones, if you don't reciprocate a favor, for example, all these things, if you fail to act on these elements of the human language, other humans register that, and you lose in credibility, you lose in trust. Absolutely, Sarita, exactly. Last factor, I promise, because time is a-flowing, and the next speaker is in 7 minutes, right, Mohammed? The last one, and I'm sure that you'll notice in so many places, scarcity, survival instinct. It comes from really the dawn of times. We are looking, we crave what there's little of. It is normal. I see in the chat just a comment, Ron, is everything okay? But the next speaker is at 45, right? Mohammed?
Yeah, everything's okay.
Okay. So yes, scarcity. We crave what there's little of, and so many companies bank on that. The limited offers, the things like that. So many politicians do as well, to manipulate us, to make us feel angry, to drive us against each other in small groups of unity. Be very careful of the scarcity factor. We crave what there is little of. Ooh, nice. Scarcity can be a powerful motivator because it creates a sense of urgency or desire for something that is limited or hard to obtain. People often value things more when they're scarce, leading them to act quickly or work harder to attain them. Perfect definition. Perfect. Very, very good. That's absolutely the case. And we are easily manipulable. Look at all 7 of these factors. They're ingrained in us. And as I said before, I'm sure you'll all agree, you can go anywhere around the world, not speak the same language at all, not even know 2 words in common. Banking on these principles and these factors, and speaking with gestures, with actions, things like that, you will be able to communicate with another human being thanks to these 7 factors. It is huge. It is huge because once you understand that, and once you're able to introduce that in your lessons, in your mentoring, your coaching, anything that you do, you'll see that you're going beyond this communication by language. You're dealing with the human language. It's brilliant. Sometimes less is more. Nice. I'll keep it short then. Brilliant. Well, basically all that to illustrate. I thought so. Very quickly, moving on, 5 minutes. You can use this in different ways. I'm going to show you what I do with my groups of entrepreneurs, startup teams, and things like that, because I really like, what I love about this aspect of business is that, generally speaking, these are people that are very driven, are not afraid of anything, that they want to go, to move on, to learn new things, to practice, to do, to continue, to try again, to be challenged. Let's move on. It's a lot of fun. And it's very interesting to talk about using these 7 factors ethically, in an ethical way, because these people are people who want to build their businesses. They want to be proud. They want to be, they want to be proud of what they do, the businesses they put together. And let's use these ethically. It's very interesting. So entrepreneurs, what I will start with, for example, is choosing products or services. So have fun. You can always do sessions where you're reflecting on the learner's real business, real product, real service. I like to keep that for I like to do practice runs first with completely ludicrous ideas, Why? Just to get the ball rolling, just to get that brainstorming out the way, and playfully play with these 7 factors, just in a no pressure area where the learners are not obsessed about their business needs and business goals. So I'll give them some. Mohammed, I'll send the presentation so everybody can use it. I mean, these are just funny ideas of product services that I introduced to the students. You can find loads of them online very easily. Just type silly gadget on Google. You'll have plenty of ideas. And what I highly recommend is basically with each product, what they're going to try to do is try to convince, for example, an investor to bank on it. You can do the same thing, but with clients or with HR. They're trying to hire people, for example. I find it very interesting. This is one with potential investors. So the idea, the product is the same, but sell it to different kind of people. And because they're different kind of people, you need to think about the human language. How are you going to convince them? So you have, for example, the heir to a family fortune who aspires to be a public figure and improve the family image. A self-made person who's devoting their retirement years to being a business angel. A well-established, sorry, I can't see everything. A well-established partner at a multinational investment fund. A gamer who struck gold designing the #1 trendy app. An investment banker who lost big at the last financial crisis and looking for that golden opportunity. A lottery winner with no experience whatsoever in investing. You see, all these different investors, well, my students are going to, so they're each going to get a product. They have the product, but they get out of the logic of thinking about the product. It's also that traditional, like, you sell me a pen, don't sell the pen. Talk to the person. You're trying to connect with another human being. Same idea here. I've got a startup, and I have all these different kind of investors that I can convince to invest in my business. How am I going to deal with each one individually? I need to connect with them. I need to think about who they are and how we're going to communicate. I'm so sorry. It's already 44. There's very little time for questions and interaction. Mohammed, what do you think?
Well, I think, people can send their questions, and then I can send them to you whenever you want to. So you can answer them later. And, it seems that the people are happy, with the presentation so far. So everyone, if you have any questions, can you please quickly drop them in the chat box?
Exactly.
Yeah, because we have, some little time remaining before the next talk.
I know. Shall I put my presentation in the chat directly here? Shall I send it to you, Ron and Mohammed? How do you want to?
Whatever suits you. Both are okay for me. You can, send it to the chat box. You can send it to me later via email, and I can, forward it to the attendees of the conference. So whatever suits you. Someone is saying, how can we use these tools in our classrooms? Yes, here's the question.
How can we use these tools in our classrooms? That depends what you mean. Use them with who, basically, because you can use them with parents. I don't know if you teach kids, teenagers, things like that. These principles really helped me when I had a language center to think about our customer service and how we would try to influence parents before even discussing problems and things like that. A simple thing we put together in place, for example, we had a little hot chocolate area for the kids with cookies and things like that for free. But to get anything, they need to go to reception and ask for a cup. And they did it in front of parents. So it solved a lot of parents with authority. Of course, we had our diplomas as well, but what really helped with the authority factor here is that parents, before asking, well, do my kids speak English in your classrooms? They were actually confronted with their kids speaking English at receptions, and just they would see kids coming up. Can I have a cup, please? Oh, I'd like a cup of hot chocolate. Can I have a cup, please? And they're like, wow, okay, well, okay, authority established. We know who we're dealing with.
Yeah, I think Ron wants to ask a question because he's raising his hand. Yeah, so Ron?
Yeah, well, actually, I couldn't find myself. It's like, where am I? In the Zoom room. Antoine, I really want to thank you for showing up today at our conference. And this is your second time here. So wonderful. We've now made it into the annual Educast International Online Conference. So you seem to be one of the founding speakers, yeah? So we're glad you came today. You got a lot of great little things. And by the way, everybody, Antoine has a lot of great materials to share. Definitely we're going to put all that together, send us the PDF. We're going to edit your video, and then we're going to put that on our YouTube channel so that all the others can watch this one more time. So again, thank you, Antoine. We have to move on to the next speaker. And so I'm going to turn that back over to you, Mohammed.
Yes,
Bye-bye,
thank you,
everybody.
Ron, and thanks, Antoine, for being an essential part of our conferences. And I'm looking forward to seeing you again in all of our international events. Thank you for this wonderful contribution. Thank you. So everyone, Antoine was talking about persuasion skills or the art of persuasion. Someone asked about, using this in the classroom. Teachers can do lots of stuff, use lots of activities to promote this. They can use logical reasoning, like presenting clear arguments supported by evidence and data, encourage the learners to think critically and analyze information. They can connect with the students' emotions using stories, humor, or inspirational quotes. They have to avoid manipulation tactics, okay? They can also show examples of successful students or highlight positive outcomes associated with teachers' messages. And last but not least, they can, provide limited opportunities or timeframes that can motivate action by using, all of this. So everyone, I'd like to welcome our next speaker, who is coming from Egypt this time, but he lives in Saudi Arabia. He's a great colleague of mine and mentor as well. So everyone, let's give a warm welcome to Dr. Mohammed Gum'a, who will be talking about educational leadership. So the title of this presentation will be Unleashing the Power of Leadership, Dynamic Styles, and Strategic Administration. So, we talked about life skills, we talked about digital skills, we talked about teaching skills, we also talked about persuasion skills, and now we're talking about leadership skills. So Dr. Mohammed Gum'a is a PhD candidate in educational leadership with a master's degree, with over 20 years of experience in international education and administration. Currently, he holds the position of Head of Academics for the primary stage at Al-Andalus International School. So everyone in the chat box, give a warm welcome to Dr. Mohammed Gum'a.
Thank you very much,
Hello.
Dr. Mohammed, for this beautiful presentation. Thank you very much. I do appreciate this beautiful event, this Educast International Conference that is being held annually. I want to thank you and thank all the team working with you. First of all, I'd like to make sure that everyone can hear me well.
Yep, your voice is clear.
Okay, just type in the chat box, guys, that you can hear very well.
Yeah, so everyone, let's rock the chat box a little bit. Yeah.
Very good. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Basically, before kicking off, and before speaking about leadership in schools, before speaking about how to be a manager, how to be a leader, how to be an ethical leader, I want to tell you that when it comes to teaching and learning, when it comes to presenting education in general, you have to understand that you are dealing with different stakeholders. You deal with the teacher, you deal with the student, you deal with the manager, you deal with the CEO, then you need to understand about all different characteristics of these different people. So let's kick off and present my presentation. Okay. Well, tell me guys, can you see my screen or not? I'm sharing now my screen. Can you see? Yeah, fantastic. Good. Okay. Okay. Very good. Thanks. First step, they just like this. And our title today, or you can say tonight, is about leadership ethics. How to have ethics, how to navigate into integrity as a leader, as someone working as an HOD, as a head of department, as a school principal, academic head, academic principal, vice principal for students affairs, vice principal for academics, whatever, you need to understand about the ethics when it comes to leadership, okay? So what is needed here, guys, is that I want to introduce myself first, but have a look, read silently. I give you 30 seconds. Okay, I always start my sessions with my colleagues, my teachers, my students, with a quote. This quote is basically talking about our subject tonight. It's talking about the ethical leadership. When you are a leader, that is called an ethical leader. How can we describe someone that is ethical? Look at this. He's always involving himself in what? In taking responsibility for the consequences of the actions. Why? Because when you are, I'm talking about schools or universities, when you are taking an action or when you are taking a decision in your school, sometimes your decision is wrong or it has a negative impact on others. Then if you are a leader, if you are a true leader, you say, I'm in charge, I'm responsible, I'm credible, I'm in charge of what happened. To be honest, some leaders always blame others and say, you know, this is because of Mr. X. This is because of Mr. Y. It's not because of me. I'm someone who does no mistakes, zero mistakes. So this is not called ethical leader. Okay, so I will jump from time to time to this, the chat box and try to see what you guys are writing. They should be responsible and fair. That's very true. That is very true. Okay, so a leader, a true leader, is someone who is responsible for any decision that is being taken in school. Not only his decisions, but even other decisions that happened in a school. Why? Because he's responsible for everything in the school context. Let's just try, guys, to see what is meant by ethics. What is meant by integrity in education? Let's look at and listen to this video that will take around one minute and then come back.
I'm afraid that you have to share the audio. Take, the box that says share sound while sharing the screen. Click on share the screen again.
Well, the
and then
sound is not clear.
Yeah, we can't hear anything as a guest, so you have to click on share the screen and
Let
click,
me. Okay.
yeah, check.
Once more.
Yeah.
Can you guys hear?
No, no, you have to click on check.
Huh? Can you hear?
Yeah, the share sound option.
I did. Well,
You
give me a
did?
second.
Okay.
Let me share again. Let me share again. Okay.
Be honest and tell the truth.
Can you hear?
Right?
Yeah, no,
Seems
it's good.
simple
Yeah.
enough, and people write those values on the walls, right? The leader sets the tone. And so when we say, we demand that everyone in our company be honest and tell the truth, right? Seems simple enough, and people write those values on the walls of their companies, right? Honesty, right? There it is for all to see, you know, visions and values, you know? And the point I was trying to make is, if the phone rings and your secretary answers and says, you know, David's on the phone, and you say, tell him I'm not here. That's a lie. That is a patent lie. And what we've now done is we've told our staff that when it suits us, it's okay to tell these little lies. So in an organization like that, it should come as no shock when people are lying in other parts of the company for self-interest, because that tone was set by the leader. So you can say, I'll call him back. You know, you can say, I don't want to talk to him right now. But when you say, tell him I'm not here when clearly you are, then that leader says that in our organization, lying is acceptable. That's what that is. So writing on the wall means nothing. The behavior that we model absolutely matters. You know, it's like parents today telling their kids to get off their cell phones, and then it's the father or the mother that are sitting at dinner on the cell phone.
Okay, my question here, guys, after this 1 minute, what did you come out of the video with? What do you understand? What does you want to tell us about this? Tell me in the chat box, or even unmute yourself and stop telling me what is meant with this. Be a good role model, okay? Right, thank you. Who else? I need more.
So because you know, they are not allowed to unmute themselves. So anyway, if anyone wants to contribute, they can raise their hands. You know,
chat box. No, if you need to write in chat box, it's okay. Apply what you believe. Honesty, the best policy. Walk the talk, correct? That's very true. It's basically, he was talking about the father telling his kid, do not use a cell phone. And this father is using the cell phone in front of the students. So do not order, do not instruct someone to do something that you are not doing. Do not try to tell your employees, do not lie, guys, and you are a liar. Do not tell them to listen to instructions while you're not. Do not ask your teachers to come to school on time. Why you do not come to school on time? Do not ask your teacher to do all the assignment, to do the assignments needed while they are not doing their assignments. This is a very important point about being an ethical leader. And an ethical leader is always pushing people from behind in order for them to be seen as if they are in front. He's doing this. He's coming from behind, pushing his team to the front. And everyone can see that he's the last one. The last one means he's a leader. Some people would like to take the snapshot. You know, some people are like, I want to be the picture. I want to be there. I want everyone to feel that I'm doing everything. You know, so it's all about being a role model, you know. Okay, now a silent reading movement, just read silently. What is ethical leadership? What is ethics? Read it, and then we move on to the characteristics of leaders. Okay, so a question. when you look at the definition of ethical leadership, what is the key words that attracted you guys in the chat box? What is the key word that attracted you and you say, yes, this is ethic, this is ethical leaders? Okay, ethical. Okay, strong moral ethics, morals, values. Okay, fantastic, guys. Thank you. Demonstrating honesty. Plana. Good. Honesty. Honesty. Honesty is the best policy, as you mentioned. Same behavior inside and outside. He is not a hypocrite. He's not someone who says what he doesn't do. No, he's doing what he says. Very good. Actions speak louder than words. Okay, thoughts, code of conduct. Fantastic. I love your participations. Very good. Very good. Okay, so why we are still insisting on building ethical leaders? Because when you have an ethical leader, you as a teacher, you as anyone working in the school community, you feel that you are being respected. You feel that you are being treated fairly, with honesty. You are not oppressed in the school context. You have a very healthy environment. Yes, as you mentioned, guys, to have a good environment, to innovate. You have a very special environment to make you happy. As I mentioned before, that we have in a school, we have, it's either you have a machine culture or you have what? You have a family culture. The ethical leader is able to build a family culture, not a machine culture. He's able to build an open climate, not a closed climate. He's open to build a special kind of integration in the school community. People are living in such a kind of safety, honesty, loyalty. They change from loyal teachers to what? To people who have ownership. Okay, then the most important part here is, what are the key principles of leadership ethics? If you want to say that this leader is an ethical leader, he has to have these four. These four. Number one, integrity. Number two, respect. Number three, responsibility. Number four, fairness. What is meant by every one of these four? Let's look at everyone and what does everyone mean. And you know, the definition is simple, with a very simple example, so that every one of us understand and try to deal with. Fairness, not biased. Fantastic, Iman. Shema says a healthy, respectful, productive environment. That is true. Guys, I know a lot of my friends who left a job because of a leader, because of a manager, because of a principal. This topic is important. This topic is crucial. This topic needs to be taken to any principal that you are dealing with. I do understand that some teachers in a school, I may be a principal and I have let's say 5 HUDs, 5 head of departments, and I have 100 teachers. You have to be fair, even if you do not love, because as mentioned, it's not a matter of to accept or do not accept. It's all about you have to respect, even if you do not accept. I may not accept X or Y, but I have to respect them. I have to deal with them fairly. I have to be biased or not biased. I'm not supposed to be biased with teachers, right? Okay, let's look at the first one, which is integrity. Integrity is just one word: to do the right thing. To do the right thing, even when no one is watching you. You know, when someone is at home alone, and he can do whatever he likes, but he has integrity. He has integrity. He can say that he is being seen by the Lord subhanahu wa ta'ala, by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So he's doing it not because he's looking for people's satisfaction. He's doing it in order to satisfy, number one, his conscience, and then his work. You know, this is the basic meaning of the word integrity. Do the right thing, whatever happens. You know, for example, sometimes a school principal says to a teacher, you are giving a student 7 out of 20. We need them to get 15 out of 20. So the teacher will say, okay, Mr. Principal, I'm going to do this. So there is no integrity. There is no integrity for both teachers and principals, you know. So this is one of the most important points. Don't be scared. Do the right thing first. Okay, why is this important? It's important for many things. To establish trust and establish credibility for both. All the stakeholders, if you are a principal that is fair, you do the right thing, all parents will respect you. All teachers will respect you. I give you a very short example, guys, and I can see this myself. In our school, we do have some parents, if their kids are getting low grades, sometimes they come to me and they talk to me, and I tell them we have a policy and we abide by the policy. If your kid is not doing his work on time, then he's not going to get the full mark. If he's 1 day late, he's going to get 4 out of 5. If he's 2 days late, he's going to get 3 out of 5. Some parents do not come to me, and they just go to the vice principals and talk to them and try to convince them to give them 5 out of 5. But because as one of the society, as a school, we do have the same policy, we do have the same way of thinking, they cannot get anything from anyone. They go to the vice principal, he says the same. They go to the student councils, he's saying the same. They go to the teacher, they go to the the head of department, they come to me. Wherever they go, they have the same answer. This is integrity. Do the right thing, whatever happens, okay? And then we move to, after integrity, we have respect. And this is a very valid point and very, very important, crucial point for everyone. What is respect? You have to value everyone working with you. You have to treat in a very respectful way with everyone working with you. You have to deal with dignity. You have to deal with a kind of respect. Don't tell me that you don't like this teacher. If you don't like him, deal with him in a subjective way or objective way. You have to deal with him with a subjective or objective. If you want to respect or to be fair, which is correct? To be objective or subjective? Tell me. Chat box, guys. Chat box. Objective. Fantastic, Iman. Objective means you have a rubric and you have points that you look at the points and see when you evaluate a teacher. Do not be subjective means what? Do not be subjective. Like I said, I don't like him for no reasons. You know, I don't like him because he's fat, because he's not nice, because he doesn't have a sense of humor, because no, these are wrong ways of judgment. You have to be objective, not subjective. So when you deal with anyone in the school, you have to deal with respect. With respect. If the teacher goes and complains of you to the CEO, you have also to deal with respect. You have a policy. You abide by the policy. You apply the policy, but do not apply the policy on this teacher and do not apply it on other teachers. Someone comes late to school and then you tell them you're late, 1 day deduction, and another one that you love, that you do love, comes late to school and you do not deduct from him, then at that time there is no respect, there is no fairness, there is not even integrity. Okay, so you guys need to look at these points. Okay, it's important for what? When you are respecting everyone, fostering a positive and inclusive work environment. Teachers will feel that you are not biased. Teachers will feel that you respect everyone, whatsoever happened. You know, and I'm telling you guys this not for principals only, it's even for teachers. As a teacher, please deal with your colleagues in a beautiful way. Deal with respect. Deal with a professional way. Do not say, I like this, I don't like this. In the work context, in the work community, in the work environment, you have to be professional. You have to have integrity. You have to have respect. And an example of this, when you listen carefully to everybody. And I always say in my courses that you guys need one important point: communication. Communication may make or break any organization. Communication may make or break any relation. You have to be a positive communicator. You have to be a strong communicator. When you communicate with your teachers, you have to be smart in communication, how to reach their hearts first, how to use the SEL, social emotional learning. You have to use your social intelligence in trying to gain their love, their respect, and stuff like that. Okay? Well, and a very important point also is a good educator is an active listener. You have to listen. You have to listen carefully. You have to listen more than you speak. You have to listen to everybody around you. You may learn something new. Okay? Then move on to the responsibility. In the responsibility, why it's really important? Because again and again, if there is something good in the school, the principal said, it's me. I have done it myself. I'm responsible for the success we are facing. You know, they say that. But a very good principal say, it's my responsibility whatever happens. If a problem happens, they say, it's not my responsibility. It's Mr. X. It's Mr. Y. So you have to be accountable for any action and decision in your school. If one of your HODs take an action, if any one of your HODs tries to do something which becomes like wrong, or there is a mistake behind it, you have to say, it's my accountability. It's my responsibility. This is a very important point. Why? You have to protect your team. You have to protect your team. You have to defend your team. You have to make them feel that there is someone who is always protecting them. As I'm telling you again, you have to come from the back to push them forward so that everyone can see your team in front. Do not go and say, I need the picture for myself. I need to be captured as if I'm the best. I'm doing everything. I'm genius. And nobody genius except me. Do not be such a kind of autocratic leader. Be a very transformational leader. Okay. As mentioned, the chat box, it's what a topic. Really, it's a real life story. Yeah, this happened in our store. And most leaders, when they are very professional, they are implementing integrity. When they are very professional, too professional, they are ethical leaders. And someone who is really weak, someone who is not up to standard, he's trying to sneak around and he's not implementing the ethical leadership style. He's not able to live this way. He's just trying to manipulate around and around, Well, next, the fourth one. And when I'm talking about the fourth one, before moving to the fourth one, who can remind me in the chat box of the first one? What is the first characteristics of ethical leaders? What is the first characteristic, guys? Write in the chat box. What is the first? Integrity. Second, very good. Integrity. Respect. Bravo. Respect. Number three, integrity, respect. In the responsibility, IRRF. Very good. Very good. Responsibility. And then F, fairness. Fairness, which is equal treatment for all. Again, Again, when a teacher is coming late, another teacher is coming late, you punish someone and you don't punish the other. This is not fairness. You have to be fair. But again, don't tell me that someone is coming late for the 5th time and someone is coming late for the 1st time and they are equal. No, this is not true and this is not fair. You have to apply the policy. You have to, and even before you apply the policy on your teachers, you have to provide them with something called the staff handbook. When you provide a staff handbook, so that teachers know what are the rights and what are the duties, because everyone has rights. What's my right? And what are the duties that I have to follow in the school context, you know? So that is very important point to speak about. Okay, well, this is treatment, it has to be equal, and this is promoting a culture of equality and justice. And actually, very important point, consistent application of policies and procedures. I'm telling you, you have to focus on the policies and be careful. You have to give the policy. You have to send the school policy to every teacher. Because to be honest, I still remember a teacher that was punished in his school for being late, was punished for submitting his work late. And I was asking him a question. Have you ever had a look? Have you ever had a look on the staff handbook? He said, what do you mean by staff handbook? I said, staff handbook is like a book that has the policies and procedures, what to do, what not to do, everything in the school. He said, I have no idea about this. Then I told him, go to the principal and ask him. He went to the principal. You know, unfortunately, they do have a policy, they do have the staff handbook, but it was not shared with anyone. So what is the benefit? What is the benefit of having something in the drawers and you're not sharing it with your teachers? That's not true, you know. So here, we're accepting, manipulative, yes, manipulating. And here, again, we have 4, as mentioned. The first one was integrity, then respect, responsibility, and fairness. These are the most important characteristics. And what is the impact? What is the importance of having such a kind of ethical leaders? Why should we have such kind of leaders? Why do we need them in our lives? Because they help us establish what? A positive, a healthy, a good, a beautiful, and attractive environment. You guys, wallah, I tell you a story that happened the other day with a teacher. One of the teachers called me and she says, I'm calling you from the hospital. And I was like, what happened? She said, I'm admitted to the hospital for a couple of days. I just said, speedy recovery, inshallah, salamat. She said, you know, it's basically because of my principal. I said, what happened? She said, my principal is always teasing me. And I was like, she's teasing you. What about other teachers? She said, to be honest, she's teasing one nationality and she's not teasing others. She's annoying one nationality and she's not annoying others. So where is fairness? Where is integrity? Where is responsibility? Where is respect? The teacher went to the hospital and was admitted because of her principal. So when you talk about ethical principles, you talk about the positive environment. You wake up in the morning happy, enthusiastic about the learning process. You want to go because you have a good leader. You want to go because you have someone protecting you. You have someone helping and aiding and supporting you. You know, this is a very important point that you guys need to understand. These people are important because they help us establish a positive environment with productive relationships over 3 levels: the individual level, the team level, and the overall of organization. I tell you something here. You know, AI. Do you think AI, artificial intelligence, will be able to create teams? No. Ethical leaders are able to create teams in schools, in companies, and they can, after creating teams, they can assign work to every one of the team. You know, so creating teams, inspiring people, This is only for human power. And in the future, let me be very honest with you, in the future, those who are able to empower, not those who are in power, will be the true leaders. The one who is able to make everyone strong in the community. This is the leader. The one who is able to empower his team. The one who is making every single employee strong and happy. This is the true leader. Not the leader who's trying to threaten people, who's trying to make them upset, who's trying to make the morale down. This is not a leader. It's a period after that. That's it. You know, I need to make sure that you guys understand one more point. Again, the impact of leadership ethics are really important, and you may, as a leader, face a problem. What is the problem that you may face? Let us see. You sometimes have ethical dimension or challenges. What are these ethical dimensions? A situation requiring a choice between conflicting principles. You know, you have two options, you have two problems, you have two issues that you have to choose from. And at that time, you may have a committee that help you take a decision, because we say open communication, seeking advice, ethical decision-making frameworks. You need to sit with your team. That's why the democratic leader is one of the good leaders. He's someone who is sitting with his team, trying to listen to them, trying to make sure that he's taking the right decision, not in his own. One more problem that may face ethical leaders, the external pressure. External pressure that may come from something outside the school that may affect your decision. You need also to seek what guidance from teams, something from outside. Let me imagine with you, what does it mean by external pressure? You are in a school, your students, for example, the score of a student is like 70%, and you have a pressure from the owner of the school saying, I want 70 to be 90. Well, this is external pressure. This is against your integrity. What you do, you may, for example, talk to the owner and tell him, you know, I may do this. However, people will know that our school is selling grades, and our name and reputation in the market will go down. You try to convince him that this is not the right decision. You know, you can do that. But at the end of the day, you try to be an ethical leader. You try to be a man of a word. You try to have integrity in your life. You have to be like this even in your daily life, in your religion. SubhanAllah, when you are implementing the ethical leadership style, you are implementing the true religion. The true religion, which is respect and being someone who is honest with everybody. Okay? The last point I want to share with you is, this is my last slide. What are the benefits? Again, what are the benefits of ethical leadership style? What are the benefits of having such people? Number one, employee satisfaction. Teachers will be happy. Teachers will be satisfied with the school. The staff retention rates will become higher. You will have a lot of staff in the school not willing to leave, not willing to resign, not willing to make, you know, dua on you one day. You say, this was the worst leader I've ever seen in my life. You know, number two, it's going to enhance trust. You trust leader, that leader trusts you. And the last one is reputation, the good name of the school, the good name of the principal, the good reputation of the teachers. You know, sometimes you go for any event and they say, which school do you work for? You say, I'm working for X school. People look up at you and say, oh, wonderful. This school has a very good name in the market. You know, if you want to have a good name in the market, you can't have a good name with cheating. You have a good name with trust. You have a good name with responsibility. You have a good name with integrity. You have a good name with fairness. Be fair. That's why you'll be successful. I think I have only 5 minutes left. I want to to say, if you guys have any questions for me, if you guys, I was trying to be fast as much as I can in order to finish in 45 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah, it was really wonderful. Thanks a lot, Dr. Mohammed, for the wonderful expertise and insights shared in this talk. So everyone in the chat box, please drop your questions and comments for Dr. Mohammed, and he's more than willing to answer all of them.
Thank you. Fame always comes late after hard work. Fantastic, Floyd. Yeah, you're true. And so thank you, Sir. It was an amazing delivery. Thank you very much.
So there's a question here, which is how to make an unfair leader to be fair.
The question here, how to make unfair leader be fair? Yeah. You know, it's a very important question, but I have to be honest with you. Unfair leaders that are sticking to being, you know, biased to some and not biased to others. If you are very close to him, you'll be starting with a very gentle way. To be honest, communication again. Communication make or break any relation. You can go directly to him, you can close the door. And when you talk to him, you say, for example, you know that he's really nice with male teachers and really tough with female teachers. You may sit with them and talk and say, you know, I'm really happy with the way you are communicating with us. You know the sandwich technique. When you start by flattering, the burger technique, start by talking very, very positively about what he's doing. And in the middle, you say, but what do you think if we do so and so? What do you think if we make a party for female teachers? What do you think of, you know, give him suggestions and try to make these suggestions as if coming from him, not from you. You know, as if he's the one who invented these suggestions. Because these people, unfair leaders, are always looking for, they look for themselves. I want to be the best. So tell him, do it. And do not try to prove that you are trying to help him. No, you give him the piece of advice and you let him do it himself. You tell him, why don't you send a good email to teachers? Why don't you do so and so? This is the way I think it's going to be very beneficial, inshallah. You have touched a very sensitive and a controversial topic. That's very true, Sam. Thank you for you. Is it necessary for English teachers to take leadership courses? You know, to be very honest, leadership courses are necessary for everyone working in any institution. Why? Because basically, if you are a teacher, you want to understand the leadership styles. You want to understand what kind of leaders you are dealing with. Because let me tell you, your head could be an autocratic leader. He could be a bureaucratic leader. He could be a charismatic leader. He could be a transformational leader. He could be a transactional leader. He could be a laissez-faire leader. You know, guys, I'm telling you like 6 different kinds of leaders. You need to know how every kind thinks. You know, that's why everybody needs it, everybody. But you need to delve into educational management when you are a head of department, when you are academic head, vice principal head, whatever. Okay. Another question. How to ensure the 4 pillars in a team if their salaries and working conditions are extremely precocious, you know. And again, in a school that you are working in, and you feel that, for example, even salaries, you have a scale in the salary. You have a scale. If a school is like giving different scales, this is number 1 of unfairness. Where the fairness, if you have different scales, such a kind of schools with different salary scale, with different working conditions, with 2 tough working conditions, if you guys are not able to change it, then you have to change yourself by leaving this work. But one point you have to care for, which is hire then fire. What I mean by this, find a job before you leave the previous one. Find a job for yourself and then leave the job that you are working. Because if you are working in such a kind of environment, you will become sick, you will become really tired, you may go to the hospital every single day, you know. How to approach staff members when they don't adhere to the rules and neglect their the work and duty, please, and also being absent without prior notice. Well, being absent without a notice, he will be deducted from his salary. And some teachers, when you deduct from the salary, he'll become much better after that. And one thing I want to advise you to do, teachers who are not following the rules, I want you, please, invite them for lunch. Yes, invite them for lunch outside the school. And try to get a budget from the school, not on your own. Don't pay for it. Just talk to the school manager, the school principal, the school owner, and tell them, I need to invite my department for lunch. Invite them for lunch, chit-chat with them, try to get into their personal life, see who has a problem, who does not have a problem, check on their families, check on their children. Start from here. They will be in a very good mood with you, inshallah, after that. How might the use of...
yeah, the very important question here regarding AI and how might it be used to, or its effect on one of those four pillars: respect, responsibility, integrity, and fairness.
Well, AI, Mr. Muhammad, you can talk about it better than me.
Yeah, we had lots of wonderful talks, on AI in this conference. So you can get back to, a talk by Ron Moraine, a talk by Dr. Crystal Schneider-Brody. You can, listen to wonderful talks on our YouTube channel. They are all recorded there. But talking about AI and how it can affect those pillars, I mean, respect. It's all about the person who's using AI, because you have to understand the academic integrity, and how you should mention that whenever you use anything produced by AI, you have to mention the reference or the resource, so it reflects your own respect for the people you're dealing with, and towards yourself as well at the same time. Regarding integrity, it's the same thing. And also, so I think it affects the whole, all of the four pillars. So you need to understand how it's used,
but
and
Mr. Muhammad, sorry for interruption, but guys, AI helps leaders in their daily work. It could help me, for example, in generating professional emails. It could help me with, for example, class observation. But when it comes to speaking about the ethics, emotions, integrity, fairness, trust, social emotional quotient, social emotional learning, AI can do nothing in this regard. Can do nothing in this regard. So you have to understand that AI would not be... By the way, there was a survey the other day. Does AI... I guess the question was, how important, or what is the effect of AI in the future of education around the world? In America, they said AI will affect education 67%. On the other hand, in Japan, they said Japan, which is really advanced, they said AI will have around 30% of positive impact on life in the future, because they do understand how to use AI. AI is a trend, I understand. It's a trend we don't understand. But at the same time, AI does not enter everything and anything. AI is really important. AI, if you guys, we have computers in the past. If someone is not able to use computer, we say, he's illiterate. He's like, he didn't learn. And now we talked about the online resources and stuff like this. And after that, now AI. If you guys don't know how to use AI, then you are lying behind. You are outdated. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so thanks a lot, Dr. Muhammad, for this wonderful contribution to the Educast International Online Conference 2024. I'm really honored to have had you, to be part of this. I just want you to drop the link of your page on Facebook so that people can contact you, because some people are asking about, some other questions, and because we're in a hurry because of the next talk and the next presenter. So yes, so please drop the link of your page on social media in the chat box. So everyone, to sum things up regarding, talking about leaders. Leaders need to master some skills, and leaders need to have some kind of characteristics in order to be good leaders. Good leaders should have some kind of understanding of curriculum and pedagogy. They should know how students learn and how they can guide teachers in implementing effective practices. Good leaders should commit to student learning and success, and they should also be able to identify and develop the talents of their teachers and, of course, the students. Good leaders should also have strong interpersonal skills. They should create a positive and inclusive school environment where everyone feels valued and respected. They should also communicate goals, progress, and challenges to students, parents, teachers, and the wider community. They should also be able to build trust and collaboration among their teams. They should have vision. They should be able to create shared vision for the school. They should also be able to plan and implement, the plans of the whole school. So they should be good decision makers. Lots of good stuff that should be, included in any personality of any successful leader. And by this, let me tell you, everyone, that the coming talk is by Dr. Joe Gakonga, and it's a pre-recorded one. Let me just introduce Dr. Joe Gakonga to you and tell you a little bit about her before we start this presentation. Dr. Joe Gakonga has worked in ELT for over 30 years in a range of countries and contexts. She's a teacher, educator, CELTA trainer, and assessor. She's also an MA TESOL tutor, co-author of the IELTS Foundation, and runs a widely recommended website at elttraining.com with courses for English language teachers at all stages of their careers. So the next talk is about what now? Since the main theme of the conference is about professional development, so we're talking here about professional development too. So let's listen to a brief, about this talk before I play it for you. You've already done your initial training and you're a qualified teacher. So why do people go on about continuing professional development? Why is it helpful? And if it is, what should you be doing? In this talk, as a teacher for over 30 years, who is still developing, Jo will tell you a bit about her own experiences and give you some helpful hints about how you might continue your teacher development journey. So everyone, a minute, and I'll be sharing the talk with you.
You've already done your initial training and you're a qualified teacher. So why do people go on about continuing professional development? Why is it helpful? And if it is, then what should you be doing? In this talk, as a teacher for over 30 years who is still developing, I'll tell you a bit about my own experiences and give you a few helpful hints about how you might continue your teacher development journey. I'm sorry I can't be with you in person today, but I hope that you enjoy this recorded talk. I started teaching English in 1989 in Taiwan. And I was lucky enough to get a job in a very supportive school, just because I was a native speaker, to be honest. At that time, I had a degree in agriculture, of all things, which I didn't see is particularly relevant for teaching, but they gave me the job and I needed the money, so I did it. After 6 months of this, teaching in the classroom, I thought I'd got a bit of a handle on what I was doing with the learners, and I was arrogant enough, I'm ashamed to say, when I went to do a certificate course later on, to think that I wouldn't learn very much on it. Now, for me, this is actually quite an interesting starting point. You don't know what you don't know. And so it's not until you keep developing and learning more that you realise how much there is to know and how little you do know. So if I fast forward 35 years to this point in my life, having done many qualifications, including Delta, an MA, a PhD, and having taught on many other teaching qualifications myself, including CELTA and MA TESOL, and having written a course book, and having set up a successful online business, after all of this, I realise how little any of us know about how people learn languages and how teachers learn to teach. So that's the first point I want to make. Development is always a good thing. Further training is always a good thing. Sometimes you'll do this because you want to get the job that you want, but sometimes you'll just do it because it's interesting, or because you're curious, or because you've never done that before. My personal experience is that learning more is never a waste of time, and it can lead you in really unexpected directions, often to places or situations that you wouldn't have imagined, but which are really great. It's certainly happened for me. When I say development, this could, of course, be formal courses like CELTA or an MA TESOL or Delta, but I'm really talking about a much wider remit than that. So these days, it's so easy to get access to so much online that's either free or very affordable, and not only to get access to the information, but also to interact with other teachers who will inspire you and motivate you to be the best teacher that you can be. So in this talk, I'm going to look at a wide range of these things, ways in which you can develop, starting with CELTA and other formal courses, and then moving on to other different resources that you can use to help you develop online. Are you ready? Let's go. Before I start, I know I'm recorded and I can't interact with you, but could you write in the chat what you would like to do to develop on your next stage as a teacher? Go on, just stop me now for a minute and do it. I hope that you...
So everyone drop in the chat box, what would you like to do to develop professionally? Okay, someone is saying MA in TESOL. That's good, great. Delta, the Delta, developing social skills, engaging in more PD activities, leadership, that's cool. TEFL, wonderful. Enrolling in online courses at Delta, a variety of options, which is very good. The Delta. So everyone, let's keep watching the video to benefit from Joga Konga's experience.
You did do that. let's move along and start with formal qualifications and with CELTA. Now, I've been a CELTA trainer for over 20 years. I'm an assessor. I've visited over 70 different centres, and I'm also one of a dozen Joint Chief Assessors, or JCAs, who support centres for Cambridge. So I don't think I'm, being too big-headed if I say that I know quite a bit about the course. Now, CELTA's often seen as quite a strong benchmark of good teaching, and about 70% of job adverts for English teachers ask for it, apparently, although that research was done by Cambridge, so you want to take it with a pinch of salt. It was originally designed as an initial teacher training qualification for people who've got no previous experience. But these days, around 50% of people who take CELTA already do have teaching experience. And many of them have teaching qualifications from their own countries. So why would they want the expense and stress of going through this course? Well, I guess the first reason is probably because they want to get a job internationally or in a private language school in their own country, and they're being asked for it. I think CELTA definitely opens doors for people. It's a very standard product, so I think that's why employers trust it. They know that you don't just get the theory, but you also know how that can be applied in the classroom, and you've practiced it. I've been a CELTA tutor for 24 years, and I've got a great deal of respect for it as a qualification, actually. I see teachers, even if they have a lot of previous experience, learning a lot from that process. And I think that the environment in which you're doing something that's challenging, in this case teaching in front of a class and in front of your peers being watched, and also watching them and reflecting on this and talking about the process, it's a very powerful way to learn. So if you're thinking about CELTA, I know probably some of you are, and you're not sure whether it would be worthwhile or not, I would definitely say it is a good move. So again, out of interest, I know I can't respond, but can you put in the chat if you are thinking about CELTA? Thanks. So what about if you've already got CELTA and you're thinking maybe about something a bit further on, maybe Delta or an MAT-SO? So what's the difference between them? That's quite a big question, and I can't really answer it all here because we'd be here for too long, but I've made another video about it, and you can access it on YouTube, or the links below if you're interested in that. In terms of the formal qualifications that you take, the best way to choose them, I think, is to think about the kind of job you want in the future and see what qualifications are required for it. So this will give you a good steer, I think. For example, if you want to work in a university, then an MAT-SO is definitely a good idea. But if you want to work as a director of studies in a private language institution, or maybe you want to work as a CELTA trainer, like me, then you're going to have to do Delta, because that's required usually for those things. But moving on, maybe you're not ready for a formal qualification yet, but you know that development's still a good thing. So what can you do then? Look, the internet is a really big place, and finding material, good material, can be a bit like looking for that needle in the proverbial haystack. So you need to find a way to search through the huge amount of material that's out there. A good way to do this, to filter things, is to find educators that you trust and like, and look for what they're recommending. So the British Council site, for example, is huge, and it's got so many useful resources in it, practical and more theoretical. And if you follow them on Facebook or Instagram, then you'll find they also recommend lots of other useful resources. You can definitely trust what they say. If you want some ideas for development that pop into your inbox every week by email, then signing up for newsletters can be a good thing. I put one out every Sunday, and it's always got links to material that I make, but also to other useful things on the net. If you go to my site, you'll get a pop-up and you can sign up for it. It's completely free. As well as newsletters that are sent out to your inbox, there are also lots of people who write useful educational blogs. You can usually subscribe to these so that you get some kind of push notification when a new post goes up, so you're not looking back for them all the time. And there are many that I would really recommend. Try Nick Peachy if you like EdTech stuff, or Lexical Leo Sullivan if vocabulary is a special interest. There's also one blog that I must mention, although it's now just in an archive state. It's not, new material's not being put up there. But that's Scott Thornberry's A to Z of ELT. It's a brilliant piece of work. There's a lot of scholarship there, a lot of interesting research and links to research. But it's also very accessible. He writes very accessibly. It's easy to understand. If you want something to give you a bit of food for thought about some aspects of our industry that are maybe a little bit more controversial, I'd highly recommend Russ Main's blog. You can find all of those links below too. If you like more of a journal or a magazine format, you could try Humanising Language Teaching magazine from Pilgrims, or the IH Journal. That's always a practical read, and they're both completely free. You can look at the back issues too. Maybe you don't want to read. Maybe video material is more your cup of tea. It's certainly mine. YouTube is full of really useful channels for teachers. Please do go and subscribe to mine at elttraining.com. I make a new video every week, and I think they're kind of helpful. I hope they are. Other people that I follow that I enjoy, Charlie's Lessons is great. The Language House, TEFL, is also very useful. And if you're interested in pronunciation, then try Hadar Shamesh. She's great. Another useful place to look is teachers' associations. Some of them are better than others, some of them are more active than others, but a couple of good examples are IATEFL, the International Association of Teachers of English as a Foreign Language, and BELTA, the Belgium English Language Teachers Association. These both have regular webinars and you can attend for free, although you can usually only see the recordings if you're a member. You want some more? Other organisations that run regular webinars are the publishing houses. So try the Cambridge English site or Macmillan. Of course, they're all trying to sell books and promote their profiles, But that doesn't mean that the material and the development sessions they put out there for free aren't worth it. I'd highly recommend them, and they're often by their own internal authors. Let's move on a bit further. So development is certainly not just all about input. Interacting with other teachers who are motivated and proactive is always inspiring, and it'll help to keep you trying to do things in your class, trying new things out in your class, and it'll actually help prevent burnout. In an ideal world, this would be face-to-face with your colleagues in the staff room, but not all schools are so supportive. But the internet means that you still have access to inspiring educators, even if your colleagues are not quite so interested. This kind of development really helps to keep you interested over the years, so there's a good point to it. Where are you going to find all those other inspiring teachers, you might be thinking? Well, any of the social media platforms have groups like this, so that's a great way of connecting with like-minded people. You could try searching Facebook groups with similar interests to yours, or LinkedIn. It's also a great place for professional groups. You'll find that some groups are more active than others and more, akin to your interests. So you might have to try a few before you find one that's active and has content that you enjoy. If you can't find one that you like and you've got a few friends who've got similar interests, then why not start your own group? It's very easy and it's free. Finally, if you like the idea of learning a particular aspect of English language teaching, if you want to follow a more structured course and end up with a certificate that you can show to an employer, but you don't want to or you can't afford CELTA or another course yet, then there are lots of useful courses that you can do online. Make sure that the organisation you go with is reputable. International House, for example, offer a lot of further development courses and they have a great reputation. If you like my style and you've enjoyed this talk, then you might want to go and have a look at my site. I've got a wide range of free material on there, but also certified courses in a range of aspects of English language teaching. If you need help learning about grammar, then there's my signature Grammar for Language Teachers course, which will give you confidence to explain to your learners the nuts and bolts of the language. If you already know this, but you're not sure how to teach it in an engaging way, then Teaching Grammar Communicatively is for you. If you're planning on doing CELTA but you want to prepare for it beforehand, then I've got a package of courses that will give you the best possible chance of excelling on CELTA. There's a lot to take on in a CELTA course in a short period of time. So if you can hit the ground running, already being prepared and knowing some things, you're much more likely to achieve a higher grade and do well. If you want some ideas for new activities, then try my Dictogloss course, or this course, which is designed to help you to exploit the text that you use in class for Lexis. And finally, my newest course is called AI Powered Language Teaching, and it's got fantastic ideas for using ChatGPT or Bard to produce lessons at any level on any topic that are a bit more interesting than just text, questions, discussion. So my feeling is that if you can learn to harness that power of AI, you can get it to do the donkey work of planning for you so that you can plan much more interesting, creative, personalised lessons for your learners without it taking all of your free time. So that's about it. I've covered a huge amount of ground here, and you can't possibly do all of this, certainly not at the same time. But don't get overwhelmed. Choose one of these things that you think might be useful to you and start doing it on a regular basis. Make it manageable for yourself. You could set yourself a target of listening to one webinar every month or reading one newsletter a week, for example. Or if you're thinking about more formal courses, then make a plan for what you want to do, when you're going to do that, and how you're going to prepare for it. In my opinion, English teaching is a fantastic job. It's kept me really happy and interested for over 30 years. But the reason that it's been such a creative and stimulating experience for me is because I've always kept learning something new. So I really hope that there's something in this little talk which will inspire you to keep doing the same and hopefully give you the same kind of joy that I've had out of my working career so far and which I continue to have. Thank you for watching, even though you're just listening to me, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference.
So everyone, thank you for watching Joe's pre-recorded session or pre-recorded talk. She shared lots of wonderful stuff and lots of wonderful ideas about developing professionally, whether you're planning to take the CELTA course or the CERTICEL course, which is equivalent to the CELTA from Trinity College London, whether to, whether you're trying to go further and take another step towards the Delta from Cambridge, towards the DIPTESOL from Cambridge, or any other level 7 diploma from any place in the world. It's all about, developing professionally. It's not about the certificates. It's about getting the knowledge. It's about, getting more in-depth knowledge, to provide the learners with a better learning experience. So if you're going to ask me whether to take the Delta, for example, after the CELTA, or an MA in TESOL, well, it depends on the market needs. It depends on the job market needs. So try to, make a plan, try to analyze what's required in your country, and then go for what's suitable for you. Okay. It's not, again, it's not about the certificate. The certificate will not let you work. It will just open the doors for you to, have an opportunity to be interviewed in reputable places. But the most important thing is to prove that you really deserve, the position you're applying for. You really deserve to be the best teacher, trainer, manager, or whatever in the field of ELT. So everyone, don't go anywhere. We still have 2 more sessions to go. I know that you might feel a little bit tired. I know it's been a long journey so far, but I want you to drop in the chat box about what you think of this learning experience. I mean, what do you think of the Educast International Online Conference 2024? Are you enjoying this unforgettable experience so far? So everyone, let me also tell you something really important. We also provide free professional development webinars in some particular, dates of the year. So yes, I know that we're still in our conference, but we're having another international event next month, the Ramadan event. And it includes a series of free professional development webinars, including educators from all around the world, again, to develop professionally. And also, we have a podcast where you can, find, in the links in the chat box. I've just, sent them. And I'm gonna send the links again. You can follow us there, in order to follow our activity, our, aim towards helping educators from all around the world to develop professionally. So we have a podcast, we have free professional development webinars, we have conferences, and we are also glad to provide you with the best learning experience ever. So everyone, now it's time for our next talk and the one before the last one. And again, let me remind you that this conference is brought to you, by Educast in collaboration with Cambridge, Macmillan Education, and British Training Center. Yes, everything is already being recorded and uploaded to our YouTube channel, Educast AG. So you can search for it, or during the coming talk, I'll be sending the links in the chat box. So make sure that you copy the links and save them. Follow our YouTube channel, follow the Facebook page, join the Facebook group. Okay. Listen to the podcast. There are a lot of wonderful interviews there. I interviewed lots of wonderful educators from all around the world. Dr. Ron Moraine, Dr. Joe, Dr. Stephen Krashen, Emily Bryson, and lots of well-known educators from all parts of the world. So all of this is free, just for you, teachers, because you always deserve more. So anyway, let's not waste more time, and let me introduce you to our next speaker, who is part of Educast and is a great colleague, and she was part of the previous conference in 2023. She's Blanca Pollock. She completed many courses like MBSR mindfulness-based stress reduction. She's been practicing mindfulness for over 5 years, and she is also neurobiologist and a cognitive neuroscience student. She makes research on the impact of mindfulness and meditation on human beings' memory, cognition, and learning skills. So Blanca will be talking about mindfulness in education, what, how, and why. So Blanca, it's always a pleasure seeing you.
Likewise, Mohammed, and as previous year, I would say it's good to see that still you are kicking it off pretty well. Feeling, I guess, a little bit tired, but this tiredness is needed and delivering useful strategies to change education. Good to see you.
Thank you. Same here. So Blanca, if you're ready to start, please share your screen.
Yes.
Yeah, the floor is all yours.
Let's do that.
Great. Let's do it.
Yeah. So I hope that everyone now is able to see my screen. Please just confirm that on the chat box. If everything's working, it's good that we have a chance to start slightly earlier because we will have more time for practice. Welcome everyone, and I'm absolutely astonished that you decided to take part in this conference, because not only is it helpful, which all of you confirmed, but it also a true game changer. And I think these are these kind of moments that we should share even more and more, and basically collaborate. So I invite you to this short, however, hopefully very informative journey. Let me start by telling you a few rules. I highly invite you to practice as much as you can, because today we're going to practice together. A Q&A session will happen to all of us at the end. So if you have some questions, concerns, or maybe any thoughts, please feel to share them, and feel free to use chat to ask and answer. A few topics for our discussion. We are going to start by discussing very important brain regions. I'll try to oversimplify it a bit for you and not use too much of scientific language to make everything more digestible. We will focus on understanding meditation, and I will show you a few ways how you and your learners can meditate, and why mindfulness and meditation is specifically helpful in educational environment. not only, so to speak. We will have practical session, as I mentioned at the beginning, and at the very end, I will debunk few meditation myths. So I hope that you are all ready. So let's start. First things first, as Mohammed already mentioned, I'm very happy to be a part of Educast. I'm mindfulness practitioner, soon to be teacher. I'm a cognitive neuroscience student and neuropsychology and neurobiology researcher, Delta qualified teacher, teacher trainer, which is always a pleasure to share my knowledge because at the same time, I also learn from other trainees. And I'm business English teacher. So to speak, let's begin and let me break down a few important regions of our brain to help you to visualize and understand certain processes that are happening when we considering meditation and when we actually do meditate. Starting with left dorsolateral prefrontal cortex. So this is this region in your brain that is situated here. Yeah? Imagine your brain as a control center, like with different areas that are responsible for different tasks. So it's like the boss in charge of planning, organizing, and making decisions. This area, dorsolateral prefrontal cortex, is the area that is absolutely significant for all sorts of higher level thinking and problem solving. And few things that this region is responsible for are working memory. So this is like your mental sticky notepad, which allows you to remember important stuff while you are doing other things. It's also responsible for cognitive flexibility. So for instance, if you are thinking outside the box, it will help you to switch gears, adapt to new situations and hopefully come up with very creative solutions to certain problems. And it's important for decision making. So it helps you to consider some factors like risks, rewards, and maybe consequences, just to guide you toward the best outcome. Next part of our brain that it's necessary when we speak about meditation is ACC, which stands for anterior cingulate cortex. And now try to think about your brain as a super highway with different lanes for different tasks. And ACC is like your special lane that helps your brain to manage and, juggle lots of important things at once. One of many things that ACC does is it helps you pay attention and stay focused. This is like the traffic cop of your brain, which directs your attention to what's most important and help you to ignore distractions. So I guess we all had such situation that we were studying for some test, or basically we were studying for pleasure, as Joe mentioned, which never ends and hopefully will never end for everyone, especially in educational field. So when you are studying for any material or for any test, you are able to block some background noise, or for instance, you can ignore your phone buzzing. And this is exactly thanks to ACC because it helps you to keep on track. Additionally, ACC plays a huge role in how you process emotions. So it helps you recognize and respond to some feelings like sadness, fear, happiness. And basically, when something makes you feel excited or maybe nervous, the ACC is exactly the part that is helping your brain to figure out how to react to the situation. Additionally, it's also involved in decision making. So when you are trying to decide whether to study, for more hour or maybe 2 or 3, ACC is helping you to decide and weigh pros and cons. So in a nutshell, ACC is your brain's multitasking master. The next part, which has a very interesting name, it's insula. And this is absolutely fascinating part of your brain, which is hidden deep inside. So this is kind of like hidden gem. And it plays super important role in how you experience all the world around you. Yeah? So we can think of insula as your brain's internal compass for your whole body. This is your control center that helps you to understand, sense what's going on inside of you. So for instance, when you are feeling hungry, thirsty, or even in pain, this region in brain is going to help you to register those sensations, but that's not all. Insula also is involved in your emotional experiences. So it also helps you to process feelings like sadness, disgust, fear. And imagine the situation when particular experience gives you this fuzzies or makes you cringe. Yeah, the insula is here all the time and is helping your brain to make sense of these emotions. In a nutshell, the insula is your personal detective for all things, internal sensations, emotions, even empathy. And it's crucial part of how you personally experience the world and how you connect with others, even if you don't realize that it's happening. When we think about mindfulness and any kind of meditation, ultimate question to begin with, and this is the division that I would like to start, is interoception or exteroception. These are two areas that much often are not considered. So I came across feedback that meditation or mindfulness wasn't helpful in particular situations, that some students or people deciding to meditate found themselves in uncomfortable situation. There is some idea that it might be due to not considering the differences between interoception and exteroception. What's that? Simply speaking, interoception, this is like insight. So interoception is involved in sensing signals from within the body, you know, your perception of what's inside your body, heartbeat, your breathing, whether you are hungry or thirsty, or even temperature regulation. And exteroception is like the outside. So this is perception of what's outside your skin. And this is the process of receiving and constantly interpreting information from external world. Like our brain is doing it all the time, even if you don't notice that. And this interpretation can happen through sensory organs like your eyes, your ears, your nose, skin, and even tongue. Why it's significant to mention? Because when you close your eyes, you slow down, but in what way you do slow down? The majority of perception shifts into interoception. And believe me, like the research shows and the MRI scans shows that this is massive shift. Some people, some regular practitioners can even estimate their heartbeat by only focusing on interoception, closing eyes, for instance. However, as you know, nature loves balance, and there should be happy medium in everything we do. That's why there is also some connection between high level of stress and anxiety and high level of interoception. So basically, if you think too much what's happening in your head, inside your body, you take the risk of being kind of anxious, which might lead to the association. Which in fact it cannot be labeled as something bad or good. The association or dissociation per se can be beneficial as well. It might be related to some traumatic events, to some accidents, and this is also a natural response of your nervous system. That's why some people opt for meditation of more interoceptive awareness, some for exteroceptive. Exteroceptive, for instance, you walk, you focus on something that's placed outside, and basically you bring your attention towards something outside. And I would say a majority of people is both. Depending on certain circumstances, situations, events, or even the atmosphere, people that are around you, we might be both, we might switch between these states. That's why when we think about mindfulness and meditation, the first question to consider is, are you a person who is in touch with your body sensations? When we think on average, do you tend to do it more or maybe less? Yeah. As I said, it highly depends on certain circumstances. For instance, you might wake up in the morning and feel more interoceptive. Yeah. So like you think what's going on in your head, you need to pay bills, you're going to call your friend, you need to deal with red tape, things like that. Or like after a very intensive day working with students, with other people, with clients, you might find yourself very exteroceptive. So like thinking what's outside, yeah, light, sound, noises, and everything what's going on outside. And meditation, this is the situation when we think from scientific perspective, to adjust your place, simply speaking, considering interoception and exteroception. And why it's essential? Because from scientific perspective, you would rather go, and it's advisable to enhance and go against your default mode network. Yeah. So if you tend to be more in your mind, in your body, it's advisable to do the opposite, to practice the opposite, because you want to anchor your attention, simply speaking, and do something which is less easily, because only then you enhance neuroplasticity. We know from linguistic studies, linguistic research, MRI scans, that there also needs to be certain level of salience, balance. The task cannot be too overwhelming, too difficult. However, it cannot be too easy as well. So when you deliberately focus on more challenging state, yes, to create certain balance, yes, this is the situation that's immensely beneficial for you. Because to sum it up, when it's easy, no neural circuits are working in your brain. Moving on, why it's absolutely essential to mention default mode network when we consider meditation and mindfulness, because these practices, there are many, can help you to balance your default mode network. And what kind of network is that? Imagine your brain as a super complex network of highways, yeah? And information travels on each of this path. And DMN is your special VIP road that your brain takes when you are not focused on anything specific. What it means, this is special VIP road that when you are daydreaming, when you are letting your mind wander or simply chill out, default mode network is kicking into gear. So this is like your brain's default mode. Your brain is not actively engaged in any particular task, but interestingly, even though you might feel like you are not doing anything specific, your brain is actually working pretty hard. And DMN is involved in all sorts of important mental processes. So you can imagine it like some backstage crew, you know, like Madonna crew, that Madonna is on the tour. So the crew is working on backstage just to deliver outstanding performance. And DMN is working behind the scenes to help you to make any sense of the world. So for instance, it's responsible for reflecting on your past experiences and memories. Yeah? So we get back to the past, or thinking about the future and planning ahead, and understanding your own thoughts, feelings, beliefs, and kind of state that you can find yourself in. Then smoothly, we go to the area that is absolutely essential for any kind of activity. It doesn't have to be muscle cycle activity. It can be also when you sit, I'm also talking about breathing here, which I mentioned a few times before. There are several patterns of breathing. For instance, you might have heard about Wim Hof breathing. So this is like cyclic hyperventilation. So like, yeah, so just to visualize it, yes, and show you. So it's like hyperventilation that generates adrenaline. It can heat up your body. There's also breathing pattern of slow cyclic breathing, box breathing, many of them. Today, we are not going to dive deeper into breathing per se, but how we should breathe during meditation if you decide to give it a try, or maybe invite your students or clients to try it out. Again, we begin with ultimate question. First, we consider interoception or exteroception. Yes, are you more in your head or you are focusing on the outside? And then we go with the question, which state you would like to exit your meditation practice. Would you rather be more relaxed after a long, hard day? Or maybe you would like to be more alert? What we do know from respiration physiology is that if you would like to be more alert, your inhales should be longer and more vigorous than exhales. Yeah, like, because it releases, for instance, noradrenaline. On the other hand, if you would like to exit your meditation practice or any kind of mindfulness activity, being calm and relaxed, you should focus on longer duration and vigorous exhales than inhales. Yeah. So this exhaling is definitely longer because you will end up having lots of air in your lungs and diaphragm. So this is what needs to be considered, because very often people are not aware that breathing is more essential, and it can create certain, it's like the snowball effect. It's interconnected with many organs and with regions of our brain. One thing that I wanted to share with you, it's absolutely mind-blowing study by Killsworth and Gilbert of Harvard University, which is called A Wandering Mind is Unhappy Mind. And why is that? We will skip the part of protocols and the methods that were used to measure certain elements. I will skip to directly to the conclusion of the study. It stands that individuals tend to report a lower level of happiness, lower, and higher level of unhappiness when their minds were wandering, compared to the situation when they were extremely focused on the present moment. And the researchers found that people's minds wander frequently. You cannot stop it, simply speaking. Approximately, it's like 47% of your waking hours spent in mind wandering. So that's a lot. Furthermore, the researchers observed that mind wandering was associated with lower level of happiness, regardless of the activity that individual was engaged in at the time. That being said, the study suggests that the tendency of our minds to wander away from present moment to past to future and make rounds and basically have fun, this is like wild party, is directly linked to lower subjective well-being. And that's why they also highlight the importance of mindfulness and the present moment awareness in promoting happiness, in considering language acquisition, helping your working memory, and so on. And how we can understand meditation, simply speaking, this is the practice of being fully present and engaged. We try to not judge what's happening, because there will be always something that's happening in our minds, feelings, some sensations. We can experience the environment around us. We try to not judge it. Imagine your mind to be a kind of monkey, but monkey in Amazon forest, you know, like vast territory, monkey hopping from one tree to another, catching some fruit from one branch to another. And there is also constant struggle to find valuable food resources and so on. So this is exactly what your mind is doing. And to debunk this concept that I think like meditation and mindfulness is not for me because I simply cannot stop and not think about anything, nothing. Let me help you. It's not about it because you won't be able to stop your mind. Refocusing practice. This is the valuable moment from scientific perspective that is helping you to develop, because the more you hop away and back, the better. So basically you are focusing on your breath and you observe that, again, I'm thinking about my students. This student was very disruptive and I'm very angry because of him. And tomorrow I have another lesson with the student. What I'm going to do? And then you breathe in and out, you refocus, and you gently get back to your breath. And this is the moment when neuroplasticity and when your brain is actually developing. Because mindfulness meditation involves the interaction and harmony between your central nervous system in your brain and autonomic nervous system, so your body. Because your body and all the unconscious activities like breathing, digestion, you cannot control it. It's just happening. As I mentioned, in meditation, we try to adjust our place, considering interoception and exteroception. We obviously maybe you heard it's very obvious to me, maybe it is for you, that meditation has been with us for centuries. Some meditational practices are directly linked to, for instance, Buddhist meditation practices. However, not all of them. We try to develop our mindset in this way of new kid. So like your approach and like your observations are very new. So you are trying to be curious and non-judgmental. And when we think about mindfulness per se, one prominent figure that I cannot mention, and I wouldn't do that to you, is Jon Kabat-Zinn. He played significant role in popularizing mindfulness-based practices in modern context. The program, which he is the founder of, mindfulness-based stress reduction, this is the program that was found in late 70s. And this is evidence-based intervention that integrates mindfulness meditation and, for instance, yoga with principles of cognitive behavioral therapy. Originally developed at the University of Massachusetts Medical School, the aim was to help individuals to cope with chronic pain and stress-related conditions. Additionally, Jon Kabat-Zinn is molecular biologist and has a background in mindfulness meditation. If you would like to dive deeper into this tremendous amount of knowledge and research, I highly recommend two books by Jon Kabat-Zinn, Full Catastrophe Living and Wherever You Go, There You Are. And here we are closely coming to the moment of why and how mindfulness can be used in education. First, let's begin with why it's very helpful, because in education, you as a teacher and with director of studies, you can include simple techniques like mindful breathing, or more structured activities such as guided meditations, and they can help you to integrate whole curriculum. For instance, you can incorporate mindful observations in science classes, doing some kind of crazy experiments related to chemistry and teach students how to observe what's going on. or maybe you would like to focus on communication. So through teaching mindful listening, you might help in evolving such soft skills. Cannot be overstated, I would say. Teacher training, it's this territory that I highly recommend you to explore. I guess we all found ourselves in the situation while working with young learners or adults, for instance. Someone got really disruptive, and you observe the situation and you are thinking, holy moly, I've spent so much time on creating certain lesson. Yeah, I would like to deliver this knowledge in the very best I can. Yeah, like everyone is so involved, everyone is willing to learn. And this one particular student is trying to destroy that, simply speaking. Yeah. And of course, you are evaluating your past. You know that the student has this tendency to do so, and you are immediately thinking about the future. Yeah, okay, I have to react and do this and that. I have to protect other kids. I cannot let the student destroy my session. Obviously, from one perspective, this is your very natural and evolutionary response. However, it might be packed with certain stereotypes and even cognitive bias, because you can predict to some extent what can happen, but you never know if that's going to be the truth. So at this very moment, when you feel that you are boiling, yes, and you see the student that is actually destroying the whole class, you can take few deep breaths, yeah, admit that this is the state that you currently are in, and maybe turn into direction of asking why, being curious, why the student again is trying to destroy the whole class. Of course, it doesn't come easily. Yeah, no easy solutions here. It takes practice, and there might be a day when you find yourself very flexible to react in this way, yes, to allow yourself to breathe, and maybe another time not at all. We try to not judge ourselves as well. And in education and in terms of benefits, research suggests that mindfulness practices in education can enhance cognitive functions, such as memory, executive function, and attention. This is the research, for instance, by Zelazzo and Lyons, 2012. Meditation and mindfulness is absolutely helpful in emotional regulation and social emotional learning. So these interventions can help students to develop greater emotional regulation skills and even reduce symptoms of anxiety and depression. Now, I'll give you a moment to process everything. And I'm inviting you to the practice that you can easily take and simply copy and paste in your classroom, or if you would like to meditate on your own. We spoke about interoception, and one of the methods that is absolutely mind-blowing and is found to be beneficial according to MRI scans as well is called body scan meditation. That's why I guess that you are sitting. If you are sitting, feel free to do so. You can even lay down. That's your decision. Just find comfortable space for you. And let's do it together. I would like you to close your eyes and bring attention to your breath for some moment, grounding yourself in the present moment and just observing your breath, how the air comes through your nose, for instance, how it goes away, how you exhale. Yeah? Keep your eyes closed and start by focusing on your feet. Yeah? Still breathing, bring attention to your feet and notice, is there any sensation? Yeah? Is there any sensation, for instance, like tension in your feet? Yeah? Allow yourself to get back to breathing once you notice that your mind is wandering somewhere else. It's very natural. Then slowly, by bringing your attention to the upper part of your body, think about any sensation in your knees. Maybe there is some warmth, that, or maybe there is some relaxation you can feel. Mhm. Avoid any judgment. Remember about breathing and simply observe the sensation. Just admit that this is what you are feeling and slowly, gradually move to your hips, to your pelvis, to your lower back. If you are sitting, you can try to feel where exactly you get the feeling of your pelvis and hips. Are they relaxed? Remember about inhales and exhales. Once should remember. And spend just some moment there, slowly moving to your chest and keeping your eyes closed. Can you notice any sensation in your chest? Maybe you can even hear your heart beating. What's happening if you take very deep breath and when you slowly exhale? Allow yourself to focus on the neck, on your head. Do you feel the temperature? Or maybe any other sensation? Maybe there is a difference in tension when you think about your right shoulder or left shoulder. Remember to breathe and breathe out, breathe in and breathe out. And give yourself some moment to stay with yourself, focusing on your breath. And whenever you feel ready, you can open your eyes and gently bring awareness and look what's going on around you. If you feel like doing so, you can also share your thoughts or sensations on the chat. We have some moment for that. If you wish to keep it to yourself only, feel free to do so. I will wrap up by stating the purpose. This body scan meditation helps develop a heightened awareness of your bodily sensations. It can promote a stronger connection with your internal state. You can also transfer it and not do body scan. For instance, if you work with young learners, you can help them to visualize balloon. Yeah, and this technique is called balloon breath. We don't have time to do it together today because I also wanted to show you how exteroception practice can work. However, in terms of interoception, our inside balloon breath are found to be very simple yet beneficial method because I guess most of kids love balloons, so it's very easy for them to visualize that they have certain space in their belly which can look like balloon, and due to several inhales and exhales they can observe what's going on with this balloon. As I mentioned, we do have time for exteroception practice together. If you find yourself the person who is an overthinker, or there are several moments in your day or after specific events, all right, I will respond to the chat. Thank you, Fiona, for sharing the feedback. You experience mild tension and pain on your right shoulder. Okay, yes. Thank you for sharing that. Let's all together think and at the same time feel and experience what can happen. Or maybe nothing will happen. That's also okay. We are not judging. When we shift our awareness and focus outside our body. I'm inviting you to mindful observation meditation right now. We are going to engage in mindful observation of your surrounding. So again, we are finding comfortable space to sit. However, after so many hours of Educast conference, if you would like to stand or even walk, feel free to do so. And again,
In fact, I really need it, you know.
yes, Mohammed, exactly. I think this is this is a great idea. For instance, as a break in your classroom after several hours in primary school or in high school at the university, you can help your student to stretch for a moment and simply to move, because we know motion is lotion. We were designed, we evolved to be in constant motion. So let's find some comfortable space and body position for each of you. I would like you to take a few deep breaths and slowly, gently center yourself in the present moment, here, now. You can close your eyes if you want and observe how you inhale and exhale. Maybe you can notice that you feel more sensation when you inhale than when you exhale, or the opposite. That's completely fine. We allow our body to do what's very natural. Gently open your eyes, look around, don't rush, and focus on a specific object that's pretty close to you, that you can see and is nearby. Don't forget to breathe in and out. If you feel like you need to breathe deeper, go for it. And once you choose the object you would like to focus on, observe the details. Can you think of any details you see? Allow your awareness to expand. Remember to breathe in and out. Can you think about color of the object you are looking at? Maybe there are different shades of color. Is there any shape? What kind of shape you see? Can you think about any texture of the object that you are looking at without labeling it, thinking if it's good or bad, just observing? When you gently help your mind to get back to present moment and breathe in and out, can you notice any sounds? Maybe something outside the place you are currently in, or maybe inside the room? Can you spot any tactile sensations? Or maybe when you slowly breathe in and out, you can notice any smell. If your mind starts to wander, that's okay. Gently bringing back to the present moment. Allow yourself to take a few deep breaths in your natural pace. Don't rush. And I will wrap up this short exteroception practice by stating the purpose. This meditation can enhance exteroception by sharpening your awareness of external stimuli. It can also promote a deeper connection with your surrounding. You can do the same when you go with your students or alone, for instance, to the forest. Then we would call it, for instance, nature exploration. You can think about a tree that's in front of you, or you can simply think about any kind of object that's around you. Is there any feedback, any thoughts that someone wishes to share on the chat? If not, if you decide to keep it for you, that's okay.
Yeah, so everyone, we're looking forward to seeing your feedback in the chat box.
Okay. I saw water taking spiral shape when looking at image. Wow. Burning sensation in the belly. That's so interesting. Okay. All right. Thank you, Fiona. Slowly moving. 5 senses. This is another proposal that you can try with your students and with yourself. 5 senses. Of course, it's exteroception. You can simply ask your students what they see. Is there something they hear, feel? And then sitting in circle, you can give yourself free, maybe 5 minutes to process and then to discuss and compare any findings. Slowly, I hope that you had a chance to breathe in and out and it made you comfortable. I will debunk a few meditation myths. As you all experienced, it's a huge myth that you need more than 30 minutes or even 1 hour or whole day to meditate. When it comes to research and on average time that one can spend while beginning this journey, 3 to 5 minutes is absolutely great for the start. There will be some days that 5 minutes might be too much for you, or maybe you will find yourself in the position that after 5 minutes, you stopped counting the time and you simply went even longer. Mind silence is a goal. To exaggerate this one more time, it's totally not true because your mind will never be perfectly silent. We are just trying to help your mind to be more flexible in terms of getting back to the present moment. However, we do remember that mind is a giant monkey, or name any kind of animal that you would visualize as this jumping, hectic, disruptive species. When it comes to some misinformation, I already told you that meditation and mindfulness meditation per se doesn't have to be connected to any religious practice. Mindfulness is simply a practice that doesn't involve any kind of religion. You don't have to sit still. You can walk around. Maybe after the whole conference, you decide to go for a walk and give yourself 3 minutes to observe what you see. When you have, for instance, a dog, you can observe your dog, what's going on with your dog. And there are many ways to meditate. Today, we were trying guided meditation, focusing on interoception and exteroception. However, you can try yoga, yoga nidra. If you are a fan of gentle martial arts, Qigong is also a great way to meditate in motion, and scientifically proven non-sleep deep rest, which is amazing technique to restart your brain, oversimplifying, of course, restart your brain. And helping meditation work for you, for the end of the session, a few things and ideas from my side. You can choose, for instance, one activity you can focus on. For instance, I love brewing tea, so I would give myself 3 to 5 minutes to observe, trying to be in the present moment, looking at the kettle, the pot, how I pour water, what's going on, what colors and smells are around me when I fill my cup with the water. You can try to slow down your eating, trying to have this mind of kiddo, and few bunch of ideas. Be patient. You embark on a journey if you decide so, and it's a journey. It's a never-ending journey. Just trust yourself and the process. Some days the effects will be more visible than the other days, and that's completely fine. That's a very natural process, because your mind, as we do know, is absolutely bombarded by stimuli and tons of information every day. Thank you very much for spending this Saturday afternoon with me and with Educast. If you have any other questions, you would like to get to know more about mindfulness, meditation, cognitive neuroscience, don't hesitate to message me. And in our special interest group in Educast, we are going to have set of neuroscience in education events. So basically, feel free to join us anytime from everywhere. So thank you so much.
Thanks a lot, Blanca, for the wonderful presentation, and this kind of exercise, it helped me a lot, they were 2 long days, and, but again, they were really worth it. So everyone, if you have any comments, any feedback, any questions for Blanca in the chat box, please drop them. And let me summarize something about mindfulness in English language teaching. Mindfulness in English language teaching integrates mindfulness practices and a mindful attitude into language learning environments. And it aims to enhance learning by reducing stress, and improving focus, and cultivating positive emotions like patience and compassion. Mindfulness in ELT practices can include breathing exercises, just like what we witnessed, some minutes ago, guided meditation, and focused attention activities. So the benefits of that include increased motivation, stronger self-awareness, and improved emotional regulation, leading to a more positive and productive learning experience for both students and the teacher. So I hope that, I hope that we reach a part where we can move to the other talk, or the last talk of our conference 2024. But again, I'd like to thank you, Blanca, for being part of this and being part of Educast. You've done a really great job promoting the conference and also sharing insights and expertise with everyone here from around the world.
Thank you so much, Mohammed, and the whole crew. I think we
Thank you,
all did
Blanca.
a great job. Thank you, Ron. It's so good to see you and everyone here. Thanks a lot. I'm not taking any more time. Just everyone have fun. Continue your professional development, because that's the best thing we can all do for the world and ourselves. All the best, and see you around.
Well, Mohammed, that moves us to our last speaker for the day, Penelope. So I'm going to just turn that over to you, Mohammed, before we get to our last speaker. Introduce Penelope. Hello, Penelope from Germany. How are you?
From Spain.
What? Yo soy español y hablo español también.
Hello, Penny. How are you doing?
Hi, I'm great. I'm just spending a Saturday afternoon learning, so it's great.
Yeah, that's great. So you've been here, for a couple of hours as a guest. So everyone, let's give Penny a warm welcome. Penny, she works at an international school in Spain. Her background has always been on education, although her passion is traveling and basically being happy doing what she loves most, nurturing little minds. So she is, interested in teaching young learners and developing their skills and language level. She strongly thinks that teachers have an impact on their students' lives and development. And she believes in that big responsibility. So something up everyone, Penny will be talking about empowering cooperative learning in teaching young learners. So hello Penny, how are you doing? And I hope that you're ready to share your screen with the people here.
Okay, I'm going to try and share my screen. You tell me if I'm doing it right. Okay, because technology sometimes is tricky. So tell me if you see the presentation. Yeah, great.
Yes, I can see it. Could you please just go on the presenter mode?
Okay, yeah, I'm going to do it now. I hope it logs in. It's okay, no?
Yeah, it's okay.
Perfect. Okay, as you said, I'm a teacher, and right now I'm teaching little ones. I'm teaching 6 years old, but I've been teaching other year groups, and what I'm going to try and share today can be used basically with any age group, and I think it can be used by us as teachers as well, and it can also make us empower our own practices, not only our students. I strongly believe that we learn with our learners. So I never say I'm teaching them. I say we are learning together. So I have divided my session in three parts. The first one, it's going to be a bit theoretical, and it's going to explain more or less what's my idea of how to develop effective teaching and how I try to help my students work cooperatively and collaboratively to be independent, to be able to be agents of their own learning. And that's a knowledge that will be forever in their minds. It will be lifelong learning. Then the second part, you will see some realia from my students. You will see the cooperative learning in action. And I've used an example of a unit of inquiry in my primary years program in first of primary from last year. You will see some photos, you will see some videos, you're going to have fun, you're going to be in my class. And I believe that we as teachers learn better when we see examples. Theory, it's okay, we learn a lot, we study, we are always students, but seeing real life examples is what really helps us. And then the third one, it's for me and for you. I'm going basically to explain my challenges and my adaptations, my problems, how I tried, I don't know, to put this into action without going crazy, because it's a skill that has to be taught and you need lots of patience. And I'm going to ask you some questions, and I hope we can create some discussion. Let's go for it. I know you must be tired, and I really thank everybody who has been in all the sessions and has stayed for mine. So thank you. So the first one is developing effective teaching through cooperative learning. I'm going to start with a question, and if you have paper and you can write, I would like you to try to answer these two questions. What is cooperative learning for you? And which words come to your mind when you think about cooperative learning? I've put a diagram there on one side. Copyright is not mine. I just took it from a book. And it has different ideas. It's like a mind map. I love mind maps. So I'm going to give you a little bit of time.
and just think about that. What is cooperative learning for you, and which words come to your mind when you think about cooperative learning? You don't have to think only about children. I told you we can think about ourselves, about when we are in a team, about our students if they are older. I don't know, anything. Okay? Let's continue. So the theory. Cooperative learning helps students interact with their knowledge and with their content in groups. It's considered a macro strategy because it allows learners to experience content as viewed from multiple perspectives, so they can acquire it better. And it's been proved that group interaction not only facilitates the knowledge development, but also makes students aware that it will be very difficult for them to acquire that knowledge without interaction. And also, when they interact and acquire knowledge interacting, that knowledge stays longer. As I said, it's lifelong learning. I'm going to repeat this word a lot because it's like the basis for me, for cooperative learning. And cooperative learning in any age group, even in adults, works much better in small groups. From 3 to 4 is the ideal number. And here you have some bibliography. It's at the end of the presentation as well. Is the books I've been basing my presentation on, and some books I've been reading. And I have to say that my groups were more than 4, but I had a very big class, 6, 7-year-olds, and they were 4, 5, some of them 6. So it was kind of tricky. It needed quite a lot of training. Here, I've put 2 of my favorite things in this world, which are sketch notes by the author Trevor Mackenzie. I don't know if you're familiar with him. We PYP teachers who are into the inquiry mindset world love his books. And he's got some sketch notes available on the internet for free. I've made them into posters and I have them in my class. And I've taken these 2 as a backup of the presentation and also for some inspiration for you. One of them is the types of student inquiry, which is a swimming pool. It's quite visual, it's amazing. And then the other one is the inquiry teacher. So I just wanted you to look at them. You can take your time and taking into account what it says about how inquiry teachers have to be and the types of student inquiry. What do you think the teacher's role, our role, could be in cooperative learning? You know, inquiry teachers are passionate. Mohammed said that I'm very passionate about my work, and I think it shows because I'm here on a Saturday afternoon like you are, so we are all passionate. Inquiry teachers are playful. We know our students. We review and revise. We don't have problem changing. We teach slowly. We teach at the student's path. We go from the outside to the inside. And then you have the types of student inquiry, which is what I will focus on later. Structured, you're watching them. You're not letting them swim because they are not ready. Controlled, you're guiding them, but they are controlled. They have something to hold on to. Guided, you're outside the swimming pool and you're just observing them. And then free, they can do it alone. That would be the process of cooperative learning for me as well. That second poster, the swimming pool one. So keep that one in mind. And message me later. I will put the link in the chat for the sketch notes. And as I told you, there's lots of them and they are really useful and really inspiring for teachers. So this is the important bit of the theory I will focus on. When we are talking about cooperative learning, we need to be really structured. We need to keep a structure and we need to be clear with the students. Doesn't matter the age they are, because this is a process. This is a process that has to be learned. And if it's learned properly and with patience, it will work. If not, it will be a disaster. You have to establish a structured work and clear student roles. beforehand. And also you have to give them a common goal. Cooperative learning and group dynamics have to be trained, as I said before, and you have to work them day after day. You don't have to lose your patience. You have to be consistent. And then grouping and regrouping children or students is essential. And you can group and regroup them using several techniques. I will focus first on student roles. I've put here some cards, examples of cards that are by a little book by Kath Murdoch and Jenny Wilson, which is called Helping Your Pupils Work Cooperatively. It has lots of techniques. These are like the basic cards. I wouldn't use them with my students because they are 6 and it's too difficult for them. I will make drawings, or I will give them a clear role, like a role play. You are the doctor, you are the secretary, you are the messenger. And here you have some examples. By giving them a role, you make sure that everybody does something and everybody feels important in the work. That empowers them, that makes them feel useful, that gives them a purpose, and that makes them enjoy cooperative learning. And also lower achievers and high achievers will all find something to do. They will feel valued and they will feel taken into account. Grouping and regrouping. Why? Because if they are working in the same group, let's say for a whole academic year, they tend to choose the same roles over and over again. And maybe some people will take a comfortable position and just do what they are best at and not progress in their learning. How can you group and regroup them? Different ways. By age, from the younger to the oldest in months. By choosing color sticks, by choosing papers, by alphabetical order. I don't know. There's a million techniques. What else? We all know, here it says children find it difficult to work in groups. I wanted to change it and I forgot. Human beings find it difficult to work in groups. We find it difficult to work with our workmates because we are not the same. We all have different opinions. Assigning them a role, it's helpful at the beginning. It's the same when you are in a school and you have different roles. That will help the group interaction. They won't fight, it will be easy, they will all be in a good mood. And this is what I mentioned before. You have some example of role assignment from the book Helping Your Pupils Work Cooperatively by Kath Murdoch and Jenny Wilson. For me, this is the basis. You start from this. You start with the posters and with these 5 steps. You have them clear in your mind. If as a teacher or as a facilitator, you don't have this clear, you will never be successful. Cooperative learning won't happen. It will be something, it will be learning, but it won't be real cooperative learning. Now, you're going to see my babies. Cooperative learning in action. I'm going to give you the background. The keywords we are going to focus on, you can write them on a piece of paper and see on the piece of paper you wrote the other ones before, and see if you had some of them when you were thinking about cooperative learning. My keywords, they are mine, okay? It's my point of view. I don't have like the universal answer. It's what works for me. My keywords are structure, consistency, patience, and empathy. Empathy in capital, bright neon letters. To be able to teach good cooperative group skills and make learners self-sufficient, you need to believe in them and have a plan. I said before, they have a plan thing. It's very important to have a structure as a teacher. But you do need to believe in all your students. And I say all. They can all do it sooner or later. Cooperative learning will only happen when you have followed all those steps. You have to be open-minded and have a down-to-earth attitude. You cannot try to run before walking. So little by little, baby steps, patience. Write them down: structure, consistency, patience, and empathy. My practical examples. Unpacking a unit of inquiry, basing it on cooperative learning. This unit was completely based on cooperative learning. We do 6 units of inquiry per year in my school. As Mohammed said, it's an international school. We have the primary years program. We are an IB school. And from the 6 units of inquiry, 3 are based on cooperative learning, 3 of my units. So the context is PYP first of primary, 6-year-olds, non-native speakers. It's a bilingual, it's an international school, but it's not a British school or a school with lots of children whose first language is English. So some of them speak it a little, some of them don't speak it at all because they are new, some of them are native, some of them are bilingual. It's an interesting mix. The first step of this unit of inquiry was a whole school collaboration. We were studying systems, and I told them that the school was full of systems and they had to investigate. So as a whole class, we went around the school asking people. In this picture, you can see my coordinator, my primary coordinator, in her room answering the questions of the children because they were asking her why the school was a system. Because when they thought as a system, they thought about solar system, for example. So we wanted to open their minds. And she was explaining how the school is a system because it has a headmaster or a director, then it has the coordinators, then the teachers, the students, the parents, the kitchen staff, and so on. So the first step was a whole class group. Here you can see my friend who teaches Spanish explaining the same, why Spanish is a system, why a language is a system. And after a little brainstorming about how many systems were at the school or we had discovered, the cooperation started. They had to do it as a group, as a class group. I was a guide, my role was guide. And I gave them a brain dump map, and they had to write in each of the color circles one of the systems they had discovered. After this, I had to set up the groups. I didn't let them choose the groups because I set up these groups for the first time, developing cooperative learning for the first time, depending on strengths and weaknesses. So they were balanced groups. And negotiation started, and they wrote down all the information gathered. Before the negotiation started, they had to do this. They had to write down the info, and they had to do a self-assessment. I really like my students to be independent and self-sufficient. So they do self-assessment, both individual and for group work. It's a formative assessment for themselves, and sometimes I keep it for me as an evidence of their learning. As you can see in the pre-assessment, it was really simple. It was a Canva document. They had to do it individually. They had to write the definition of a system, a list of systems they had seen at the school. They had to say if they were happy working in a group and if they thought they had learned a lot, a little, if they had problems, and how was the activity for them. That gave me feedback, both for developing the activity and for the following year, which is this academic year, and also gave them a sense of independence and empowerment, which I think is very important for them and for their well-being. After all of this, we were trying to continue investigating out systems. And I gave them 2 choices as a group. The groups were made, It's not this page you're seeing here. You will see it in the following slide. But I gave them two options. They could either investigate about an already existing system and try to modify it to make it better, or invent a new system, like a complete new one. That was their first decision as a group and their first negotiation as a group. And I introduced them to the concept of voting, of raising their hands and trying to reach an agreement by voting instead of arguing. Because you know how children can be. They couldn't decide. So I told them they had to vote. And they are still voting. They love voting. They love putting their hand up and counting and all those things. You know how sweet they can be. I was still a guide. I was still being a guide and a facilitator and controlling all the time what was going on and giving advice. But I didn't modify choices. This is the choice I gave them. System project, a system study, or a new system. What do I mean when I said I didn't modify choices? Some groups didn't make really good choices. And I knew that they were going to have a hard time. But I didn't want to change their choice. I wanted them to realize. So that's why I said I was a guide and a facilitator, but I didn't change anything. Okay, so the ones that had a new system were given this paper. And they had to write ideas, like materials they needed, things they had in their system, and draw it. And as you can see, they had good ideas. And they were drawing. That was step one. Then this group had a system study. And they decided that the system for lining up and going for lunch was a disaster, and they wanted to modify it. So they wanted to modify the way we made a line to go for lunch, to go to class, and everything. I was still a guide and a facilitator, and I knew this one was going to be hard, but I let them do it. Here you can see a group that decided to modify an existing system. They decided to modify a projector because they thought that the projector we had for watching films, for watching videos, for projecting things other schools sent us, wasn't working well. So they wanted to make a new one. And once they had their list, they brought the materials and they were working together. And I was just observing and writing things down. That's something very important for you as teachers, writing everything down and seeing the progress with your notes. If you cannot write things, you take photos. I sometimes, no, most of the time, don't have time to write. So I take photos, and with the photos, I see the progress. At this step, negotiation became more and more difficult. And roles changed. The roles I assigned them were changed autonomously by them. That means real cooperative work was developing. Group dynamics were developing. And my role changed. I was a facilitator. I didn't need to guide. And they already realized their strengths and weaknesses. And they tried to balance them by changing roles. And it was really great to see. This was week 3. A unit of inquiry is 6 weeks. By week 3, I more or less had what I wanted in my students. That's why I said that patience and consistency are a key to be able to get this as it should be. Here you can see my projector group. I say my projector group because they were my favorite. Still working at it and trying to make it better. This is the projector almost finished with real cables. There is a real light bulb inside, and they had a USB connector to connect it to a laptop, but they didn't have a laptop, obviously. Then, autonomously, the group dynamics were consolidated. They already knew what they had to do and when they had to do it. My role changed, and I was in between facilitator and supervisor. That means I was just moving around, making sure everything was okay, they had the materials they needed, writing down things. And as the final product was taking shape, students decided to make a script because the goal, as I said, we have to give them a goal. The goal I gave them was presenting it on a video. So they decided that they needed a script because some people didn't speak English very well and they will need to read it. And that really showed that cooperative learning was going on, was happening. That was an aha moment. That was a magic moment.
This is a rollator. The important parts are the lens and the box of the Bluetooth. We it's important to give this very good class. Out of the projector, then bottom.
So that's your project? Okay, can you show me how it works? Oh, the lights switch on. They are real lights. Oh, that's the remote control. Okay, and fantastic. And where is the laptop? Where is the computer?
Computer here.
Can I see the other side of the projector?
Yes.
With the remote control? This is amazing. Okay, well done. Yes, switch the lights off so we can see it. Yeah. Okay, that's perfect. Well, as you can see, they were really amazing. I mean, there's nothing there's nothing bad I can say about these babies because they were great. So I think I have to stop sharing my screen for a minute, okay? And then I will share it again, but with the PowerPoint, because if not, the video comes out. Okay. Oops. I don't know what I'm doing now. Sorry. Well, I just, I'm very proud of these babies. What can I say? And this was their first time doing this, their first time collaborating and cooperating. I can share my screen now. And what is important is, if you saw it, how they helped each other, and also how the ones that couldn't talk very well were helping the ones that could talk very well were helping the ones that couldn't talk. And one of them said in Spanish, "That's it, ya está. Like, I cannot talk anymore. This is enough." And as they didn't have a laptop, they made one with cardboard. This projector took them 2 weeks to make. It was a really hard work for them. This video was the final formative assessment, and it was their science grade. And these children are non-native speakers, and they did it alone, cooperating and collaborating. Also, then they had to assess their group work. I will show you later how they assess them. But what happens, if we don't have a Pinterest perfect student? What happens if we have students that have problems? What happens if we have students that, because of different reasons, cannot work cooperatively or don't want to? Well, listen to this. There was one group in which I had a child who had issues working with his friends. His friends knew it, and his friends gave him a role. His friends gave him the role of being the speaker because he's native. He's from Ireland. And they knew he wouldn't like to work with them. So the only thing he had to do was writing the script and presenting the project. And I think it's amazing that at that age, children realize that a difference can be an asset instead of a difficulty. And they realize the weakness and the strength of a friend, and cooperating can do things that some adults cannot do. And I really want to show you this. I think it's this one. Yes. His name is Michael, and he's alone because his friends decided that his strength and his role was a speaker.
Okay, so Miguel, tell us about the new system for the group. The new system is a new type of factory. Okay. And we have recycled things and natural things like the sun with the solar panels. Okay. And electricity from the storms. And the people are firefighters, doctors, and mechanics. Fantastic. Well done, your group. Well done, the Pikachus. Say hello, Pikachus.
Okay. Well, as you can see, Miguel's group decided that Miguel could be fantastic by just talking. And they didn't have any problem giving Miguel the space and not being, the main characters. And they had no problem. And I think it's something that we as adults have to learn from. As I said, this is not only about children. This can be applied for us. I think some adults cannot work cooperatively as well as my students did, to be honest. And then this is the final step. I'm not going to, be a proud mommy anymore, showing more videos, and I could be doing it forever, but I'm not doing it. This will be the final thing. As I said, I think that self-assessment and self-reflection is the key. That makes them really independent, and that makes them feel valued, that makes them feel part of the class, that makes them feel equal to the teacher. As I said, I don't see myself as the teacher. I see myself as a facilitator. I see myself as part of the group. I learn from them as well as they learn from me. We learn together. So when the final product was finished, I assessed, of course, the cooperative learning with an oral presentation because I needed a grade for the parents. But the group work was assessed by group members, making them independent. This is a very easy group reflection. As I said, it's Canva made. I love Canva. They had to write the name of the group members, what they like about the group, and what they didn't like about the group. And that's a very big reflection to make for a 6-year-old. And then with an emoji, just rate the group work. This reflection, I kept it. I kept it for me. I kept it for future reflection as a teacher, and also to see their level of maturity, because some of the reflections they did about what they did not like about the group work were quite amazing, I have to say. Okay. I know we are all tired, so we arrived to the end of my presentation, which are challenges and adaptations. My challenges and adaptations. And then in the chat, we can share ours if you want. You can see here my students and our learning wall, because we use the learning wall as a tool for getting information. The first thing, my first challenge, was assuming that cooperative learning is more than working alongside others. Cooperative learning is not working in a group. It's not only that, it involves high-level interaction. And usually a final product is obtained, as you have seen. Why? Because we need to give them a goal. We need to give them a purpose. We as adults have a purpose. Well, which is our purpose as teachers? I don't know, holidays? But everybody needs a goal. Adaptations need to be made. As you saw with my student, you always have to make adaptations, and you need a flexible approach. Pupils need to feel at ease with each other. They need to be in a comfortable environment. They need to feel safe. And they need to be used to work regularly in groups with others. As I said, it's a skill that needs to be trained. And we have to take into account children with special needs, which is what I was pointing out before with Michael's video. And as I said at the beginning, patience and consistency. I know I've said it a lot, but I'm not patient in my life, but I'm very patient with my students, and I'm very consistent and structured. The role of the teacher is very important to attain successful cooperative learning. If you don't have your role clear, if you don't have the progression of your role clear, your students will notice and they won't get their goals. Teacher's role, as I said, the instructions have to be clear, structured. We are models, we are guides and facilitators. We give feedback consistently. That's why I said that if you cannot write, you take photos. And then you tell them, you did this yesterday. How do you think you can do it better? What could we do to make this work? Could we use another material? Could we try to look at a book and see if you can find more information? I don't know. We need to intervene only if needed, if we see that things are not going where they should go. And we also have to select the tasks so students can progress and become independent, learning by doing. That means at the beginning, we are guides. We select the tasks, and then they can progress and become independent. As I said, we are part of the team. We learn with them and from them. We observe, we revisit, we review, we change, we are flexible, and we have an organic planning. If you are teachers for a long time, like I am, I've been teaching for 25 years, you know that you can have the perfect planning and it will be a complete disaster. And also that you can have the perfect planning, but you will have to change it because your students are going another way. And nothing happens. You are flexible. We are teachers. We revisit, we review, we change. That's why we need to have an open mindset. And we have to trust in our students' abilities. If you trust in your students, they are capable of anything. Let me tell you, when these kids started in September, this was done in, I think it was February. And in September, I wouldn't have thought they were capable of this. And I trust in them as they trust in me as a teacher. So that's the first thing. The first thing is trust. Trust and be safe and be confident. Now, your experience. It's time to talk in the chat if you want or make questions. What have been your challenges? What have you adapted? And keywords for you as a teacher after what we have talked about.
Thank you, Penelope, for that great presentation on cooperative learning. I did put in the chat box some links to cooperative learning. Several of them, one of them is from Harvard University, I think. And I also put a link in there. I wanted to add a little aspect of artificial intelligence. So I asked artificial intelligence, what's the difference between cooperative learning and project-based learning? Because I think a lot of teachers get that confused.
Yeah.
There is a slight difference. There are many overlaps. So if you look at the link, you can see how Bing, which I used as a platform to ask the question to, you'll see what the answer is there. It's very brief, but it's easy to read. I would like to add that, of course, I do a lot of project-based learning with teenagers, and there are a lot of challenges.
Yeah, teenagers are, I don't know what's worse, if 6-year-olds or teenagers.
Well, you know, teenagers, they've already developed their, you know, what they like, what they don't like, what they want to do, what they're interested in. And so they want to be a little bit more independent. So cooperative learning is important. And I think we as teachers do need to know that cooperative learning is really a good basis to start that would lead to good project-based learning. But what I really wanted to say was, I think that when you're working with teenagers, like in the 10th class, 11th and 12th class, you can see if they had teachers who did cooperative learning because they know how to do it. But if you get teenagers who are in the 10th, 11th and 12th class who never did it, you're going to have some challenges. So
I said it's lifelong learning. They learn it and then they apply it for life.
Well, they're going to need it for university. They're going to need it for work. So, you know, it's a skill, like you said, and we really do have to integrate that into that skill of cooperative learning into whatever we're teaching, whatever subject it is. I don't know so much about math, but I know we could do it in social sciences as well. So definitely. Thank you very much. I just wanted to add that comment. Do we have any more comments, Mohammed, in the box?
Well, before taking a look at the chat box, I'd like to thank Penelope for this, fabulous presentation. Because, you know, Ron, what I really liked about the talk is that I felt sometimes that she was talking from her heart, not from her mouth, you know. Yeah, because she really loves what she's doing. She loves her, her students, and she loves, developing them and, helping them to become the best versions of themselves. So
Well, what
thanks a
a
lot,
better way
Penelope.
to end the conference than with a passionate teacher who's sharing their experience.
Exactly. That's right. So everyone, if you have any questions or comments, drop them in the chat box. So everyone is thanking you here. Thank you. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you, Penelope. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Thanks. Thank you. Thanks, True. Yeah. So everyone loves your presentation, and I really would like to thank you for being part of this. Thank you for your
Thank you for counting on me. It's been a pleasure.
The
You know,
pleasure
I
is
love
all
talking
ours.
about this, so I don't mind.
Gracias, Penelope.
Thank you.
De nada.
Yeah.
Muchas gracias.
So yeah, we have a question here. What about very large classes?
My class last year was 25 children, 6-year-olds. I mean, 25 6-year-olds is like 50 teenagers, I think, because they double. They are like minions. They move around, you know, like the movies. So it was kind of difficult. What do you do with
That's
large?
why I never made it. I never, I've never been a teacher of very young learners because, I'm
You need like
tall,
a
I'm
whip.
big. I can't. I just can't.
No, for me, the trick, as I said, is a structure. When you have large classes, if you are consistent and you have a structure and you make groups since the very beginning, you can do it. It will be more difficult. If you are super lucky, I'm not lucky, you might have a teaching assistant. I've never had a teaching assistant. But with large groups, what I do is that I'm very structured since the very beginning. I don't know if that helps. But if they feel the structure, then they kind of work alone. You said, now it's time to work in groups. And they sit down in their little group and they start working. And suddenly it's like a clock, it works. But you have to be really structured and consistent at the beginning. If not, things get crazy.
Definitely.
Yeah, so we have some other questions here. In my teaching practice, I noticed that some young people refuse to work with others, either in pairs or groups. How can you deal with it?
Well, I've dealt with it because I've had children with special needs. I had an autistic child, and he didn't want to work in a group. So I gave him a project for him. He liked airplanes. So even though we were inquiring about other things, he was working about airplanes. And then little by little, he joined a group, but with patience and with lots of care. If you have children that don't want to work with others because of attitudinal problems, you have to work on that because they have to acquire that skill. If it's special needs, obviously it's completely different. You have to adapt it. You have to adapt the whole curriculum to that. But if it's attitude, you do need to do it little by little with lots of care and lots of, love, but push them because they need to do it. If it's special needs, it's different. You adapt it.
Penelope, can we ask you to quit sharing screen so we can see you better?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Okay, so I stop sharing, no? Okay, if I know. Am I sharing a screen? I don't know how to stop sharing a screen.
Just go to the top. You can move your mouse all the way to the top or to the bottom where say stop sharing screens.
I'm trying. I think I'm too tired. I think I'm too tired at this time. Okay. Yeah, sorry. I'm sleeping at this time.
It's fine.
Sorry,
It's
I needed
fine.
my siesta. I'm Spanish.
I take one every day.
Now. Hi.
Okay, well, Mo, that was absolutely wonderful. Thank you, Penelope, again. And Mo, this moves us to that moment where we close our conference. We say goodbye and thank you to all the participants. But I think there's a few other things that we need to just wrap up. But the first thing I would like to do, Mo, is I would like to ask everyone who's in the audience today, if you want to take a group picture with us, please stay online. Turn your video on now so we can get you to take a group picture of Educast, the online conference 2024. So for those of you who want to take a picture with us, please get your camera on now and wave. Let's see some people. There's some faces. Yeah, come on, people. Join the picture, join the group picture. There we go. Wow.
Yes. So everyone, we're waiting for you.
Some wonderful faces. Oh, we even have a little child here too participating in the conference.
Yes. So cute.
Come on, people. We need a few more pictures. Come on. Don't be afraid. Hello, Miriam. Hello, Paul. And everybody wave to the camera so we can take a picture. Mohammed, can you do a screenshot? Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. That was the first thing we wanted to get out of the way because we need some pictures for social media. And I would also like to start here. Please remember that if you want a certificate of attendance, that you do have to fill out the feedback form. And we will send you the certificate of attendance and the PDF list of all the important links to each and all of the talks that we had this year. And are there any more announcements that we want to make?
Yes, actually, I'd like to tell the people that I'm really, pleased to have had you, throughout these 4 days of professional development. I've been sitting here for 4 days trying to moderate, trying to introduce the speakers, trying to do my talk by myself, but this didn't happen by myself. This happened, because of the help of Dr. Ron Rain, my dearest friend, colleague, and mentor. And I'd like to thank the rest of the team who helped me this year for moderating this conference. Mayor, Ahmed, Dahab, Mahmoud, and Noor Amar, who opened the conference with her words last Wednesday. So everyone, let's give them a very big hands and thank them maybe in the chat box. I'll try to allow you to unmute yourselves. Yeah, now you can unmute yourselves. Yeah, and thank each other. Yeah. So yes, now you can unmute yourselves. Turn on your microphones if you want to say anything. Please do it. Yeah.
For you.
So thanks everyone. I just
Thank
want to
Dr.
say
Muhammad and for the organizers for this well-organized conference.
thank you. The pleasure is all mine. Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank
Thank you,
you.
Sir Mohammed. Thank you,
Thank
Sir
you.
Mohammed. Thank you, Dr. Ron.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you for
Hello,
your
Dr.
evergreen
Muhammad.
Educast.
Yeah,
So
thank you
so
very
don't
much.
leave.
Thank you.
Don't leave because I have something to announce. Yeah, let's not forget about that. Okay. I said that we're having some kind of distribution, right? Free courses, and a free book. My book about integration, the integration of life skills in ELT. This will be sent to your email addresses, okay, in a couple of days. Everyone, to the speakers and the conference attendees. That's number one. Number two, please try to fill in the feedback form so that I can, do something right now. So I'm gonna give you about a couple of minutes to finish filling out the feedback form because I wanna, show you something really important right now. Just fill out the feedback form. So I'm gonna give you about a couple of minutes before showing something.
Okay, Mohammed, I think we should already mute everybody again if we can. Okay. Except me. Okay. So as you're filling out those forms, remember you will get a certificate once you get the feedback form filled out. If you've already done it, well, you're on the list to get it. Please give us a few days. It's a lot of administrative work to get all that done. It could be up to a week, maybe 10 days before you get that. And I think, Mohammed, we can move on to the little surprises and message that you have for us today.
Yes, just a second. I want to share some links with the people first because some people, can't find the link for the feedback form. It's right here. Good. If you have done it once, just a second. Good. So everyone, please type done in the chat box if you're done filling it out.
Well, not everybody's going to be able to get to it, so we might not get the accurate amount of people. And while that's going on, Penelope, how long have you been teaching English in Spain?
Oof, since I was 20 and I'm 45, so 25 years. And I've been teaching adults as well and teenagers, so I can relate to some of the problems that I was reading in the chat, because some of my students, when I started, were older than me, and I had problems about attitude and the way they were working and everything. My first class was when I was 21, and I was teaching adults, I was teaching teenagers, but then I moved to an international school and I started with little ones. So it was a completely change of mindset.
I was the opposite. I started with primary school, and after about 6 weeks, I knew that I wanted to work in secondary school. After
Well,
working
I
six,
love all. I love all. I don't mind. I don't mind the age group. The little ones are really cute because they give you drawings and the problems are lighter, you know? It's just, you know, the fights are much easier to handle and problems are really small, I will guess. But
I worked at a state kindergarten, so we had about 120 children every day.
no, my biggest class has been 25, I think. I'm very lucky.
So we get now to our little contents of giving stuff away.
Yes, actually, Ron, that's the first winner in our competition of, those winners will get free of charge courses from British Training Center, our sponsors for this conference. So that's the first winner. Let me keep it. Everyone, let's celebrate the winners in the chat box. Congratulate them. So we have 5 winners. Let's do another spin. Okay, everything is messy here. Okay, remove. Good. The second one. And that's the second winner here. Congratulations. Let me save it here. And move to the third winner. And here we go. Congratulations. So, I'll be sending emails congratulating you on your free courses or the opportunity to take free courses with British Training Center. So let's remove this. And how many rounds have we got? How many spins have we still got? 2. Yeah, I have 3, so we still have 2. So that's number 4. Okay, that's number 4. Congratulations. Let's copy it, remove, and copy it here.
By the way, I use this for my big classes right here to see who's going to be the next one who's going to answer a question.
Yeah, and the last winner Noha Hussein. Yeah, she's from Egypt. By the way, I think she was a winner in the previous conference. I think that's what I think. She's really lucky if she's,
that name looks very familiar.
Yeah, exactly. So congratulations, everyone who got the chance to take free courses with British. Oh, Miss Marwa Saif, yeah, the speaker of the previous conference. She is one of the winners.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, indeed, she won. Great job. Congratulations, everyone. And all the conference attendees will, enjoy a discount of 25% or 20% on all the services that British Training Center provides and Educast provides as well at the same time. So we have all the email addresses. All what you need to do is just contact us. If you ask about the services, the courses, and all this stuff, you will enjoy this discount. So everyone, before you go anywhere, let me end this conference.
Well,
with
I'd like to make one more announcement for our conference
sure.
next year. Okay,
Yeah,
because
sure.
it takes us a long time to plan this right here. And we hope that you've enjoyed this conference that we put on here. Remember that the conference actually was 4 days. We had a preliminary conference, which was Wednesday and Thursday. And if you would like to join our conference as a first-time speaker, we invite you to submit a proposal to us and join us next year for the 3rd annual Educast online conference. You can always contact Mo. You can go to his internet site. He'll give you your email address one more time. So if you found this interesting and you want to step forward and be a first-time speaker at our conference next year, you have a chance to do that in our which are first 2 preliminary days. So step forward, take the chance, take that opportunity, share your teaching experience, something you know, your knowledge with others. So you have that chance with us. Submit a proposal to Mo, and we look forward to seeing you next year.
Yeah, and let's not forget about the Ramadan event in 1 month. We're going to have another international event, which is a series of webinars over 1 month, 1 month of professional development.
And
So
I will
everyone,
be joining you
yeah,
for the first day of Ramadan, straight from
exactly.
Jeddah in Saudi Arabia.
And we will have also lots of big names in this event. So everyone, I really, invite you to be part of it. So everyone, let's end this with a short word before we all go, and turn off the screens and have a little rest. Yeah. So everyone, fellow educators, esteemed colleagues, and dear friends, as we are in the conclusion of our second Educast International Online Conference, I stand before you feeling deeply humbled and inspired. Over the past few days, we've embarked on a remarkable journey driven by the theme, Learning to Lead, Empowering Educators Through Professional Growth. We've delved into insightful presentations, engaged in thought-provoking discussions, and shared valuable experiences, all united by our unwavering commitment to enriching the lives of our students. I want to extend my heartfelt gratitude and to each and every one of you for making this conference a resounding success. To esteemed speakers, thank you for sharing your knowledge, wisdom, and passion. To our sponsors, Cambridge, Macmillan, and British Training Center, your generous support has been instrumental in bringing this event to life. And to all the incredible attendees and the team who helped me to moderate this conference, your active participation, thoughtful questions, and collaborative spirit have truly fueled the magic of this conference. So everyone, thank you. May your journey of continuous learning and empowerment appreciation. This is Mohammed Nabil, the founder of Educast International Association and the organizer of Educast International Online Conference 2023 and 2024.
And this is Ron Marine coming to you from Germany, wishing you a great Ramadan coming up, and also look forward to seeing you next year at Educast Online Conference, 3rd annual meeting. See you next year.
Yeah, and Maya wants to say something here.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Give me a second. All I want to say, thank you, Mr. Muhammad and Mr. Ron, for your huge effort to organize, moderate, and present this marvelous conference. It was actually enriched with so many information, and I think we all enjoyed these 4 days, and actually wishing you all the best in your teaching journey.
Thank you. Deb, do you want to say something? Okay. She's tired. Noor, do you want to say something?
Just wanna take a
Oh,
another
uh,
screenshot again.
another photo. Yes, you will have the
Yeah.
certificates. Yeah, you will have the certificates. They will be sent, to your email addresses. Noor, do you want to say something before we take the picture?
Give me the chance to be with you this conference.
Okay. Yeah, you please raise your voice a little bit because, yeah, I think no one heard you.
Sorry. I just wanted to
Okay.
say thank you for giving me this chance.
Well, you deserve it. Thank you for your hard work, you and the team. Thank you, Dr. Ron Moraine. Thank you, Penelope. Thank you, all the attendees and the speakers. And we're taking another screenshot and a final one. Thank you, everyone, and see you in another event. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.